clicked on the go live and should be there in YouTube in few seconds. YouTube is a little behind here. Hold on.
It should be like 5 to 10 minutes behind.
Yes.
5 to 10 seconds. So, how much is your current salary? Well, I just got your notification. Of this job? It's live.
And voice is coming on YouTube also?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, so good morning everyone. We're going to start in 2 minutes. I think the correct screen is there. Okay, it's fine. So I think the reason the camera is not going to come here, only one device can take the camera. So even though I would like it for Teams, but if the video capture is on the YouTube, it will not happen here. Okay. One more minute to go. We'll start on the top of the hour. Okay, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. I hope uh, you will enjoy our Global Community Conference 4. So this is the fourth edition. We have already done 3 editions before this, and more than 60 plus speakers have participated in that, and we had more than 120 sessions. So I, Amit Chandak, welcome you to this community conference. Hope all of you on YouTube as well as Teams able to hear me and as well as able to not only able to hear me but also able to see my screen. I can see the things on the YouTube, but I am muted there so that you don't hear the double sound. So welcome everyone. So today I'm going to talk about the fabric, but we have more than 45 plus sessions across couple of days where we are going to have this, and there are certain rules. I think moderators are going to explain about for the first. So I just wanted to moderator to explain some of the challenges which we are doing for next couple of days. Are you ready, Hemant, or should I explain the challenges?
Yes, sir. So I can just go ahead and explain the challenges. We have 4 challenges basically. So one is social media challenge, where what you have to do is like you have to share your I am attending posts on LinkedIn, Instagram, and X or any other social media platform, and tag our Indian Microsoft Fabric user group and HDSC community. And based on that, we just will announce the winners for of the challenge. And apart from that, we just have many other challenges that include vouchers for DP 600 and 700. And we also have a challenge where we see the maximum number of sessions attended by the participant. And also we look into the best question asked during the session, during the Q&A. And based on that, we are just giving rewards to people, which include DP 600 vouchers, 700 vouchers, and Amazon India gift voucher, and special rewards and community recognition. Yeah, so these are the challenges that are being planned for these 2 day events.
Yeah, and the social media challenge will add at the day one, but I have posted the link for both the challenges on YouTube as well as Teams. I'm assuming everybody who's watching in either of the places should have got it. and those who are on YouTube can start commenting. And we have an official channel which where we prefer you to comment, and that is Meetup. So all our stuff is listed on Meetup, and we appreciate if you want to you go ahead and let's say if you take a screenshot from here, you can go ahead and paste on the Meetup, and you can there. So that is also considered as social media, this one. So I already posted two links above, and this is the third Meetup link where you can share your excitement. You can also, this is also part of social media, will be considered. And here what you can do, unless the speaker calls out that it's the content you cannot share, you can take the screenshot, you can share it. With that, I'm starting the conference with the very first session, and morning you everyone on this session. Today I'm going to talk about more about Microsoft Fabric. So all of you might be aware that my name is Amit Chandak, and I'm a data platform MVP. Uh, I am also a chief analytics officer at Canerica Microsoft Power BI community super user for some time. And now today I'm going to take a topic which is all about Fabric. Fabric is there for quite some time now, and most of you are aware about that. But let's have a recap, because we are going to have a lot of sessions, and I'm also going to talk about some of the new features. With this, I'm switching off my camera for the YouTube, and I'm in fact going to remove it so that you can see the full screen. So we already announced a couple of challenges. As you know, if you can participate, you can win quite a few things. We have uh, participate in community challenges. We have social media challenges. The links have been posted both on YouTube as well as the Teams channel. In case you have missed out the links, don't worry. Team will keep on posting. Again, at the end of session, I'll post all those links with me. But yes, just to count your attendance, just say good morning, good afternoon, or paste your question. One of the things we'll do that let us know that you are actively participating, and you can do that. Now, DP 600 and 700 vouchers are little limited, so we'll only be sharing after you fill out the form. The form need to be filled out tomorrow after 6 p.m. Once you watch the 2 days of proceeding, you can go ahead and fill that, and we will be checking those entries, and we'll be sharing vouchers with you. Now, first of all, I would like to thank all of you who has been so supportive for last 4-5 years. The channel has crossed 2.5 million views, 50,000 subscribers, and I would like to thank you all for supporting me for such a long duration. And also those who are there on the LinkedIn family, I would just like to thank all of you for the 40K subscribers also. Now, the topic of discussion for next couple of days would be Microsoft Analytics, AI. We would also be talking about SQL databases, a little bit of Power Platform. But Microsoft Fabric is something from where we started all these. We started all these conferences, global conferences, and the reason is that not only did Microsoft Fabric is the platform we believe in, it is the platform where it's a futuristic platform where you can do your entire data analytics. Now, it's really important to understand that when we are there in the Microsoft Fabric, what it can do, because every platform comes with its own set of features, and it works in a little better way when we do things in a proper manner. So as you might be knowing that Microsoft Fabric is a end-to-end data analytics platform. It's an integrated platform, that's what we call, and it provides you real-time analytics, it provides you reporting, it provides you data transformation, data engineering, data factory, data science, real-time intelligence, everything at one place. Whether you need the real-time data warehouse, real-time database, or data warehouse, or you need operational agents or the traditional agents, everything is available at under one hood. And that is why Microsoft Fabric is such a great platform, where because everything what you need is under one roof, from your data ingestion to data transformation to visualization to analysis or analytics or prescriptive or predictive analytics, whatever you want to do, whether the data is real time or data is coming in batch, everything can be handled under one roof, that is Microsoft Fabric. You don't have to go to a second platform, or you don't have to go and look forward, okay, I need to do this part of the data engineering, oh, I need some other tool. Whatever tool you need are available, And top of that, Fabric IQ, because this is the era of data and AI, the Fabric IQ made its preview very soon. Now, Fabric IQ is a workload for unifying the data sitting across one lake and organizing it accordingly to the language of your business. Data is exposed to analytics, AI agents, and application with consistent semantic modeling and context. So basically, it's a workload which is going to help you in getting that. There's a set of things which comes under it. We are going to discuss this little later. Now, some of you might be wondering why we are talking about so much about Microsoft Fabric, and is it the platform or the future platform we should be doing, or some of those who are really new, should we learn it or not? So we have around 35,000 customers who are already adopted Microsoft Fabric, and 75K certified professionals who has either done DP600 or DP700, and these are the numbers which has been shared in last FabCon. Now, Microsoft Fabric is a unified platform. As I already talked, you have data factory, you have databases. When we talk about databases, talk about the OLTP database, which is SQL DB, OLAP database, which is your warehouse. Then we have real-time intelligence, where your event house comes in, your event stream comes in, real-time reports comes in. Fabric IQ we have seen in the last slide, Power BI for your reporting, and there are tons of other things with analytics. All this is all in one single platform with a foundation, one lake. One lake is like your storage layer which stores all your data. Now, it is not simple a unified storage which has been given to you. It is more than that. It is basically a virtualization which has been done, where your entire storage seems like one storage, one store across all your workspaces, and within your tenant this is only one storage which you will see, the one lake. Now the thing here is, you might have a regional aspect that, okay, for this region I cannot keep the data outside this particular region. In such scenario, workspace level you can take care of that. Then the entire governance, whether it is from the signing on, whether it is the one lake security, whether it is semantic model security, whether it's workspace level security, everything is available at different granularity to get the control out. So whether you want to control the meta or whether you want to control the data, the unified governance is available, and it works in similar fashion. And then every UI will have Copilot. So you don't need to know, let's say, SQL, then PySpark, and Power Query at perfection, because whatever UI you go in, you will find a Copilot helping you out doing this. This is a AI era. We are not going to write down every code by ourselves. The machines are going to write down, or the AI is going to write down the code for us. We just need to make sure that that's the right set of code which we are using. So here the Copilot is already there, and it's not there from today, it's there from the beginning. Almost 3 years has passed when the Microsoft Fabric has been launched in the public preview, and 2.5 years when it became GA. Now, what all these things which are available in Microsoft Fabric can do? We get data factory, which provides us the flexibility to bring in data from anywhere. 200 plus connector for data flow gen 2, 50 plus connector for data pipelines. Then Python has its own connector. Recently you got connections in PySpark notebooks, because one of the things you were asking, okay, if I want to have my coding done in PySpark notebooks, where will I, why should I be putting my passwords there, and why should I be, have using, let's say, keyword for that? Now you don't need to do, because we have connections which is available there. If whatever connections are available for that, it will just save those connections and give you kind of a code where your passwords are not visible. So that came very recently. So the ingestion method is now for you is basically data flow gen 2, data pipeline, which include copy activity, copy job. You can even use PySpark notebook or Python notebooks or Spark notebooks, which can actually provide you the required ingestion methods. And as you know, Spark has its own set of connectors always, which you can always use. Now, data engineering is something where you want to transform the data, you want to play around with that data. The data could be in event house, which is real time. The data could be in warehouse, or data could be in lake house. Now, when we talk about, here about warehouse and lake house, these are the two primary storage for your batch data. Event house is your primary storage for real time data, and everything underlying is stored in delta format. Now, when we talk about fabric, there is basically uh, ground of work has been done. It is not only the one lake. And whenever I, talk to the people, most of the time they talk about one lake. It is not only the one lake. Making this delta format as the default format for storage for the data like warehouse and lake house makes it really easy, because understand the two technology previously, the lake, which we call delta lake, or the warehouse, they were storing data differently. Like if you go to Synapse, or you want to use uh, ADLS Gen 2 and you want to store something, you are having two different set of data. Let's say when you store in Azure and when you store in Delta, and they don't understand each other. So I created a Delta Lake or a Lake House on Azure technology, and then I wanted to have Azure SQL as my warehouse. Those two don't understand each other's data, and that was one of the biggest problem. You need to create copies, and on top of that, Power BI was also not understanding that Power BI runs best on the import mode. And that is where having this unified data format delta globally for your batch data makes it really easy, because now you are not duplicating, you are not importing data just because it is lying in warehouse and Power BI doesn't understand that technology. Power BI can read data, a warehouse can read and write delta, lakehouse can read and write on delta format. Yeah, definitely warehouse is T-SQL read write enabled, but yes, now we got PySpark connector for that also. And say lakehouse is definitely driven by Spark. So data engineering, you have the languages like you can go and code in PySpark, you can code in Spark SQL, you can code in R, or you can even code in Scala. Same way you have Python notebooks. In case some of the things can be done simply with Python notebooks, you can use it. You can use SQL. If you're very familiar with T-SQL, why don't you go ahead and use warehouse? It is not that you need to use lakehouse. But yes, Spark is the technology which you primarily use. Your choice is Spark. If warehouse is the primary technology you are using, your choice is SQL. Is something better than other? No, it's just a choice of technology. Underlying data structure, the underlying engines are very similar. They will give you similar kind of performance. But yes, definitely Spark is known for scaling its. So if it's a humongous set of data which you need to transform, definitely at that time you should be opting for lakehouses and Spark. But otherwise, we have tested out SQL works good with huge amount of data too. So T-SQL could be your choice with warehouse. It's just a choice of technology. It's underlying everything is same. Then when you want to do data science, again you would be going to the notebooks. You can have your experiment and all those. Real time intelligence, we have so many things. We have event stream to capture the data, and we are getting tons of connectors. I'm going to show you a glimpse little later, but some time back I did posted a blog, how can you capture the live streaming. Now, right now the live streaming is happening, and that live streaming, how many people are viewing that, I can even capture on my real time data in Fabric. And that is not limited to that YouTube, that is tons of other things which are there. Tons of connector has been added in real time intelligence. And if you go to real time intelligence hub and try to just look at how many places you can get the data, you will see it's humongous. Real time intelligence in its own world inside Microsoft Fabric. And your favorite tool, Power BI, for visualization, for doing the data analytics, that's the key. So with all these tools bringing in, and from how we are going to bring the data. So what are my choices? Because you said, okay, you have mirroring, you have shortcuts, you have data factory, you have so many ways to bring in data. Which way should I use? So let's start with something which basically, if you have shortcuts available, use shortcuts. You don't have to copy the data. See, the entire methodology behind Microsoft Fabric is do not duplicate. So if we have given you a shortcut mechanism, no need to bring in. The shortcut can definitely cache a little bit of data if it's across cloud. Means in case of Azure, it could be really native. It can go and read that, fetch that data on demand whenever you query it. But yes, definitely if it is on other clouds, it might create its own cache, and then you can control that. First option is I will use shortcuts. Second option is mirroring. Now the advantage with the mirroring is, one is definitely we have a lot of connectors for mirroring, which include SQL deep database, which include Cosmos DB, and even we got for Postgres and Oracle, that we are not charged for the storage depending on which compute unit you are on. Let's say if you are on F2, then 2 TB. If you are on F64, then 64 TB. So what compute you are on, that based on that much space. And we are also not getting charged for most of the work it does for copying the data. So it's almost free to bring in the data here. Now, if you are run out of choices out in the mirroring, then you have custom mirroring. You can go and write down your own custom mirroring, and we are doing it from databases which are not available Microsoft Fabric by default. Hope I'm still audible on both the places. So
Yes, you are.
So mirroring is our next choice. Custom mirroring is there. After that, data pipelines meant for the purpose: copy job, copy activity. Two things. Right now, copy job is little higher priority than copy activity because it provides you a lot of CDC option. But the way the things are working, we assume at one fine day they will become both, because initially, if you remember, when copy job started, it was outside the pipelines. Now it came inside, and we are seeing that the properties of copy activity and copy job are starting matching, and we can see one of them will become, or two of them will become only one entity very soon, or maybe in coming 1 year or so. But right now there is nothing official on that, but yes, looking at the way the things are moving, they should get much. So now you have for ingestion data factory. In the data factory, data pipelines where copy job and copy activity you can use. Then data flow gen 2, maximum number of connectors. Name the connector you want, it should be there with data flow gen 2, and it has fast copy available for most of them. You can do transformation. While for very large scale transformation, I don't recommend data flow gen 2, but if you are doing a very small set of data flow gen 2 is really amazing. You have a low code UI. This is your same familiar Power Query UI. It could be a little different what you have seen in Synapse or Data Factory of Azure, but it is more similar to what you have seen in Power BI. So those who are coming from the Power BI world is going to just like it because it's the same thing. But yes, if you are doing the little large scale data, then preferably do the transformation in PySpark. Yes, because we have 200 plus connector there. In Dataflow Gen 2, you might not have an option sometime to bring the data other than Dataflow Gen 2 because it has maximum number of connectors. Then you can also use notebooks for your ingestion. Spark or PySpark or Scala provide tons of connectors. As long as you are able to connect to those, you can use it. And with the connection now available in the notebook, you can securely save your credentials and use it without having the notebook having the credentials. So our ingestion is all sorted. We have so many ways to get data ingestion. But is there a preference? So I already told you in the preference order: shortcut, mirroring, data pipelines, data flow gen 2, and notebooks could be a little debatable how best you can do. It can lie in anywhere between these four options, depending on how best you configure all those things. So our entire data will come to one particular data state, and that data state is Microsoft Fabric. Now, before I answer some of more questions, why should you prefer Microsoft Fabric, I always discuss this thing that what are the challenges because of which there was a need of platform like Microsoft Fabric. I'm not showing you the bigger picture where we have those 1,000+ options for data analytics, but if you just want to go to Azure and buy want to configure your own kit for data analytics, you will see you have tons of options. You have too many products to choose for everything: for data ingestion, for data transformation, for databases, for storage. Tons of options. Means you can do a project itself on how many, what are the things, how many products I should use, what are the products I should use. And then you can have different experiences, and this different experience could be altogether way different in case you go ahead and choose different cloud, there are very high chances that you have, let's say Snowflake or something on AWS, and then you have Power BI here on Azure. So altogether different experiences. And when you have different products, you will have different licenses. Now some of those licenses would be CU based, some of those licenses would be based on compute, storage. So different way you have to pay money for. And everything which is available differently will have different configuration. You have to set up security, you have to set up keys, you have to set up access. Then you have tons of choice between proprietary versus open, dedicated versus serverless, PaaS versus SaaS, different business models for this one. Some of them could be steep learning curve, but I think this learning curve could be little minimized these days because of co-pilots, or basically the AI. Like with MCP, which I'm going to talk in other conference today afternoon, I can integrate my MCP server of Fabric and can do too many jobs, like creating of notebooks, creating of lakehouse, just by typing it. And with co-pilots I can write down the code, and very soon all those APIs will get little more available, because they are not releasing everything to us as of now. But once it get everything is there, you just be maybe using VS Code or some kind of a Cloud UI, Codex UI, you should be able to code pretty much in Microsoft Fabric also. And definitely when you are across cloud or within the cloud, you need a lot of integration effort. Now I keep on talking about this multiple copies of truth. See, the entire objective of data engineering is to have a single source of truth. But think about a scenario before Fabric. You bring the data into the lakehouse, you created one copy. Before the transformation, you wanted to have it in warehouse. Now warehouse doesn't understand the lakehouse technology, so I have to copy most of the data I got in my lakehouse for the speed of my ETL into the warehouse. Now I got my gold layer into the warehouse. Power BI works on import mode best. So best mode for the Power BI is import. So I'm going to again import it. So while we are talking about single source of truth, we are creating multiple source of truth. Every time we create those multiple source of truth, where we need to move their data, we need a process to move it. We need a refresh. We need a ETL process to run. And whenever we run that, there would be differences between the two sources. Maybe it is just 2 minutes or 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 1 hour. There would be difference. And there are too many factors for cost. And that is where Microsoft Fabric wins. It's a single environment. We can keep minimal copies of data, seamless across technology, faster development cycle, and easy to maintain. Now, why do I talk about, faster development cycle and all those? Now think about a scenario. We talk about, okay, if it would have not been a Microsoft Fabric, you would have bought the data to your lake house, then created another copy in warehouse, then created another copy for Power BI. But here what happens, you bring in the data using data factory, any method, you put it on lake house. Now lake house, anything which is stable is stored in data, and the same table can be read into the warehouse, into the Power BI. You just create a semantic model, which is direct lake semantic model, what we call here. And the direct lake semantic model can directly read the data files. Now, because it can read directly the data files, you simply go ahead and can read this data in Power BI. Now, in the previous world, if you have to have this lakehouse data, this has to be imported in a Power BI or in an Excel just to discuss it with the end user. Now, you and end user are not at a different place. Your raw data just landed. You can see it in T-SQL endpoint, which we call SQL analytics endpoint, which is available in Lakehouse because Lakehouse is Spark native, and we have a T-SQL endpoint. We immediately have Power BI via custom semantic models or new semantic models where we can read it. So we didn't require any additional copy for analyzing data using T-SQL. We did not requiring analyzing it using Power BI. Let's say I do the transformation and I put it into a warehouse. Does warehouse need another copy to read the lakehouse? No, it can directly read it via T-SQL endpoint. So no other copy of needed. If you are using lakehouse, you just take the data into your PySpark and then transform it and put it back into another lakehouse or another warehouse. After that, what happens? Again, same semantic model, direct lake semantic model, which understand the data, and you simply can see the data into Power BI. So we are not creating copies just because one technology don't understand another technology. Now there are refreshes for SQL analytics endpoint and semantic model. and there are reason behind that. Now semantic model, you could be refreshing tons of table, and what happens, because semantic model is an auto refresh mode, let's say you truncated a dimension and you're loading it and it is an auto refresh mode, the dimension will start showing blank. So sometime what happens is we stop this auto refresh of semantic model. And why it is possible for that, behind that, the theory is basically the way delta file works. So delta files can maintain the history. In case of lakehouse, you can have as much history as you want. In case of warehouse, it automatically maintains 30 days of history. Now when we are having the history, it is fairly possible that we can keep on pointing to a particular date in time, and that is where the semantic model takes advantage of that. It can continue to point in past unless you are done with your full refresh of the data. And what we do is, sometime in such scenarios, we stop the semantic model refresh and go ahead and configure custom refresh in pipeline. So once I'm done with my complete transformation, I'm just going to go ahead and uh, I'm going to just go ahead and do the refresh, and I'll get my data. So any questions you have on YouTube or Teams, please keep on typing that. I'm going to take it at the end of the session. And if there is something really urgent, you can raise your hands. The moderators will also try to answer some of the questions. So keep engaging on YouTube as well as the Teams. Keep on typing questions, and hope also you are taking care of the challenges which are there. Just scroll up. You will see all those links there. Let me see. I didn't see any questions on YouTube, and I'm checking out here. I don't see any question here also. Okay, so we'll continue. So we are creating minimal number of copies, and prior to that, I always used to also explain this, black box. Now, prior to Microsoft Fabric, what happens is, the moment you land the data in a lake house, you need a technology to read it. Similarly, for warehouse, if you are landing, let's say you are using warehouse technology, if you don't know T-SQL, you can't simply read it. And the only way to do it for a, let's say, QA or a business user is to import it in Power BI, which limits their ability to contribute in the entire development cycle. So from this data factory, when the data get ingested into the layout, until the time it doesn't come to the Power BI, this entire things we used to call the black box. And that black box is something where the entire thing will get messed up. The entire development cycle get messed up during that black box, because you are not able to take the feedback from the end user. I got this data, this is what it aggregates look like, does it looks correct to you? No, because you need to import it in Power BI. It required times, it required additional effort, it required additional development. But here you got it in lakehouse, immediately go create a report directly on the data which came in the bronze. Just analyze it, just analyze and show, okay, this is the data I got, okay, we put this filter, okay, this looks like a KPI, yeah, it is, okay, you can work on it. Use XML endpoint, you can do the same thing and analyze in Excel. So that is where our development cycle are getting optimized, and that's there is no black box. The development cycle is optimized. There are no duplicate copies of the data, unnecessary copies of the data, and that's where Fabric wins. So whenever we are doing it, we also need to think about it. Are we creating the unnecessary copies of data? And that is where you will get your answer for the development. That, okay, we are not creating the duplicate copy, or if I'm doing a coding which creates duplicate copy of data, I should avoid it. The entire methodology is not to have it. Now we have so many workloads in Microsoft Fabric. Now we are going to talk about SQL database DB also. How many computes we need? So we can work with one committed compute. See the entire Microsoft Fabric. Now we talk about one lake, which is the storage. We talked about format, which is delta, which is the preferred format for lakehouse, and which is the format for lakehouse and warehouse, where you're going to store the data and Power BI reads it, so you don't need to create duplicate copies of data. And third thing is compute. You can use single compute for all these workload. You can run the lakehouse, you can run the warehouse, you can run data factory, you can run Spark notebook. Everything finally converted into compute units, and you are getting charged for the compute units. These may be charged differently, but you have, let's say if you have F2 capacity or F4 capacity or F64 capacity, you have a set of computes which has been given to you, and you are going to consume those compute unit across all your workloads. But yes, you would be in the scenarios where you need more than one compute. Is it possible? Because there are chances that I'm a big organization, I can't do everything across all the department on one compute. Yes, at the workspace level, you can change the compute. Each workspace can have its own different compute. So you can keep the same compute for all the workspaces, or you can have different computes. And that gives you different options. You want to have it department wise, or you want to have it workload wise. So should my Power BI run on the same workload as data engineering, or should finance run as the sales? Usually it is used as department wise, but if you are really heavy loaded on the Power BI as well as data engineering side and they both run in parallel, and when I say data engineering, it means data transformation primarily. If they both run in parallel, you can have separate capacity. But for that, you need a design pattern. And the design pattern is you create a separate data workspace and separate analytical workspace. And the analytical workspace need to have a lake house which has shortcut to all the data workspace. And then this shortcut lake house, which contain only the shortcuts, can use the current workspace capacity to run the data which is lying in another capacity. In that manner, you can be able to manage a separate workload, because now on this shortcut lakehouse, I'm going to create my semantic model and analyze it using Power BI, and I'm able to work on the data on a different capacity than the one where the original lakehouse was residing, where it was created. And when I say this capacity, it means the workspace capacity. So I have a lakehouse in a workspace, and it is supposed to use the capacity of that workspace. Even though some queries coming outside, from outside, let's say another workspace, is still going to use the capacity of the same workspace, because the data is the lake house or the warehouse reside at that workspace. And the shortcuts provide you the ability to avoid that. Means the shortcut will use the capacity of that particular workspace, not the base workspace where the data was residing or the lake house was residing. Now in Microsoft Fabric, we have few things, which is we got the Cosmos DB very recently. We have SQL database also, which is not OLAP. See, the entire data engineering, when we talk about analysis, when we talk about OLAP, online analytical processing. And here it is having a OLTP database. Why does we have an OLTP database in Microsoft Fabric? Think about, you wanted to develop application. We are now having planning also with us. All these required a OLTP database, because these are transactions which are optimized for insert, update and delete. We cannot work on an environment which is optimized for read and not for inserts. I want to create a small application and I want data to be directly there in Fabric. I don't want it to be outside this one. So we have a transactional database which is very similar to your Azure SQL database and designed on that engine and integrated in Microsoft Fabric. And what SQL database does is immediately it create a replica in Delta for your data. And what does that mean is that I can combine it with the other data in my Delta format, which is in warehouse or lakehouse, and create a combined semantic model and can analyze it together. So you got OLTP and you get scale of OLAP, both things together. So this is how your Microsoft Fabric look like. You have SQL databases, you can have your data warehousing, you have your lake houses, you have data engineering, everything supported with Copilot for coding. You have one lake and you have purview and security governance all integrated. So you have a unified experience. All the UIs you give it, you will find it is looking same. Unified architecture, everything designed bottom up on the same concept, the same one lake, the same compute, everything is designed from security to the uh, storage to the compute. Everything is designed so that you can take advantage or use this unified architecture. And unified business model for pricing, we are going to discuss that soon. Now let me talk about some of the new features or recent features. They might not be just announced, but just wanted to make sure that you know about these features. Yes, you can use PySpark to insert in warehouse. It's there for some time, already created a video around it. PySpark notebooks can write on warehouse. They don't write directly, there is intermediate effort happened, but we have a library, Synapse library, which is there, which you can use Synapse SQL, and you can read write from warehouse and lakehouse both using the same stuff, and that allows you to work easily on the PySpark notebook with both lakehouses and warehouses. Now, we have activities like lakehouse maintenance. You wanted to maintain your table, because lakehouse can have data which is having long history. You can keep history as much as you want, but definitely I don't want to keep that much, and I would require maintenance, and that is where lakehouse maintenance activity comes in. That you don't have to go to every lakehouse, or you don't have to create a notebook for that and do that maintenance. You have activity in your pipeline, you can do that. SQL on-point refresh. Now, again, when you are using lakehouse, or even for that sense SQL DB, sometimes the SQL analytics endpoint does not refresh on time, and we might need to do it forcefully. And there are various reasons, because that, let's say the lakehouse is Spark governed, the SQL analytics endpoint has to read that metadata and keep your itself updated. Okay, this is the latest version of data from where I need to have my data. Same way semantic model refresh for Power BI, it need to know that what is the latest data. It can't so to understand the delta, they have their own meta which need to be refreshed, and that's where you are getting these refresh activities. Now data flow got new destinations. Now you can save in lakehouse files, you can save in SharePoint and Excel, and you can also save on Snowflake now. So think about a scenario: you have sources, you are bringing in data, and you are saving it outside Microsoft Fabric in Snowflake. Means Microsoft Fabric is only acting as a data factory for you. Or there is a user who put the file on the SharePoint and say, okay, you give me transform data, but I don't want to come to the Fabric and do this. Can you give me this output on SharePoint? I'll take that data and do whatever I want. Yes, you take the data from the any place or SharePoint, transform it using Dataflow Gen 2 and put it back onto this Excel. Or you can have a complete pipeline doing so many activities, and finally Dataflow Gen 2 puts it into the Excel. So outside data coming inside, going back outside. Then very recently we got composite model, import plus direct query. Now I know some of you still love import mode. There are scenarios when smaller tables can be done easily on import mode. Direct lake means we need to follow a process. It's not that direct lake can't be done quickly, but definitely we have let down a process. Okay, we are going to create a bronze layer, silver layer, or gold layer, or we can have bronze and let's say gold, silver and silver layer we can combine with the gold layer. When we are doing the transformation, we can do the cleaning as well as transformation. So we can have two layers. But import mode, just bring in, it's directly available in Power BI. It's very good for small tables. Sometimes we have very small reference table just coming from SharePoint. I don't want to have that such a big overhead of bringing it via lake house again, creating and doing it. You have import mode together. But my advice is, if you are on direct query, continue to be with direct query. If you are with import mode, continue with import mode. The facility is there, but don't try to make it too composite. So it's a direct lake, and I just keep direct because direct query plus import mode was there since long. Now very recently we got context aware columns. Still need to come for direct lake mode, but amazing. This is something you were asking for long. The question was, can I use user principle? Can I change my column based on the language? And our simple answer is, columns are static in nature. They get loaded at the time of data refresh. So you can't do it. That was the simple answer we were giving for long. And now this is changing. This is just changing because of the context aware column. You need to enable it. You need to tell Power BI semantic model, okay, this is context aware column. Recently created a video on that on import mode, that I will be able to use user principal name, or I will be able to use the what language is coming in. Based on that, I can change the column or the content of the column. And something which is coming, which I would like now you not to use too heavily, is calculated columns and tables in direct lake. Now while anytime you ask, yeah, I need a column, I'll say go back and create at the time of your ETL. But we need this dynamic calculated column. Like context aware column is what is the context aware column? It's very similar to your measures, which is dynamic in nature. It is happening runtime. It cannot be now evaluated at the load time. So the calculated column in the direct lake would be something like dynamic calculated column only, because they would be evaluated when you run the query. So definitely there could be certain limitations when it comes in. We are just waiting. It has been provided in the April release that we are going to get it soon. Context aware column we already got in import mode. Context aware we are waiting in direct lake mode, and same time we are also going to get calculated column. Tons of real-time sources on the right-hand side bottom. You can see I pasted some. HTTP preview is what I use for YouTube live, where I have a blog around that. But you can see so many things coming in real time, streaming available for you. You can capture so much of data in real time, analyze it with Event House, use KQL to further go ahead and analyze it. And in KQL, I've written so many blogs that how complex analysis can be done. You have those nested uh, JSON files coming in, you want to just analyze them. Think about, unnesting this, doing that, doing this, go to data flow gen 2, unnest it, or in the PySpark, unnest it, go to the level and all those. No, you just run KQL query, you can go and find out the nest, simple formula, a simple KQL query which can go inside your nested JSONs and give you the results, just like running a simple SQL query, and very useful. Then mirroring keep on increasing. Azure databases for MySQL added. We have Oracle. We have so many things. Fabric IQ, I just giving you brief, and planning. And I tried out planning, especially the power tables are really amazing. Just like you're typing in Excel. You just go ahead and start using those power tables. You will find it really amazing. Write back facility, much more smoother with the power tables in planning. So go ahead and try this feature out. Really amazing feature we have. Then if you are an admin, you might have seen it, a small icon appears on the top on your workspaces, admin monitoring workspace. I'm not sure some of you are admins. If those who are admins can say yes, we have seen it. So admins loves this. Content sharing, feature user adoption, one lake catalog for admins, all available under one roof, admin monitoring. So if you are an admin, go ahead and explore this workspace. Now we talked about Microsoft Fabric, and we have so many technologies. So for ingestion, I told you the formula. What is the formula to choose between a lakehouse and a warehouse? Real time is very easy. If the data is coming real time, it's coming from streaming, it's coming from Kafka. I know, a bit like YouTube streaming, I would definitely would like to do some analysis on the fly. I need real time dashboard. But what happens when I want to choose between lakehouse and warehouse? So what is your development choice? Spark or T-SQL? Spark, lakehouse. We can do development in warehouse also, but prefer T-SQL only for that. You want multi-table transactions? Yes, warehouse. No, lakehouse. Because what we call the warehouse still support your asset transactions. The lakehouse does not. Okay. So if you need that kind of stuff, warehouse is your natural choice. And one of the things which I did not discuss, identity column, made its way some time back. It's a little different than your identity column in SQL DB, because it does not ask how much you want to increment and all those, because it has to support the multi-node kind of a scenario. So basically in that case, we have identity column, but it is auto governed, and that identity column can be used in now warehouses, which is something which you are asking for long. And then data types, what are the kind of data you are analyzing? You know it, like it's a structured data only, warehouse. Structured and unstructured, I want to store the files, I want to transform that and then wanted to take some action, or I just want to read the file and do my action, then lakehouse is your choice. Structured, both structured and unstructured can be supported by lakehouse. And when you don't know, prefer lakehouse. And in Microsoft Fabric, I'm going to tell you that, because the huge amount of transformation can going to happen on PySpark, those of us who are like say coming from SQL world or Power BI world, I am here from Power BI world, or previously I was doing SQL a lot, we'll find it a little change that we will start using PySpark. And it's not difficult in the era of data analytics or AI, because we have Copilot, we have Codex, we have Cloud Code to support us to doing that. And sometimes those who use there is a feature where you can go and a UI and you can say, okay, I want to do these operation in PySpark, and how do I do that? You will find that UI is very similar to your Power Query UI, and you will see same kind of function. You merge table here, you have joined there. You want to do, let's say, this operation, you will find similar functions in Python also. So whatever you have in the M language or Power Query. Now other choices is OLAP versus OLTP. So if you are OLAP, you have two choices uh, based on the technology, SQL or Spark, Lakehouse or Warehouse. But if it is OLTP, you have to go for SQL DB. Structured database again could have choice between OLTP and OLAP, SQL DB versus Warehouse. Now to ingest the data, if you're planning to do the batch ingestion, you have Apache Spark notebooks, job definition, SQL Analytics endpoint, data flow gen 2, data pipelines, and shortcut helping you. Again, I already told you shortcuts, mirroring are your first choices, followed by others. Then data ingestion, a comparison, what kind of choices you have, what is, primary developer persona, if you are a data ingestion, data engineer, injector, data pipeline. If you are a data engineer, data integrator, business analyst, data flow gen 2, Spark. If you are a data scientist, data engineer. Now primary skill set, if it is ETL, SQL or JSON, you can use pipeline. If it is M language, then data flow gen 2, Scala, Python, Spark SQL R, then you are going to use the notebooks. So these are the choices you can have. Now as you can see already, Dataflow Gen 2 has a maximum number of connectors. Yes, there are thousands of connectors available with the Spark libraries, so you can't compete definitely with the language. But yes, most of the time your choice would be Dataflow Gen 2, data pipeline, and then you would also use Spark notebooks. But yeah, just create a structure inside your organization and maintain it. Don't just go and do it to the random choice. Yes, sometimes the choices would be limited because you don't have that connector at the other place. But as long as there is a choice available, you should always be using one particular thing or one particular preference in your organization. I'm expecting the next. Um, so room will be joined by Dhruvin. Once he's available, moderator, please make him presenter. He's going to be taking this session 8 a.m. onwards.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Dhruvin is already here. Yeah, so I'll just make him the presenter.
Yeah. Okay. So real-time intelligence, we talked about this previously. Event streaming, to get your data from various sources. You can get it from Azure Event House or Event Hub. Then Azure, we have Event Hub, and one more thing from where you can get. We have something known as Event House here, which is basically nothing but storing your data. The KQL database is what you have. KQL query set is nothing when you are running the KQL query to get your results. Real-time dashboard is different from Power BI dashboard. While you can see the real-time data, or you can analyze your Event House data onto the uh, Power BI, but you do have a real-time dashboard which you can analyze, and it can refresh as quickly as you want. The frequency could be really low. It could be 1 second, 2 second, 5 second, whatever you want. And data activator for real-time alerting. The moment the data comes in, is there a spike, is there a change, or is there some logic I want to implement, okay, okay, to find the fraud and everything. That is what we can do using data activator. Now data activator can also be used with Power BI measures. That is also the batch processing one which you can use. But yes, really helpful in case of you are doing the real-time intelligence. We talked about Fabric IQ. As the Fabric IQ is a collection of capabilities that are targeting to the common functionality of modeling an environment with unified language. So we have ontology, which is came into the preview. So to experiment, the best is go to the semantic model and use ontology. Now, little different stuff, but yes, I think so, we have to adopt to this one. But once you do the ontology, the kind of results which you're going to get is going to be altogether different for your data agent compared to what you are getting right now. Plan, basically for planning, you have I talked about power tables. Then you have three more stuff which is available there, and that's really amazing that you will create multiple versions of plan. You can compare them. This is really amazing feature. Graphs available for preview, again are going to help in Fabric IQ. Data agents there for long time now. Data agents, you can now have multiple sources. Data agent also created. Operational agent there for some time now. Operational agent is basically as the data arrives, you want to take some action. And then definitely Power BI semantic model, we have the co-pilots where you can help, or then the Power BI semantic model, you can create ontology, you can analyze them in data agents. So this combinedly create Fabric IQ. And why we are talking about Power BI semantic model especially here, when you everything else is AI driven. Why we are talking about? Because remember, all your major logic is lying at one place, and where is that place? That is semantic models. Because you are not writing down A divided by B in your warehouse. Sum of A divided by sum of B need to be where? Final SQL or final semantic model where I'm going to do these things. And there are so many logics. It's just one example, which can only happen at the end, which can only happen in the final query, which can only happen in the UI from the engine which is running queries from UI or which is front facing. And that is where Power BI semantic model is part of this system, because it has that final definition which you are looking forward to. I will quickly try to wrap up the things here. Plan brings you planning for creating and managing plans such as budgets, forecasts, and scenarios. Power table for data management and application. Intelligence for integrated reporting and insight. Try out. There are 2-3 features. You really need to experiment with that well. But yes, I definitely like Power Table. The ease of writing it back is amazing. But yes, you have to write down it in SQL DB as of now. What is Plan? Plan is an enterprise and corporate performance management solution built directly into the Microsoft Fabric. It enables organization to create, manage, and analyze plans such as budget, forecast, and scenarios within the same government platform which use data analytics and AI. So again, this entire objective, you don't have to go out. You don't have to go outside the Fabric for your data analytics need. Then visualize real-time data, real-time dashboards versus Power BI dashboards. You can choose what you want. Cost part, let's quickly talk about, and here I think you might guys can get this by searching. The only thing I want to talk about is that F64 capacity onwards, you get free viewers. Before that, everyone who's the Power BI viewer or consumer need a license for Power BI, only for Power BI. You want to do data engineering, you don't need license. You want to work on lakehouse, warehouse, T-SQL, you don't need license. Only need a license when you want to work on Power BI, and that license will only go away for viewers after F64 onwards. Please remember, if you are a Power BI developer or semantic model developer, you wanted to create, edit reports or semantic models, you would require license. Then how to start free trial? Yes, free trials are still enabled. You go to your app.powerbi.com or app.fabric.microsoft.com, click on your manager, account manager, and then you will see this free trial button. The free trial will help you only if there are 2 setting enables. The admin need to enable that yes, you can use Fabric items and you can use free feature, the paid feature for free. If these 2 settings are enabled, then you will be able to start the free trial. And I would like to announce the 2 things which are coming on Microsoft Reactor, and the links is DP800 series is coming very soon, and the link for that is aka.ms/dp800/live. Please register for this if you are planning for SQL AI developer. I'm not sure we are going to have some vouchers for this series or not, but please go ahead and watch. This is the official content coming from Microsoft on Reactor. And the second one, yes, data days are coming back, and if you want to register for it, just go ahead and register at aka.ms/datadays. And after this session, I'll do ping these links inside the YouTube as well as Teams. So please register for these 2 events, and please go ahead and watch those. Again, just like this kind of conference where we are bringing the top speaker worldwide, top MVPs from worldwide is going to come and talk about all of these. And uh, if you are a super user or if you are an MVP, definitely you would like to participate in some of those, please go ahead and do that. With that, I am ending my session. You can connect me by scanning these things. You can connect me on YouTube, LinkedIn. I will be pasting those links into the chat window after the session, and you can connect me there. Definitely, we have a WhatsApp group, 2 of them, where you can connect with me, and we keep on doing these series. I have recently done a Hindi series on Power BI, and prior to that, I've done a couple of series on Microsoft Fabric, both in Hindi and English. So all the live series, all the live action continue to come on my channel. So stay connected. I'll take 1 or 2 questions if there are something on the chat window quickly, and then I'll hand it over. Is there a possibility to provide a fabric workspaces? Yes, we are planning another boot camp, and if we have the trials available at that time, we are going to roll out a form and go to give you the logins. uh, I see one question on YouTube. A practical problem we are seeing when we write to the lake house, we are seeing a huge delay in syncing SQL Analytics endpoint even after using SQL endpoint refresh activity in the pipeline. So fair house procedure. See, if you are asking me, I do have seen this kind of challenges, and that's where when you are adopting for the lake house one, my advice would be completely lake house. But yes, SQL endpoint should refresh. But what I've done, we have still have customers, we are still using both the stuff, and what we are doing there for those customers is we did have kept a little small weight, and now those weights we are trying to have with SQL Analytics endpoint, but we do have a weight which they are making sure that it catch up. We are facing some problem in the workspace in Fabric. Compute reach maximum during auto refresh of reports and dashboard. I think this need to be analyzed. So there are two reports which we have. One is the capacity matrix report, and second one is chargeback report. So these are chargeback app and capacity matrix app. Please load these apps, please add these apps, and those apps will tell you exactly how many CUs what who is consuming, and then we can see, okay, this is the reason for that. So I can tell you, we had one notebook session. So at the workspace level, what end users have done, they have gone ahead and changed the Spark setting to use extra large compute. The moment they run their notebook, they say, oh, we are done in 10 minutes or 15 minutes, but we end up consuming the entire f64 for that. Same way, we had Dataflow Gen 1 and Gen 2. We are running for Dataflow Gen 1, not Gen 2, running for hours. And they were consuming a lot of computes and time as well. And we later transformed them into the PySpark, and we saved these are amazing numbers. We saved 90% in terms of time and 70 to 80% in terms of compute units. So these are the kind of stuff which you need to take here. And and definitely you can ping me on the LinkedIn or WhatsApp. I'm going to post all those links here. On the YouTube, we'll continue on the same. On the Teams, we are going to continue on the same. Please welcome the next speaker, and I'm going to switch the YouTube live from my screen to the YouTube to the Teams screen. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, man. That was indeed a beautiful overview of Fabric. So let me introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dhruvin Shah. So he's a accomplished Power Platform professional and technology enthusiast with extensive experience in low code and automation solutions. Dhruvin is widely known for his expertise in Power Platforms, including PowerApps, Power Automate, Dataverse, and Copilot Studio. He's a Microsoft certified trainer and solution architect who actively contributes to the tech community through various technical blogs, learning sessions, and educational content. His passion for simplifying complex concepts has helped many learners and professionals grow in the Microsoft ecosystem. Dhruvin continues to drive innovation by exploring AI powered business solutions and next gen automation capabilities. We are excited to hear from him today. Yeah. So, hi, Dhruvin. Thank you. Thank you for joining this session. Over to you, and you can just take over from here.
Thank you so much for having me here. I'm quickly sharing my screen. Let me know if the screen is visible for everyone. Just give me some reactions. So I get to know. Perfect. All good. Thank you so much, everyone, for having me. And I again, Global Microsoft Analytics Community Conference. It's the fourth season of this particular event. I'm always be a part of these events on a regular basis. And yes, we had an amazing session from Amit recently. I'm a big fan of him. Whatever he's doing on the data community side, it's tremendous. So let's get started with today's session. My session is a little bit offbeat from the how we are talking about analytics, Power BI, Fabric, everything. My topic is around a little bit pro code side of thing, and we are specifically going to talk about the code apps from scratch. And there is a specific reason I pick up this particular topic for this particular conference. Uh, there are few reasons behind that I'm going to talk about in a while. But before that, just a little bit intro about me. Myself, Dhruvin Shah, I'm Microsoft MVP and Microsoft certified trainer. Basically, my subject matter expertise is specifically in the Power Platform space. Wherever the word has a power and Copilot, that is where my subject matter expertise is. You can follow me on all my social media handles using one shortcut link, which is linktree/Dhruvin.shah. Here you can join me on all my YouTube, website, Instagram, on any of the platform. Feel free to connect me over there, and you will get lots of updates around Power Platform space because these are the platform where I'm uploading lots of content around. Now let's get started with today's session agenda. So, first of all, why code apps and why? What's the reason behind choosing this particular topic under this conference? So, we already know that Power Apps, Power Automate, Power BI, the complete Power Platform space was considered earlier as a low code, no code space. And if you recall the recent Ignite announcement that has been happened, at the time we hear the statement that low code is dead. So what's next coming into that era? That's what is all about is code apps. So most of you are working around Canvas application and all, but building a Canvas application in 2026, how much relevant it is? Should we still start to use those heavy control that where we are having the less control over the system, or we should adopt something new? So Microsoft has enabled the door for pro code developers by introducing the code apps in the world of power apps. So what exactly it is that why we should start working with the code apps? What's the advantages you are getting over there? What's the architecture behind the scene? What are the tools you required? How you can start developing it? And we will build one app as well in today's session with SharePoint as a connector. You can build another type of application as well, and we'll see end to end over here in this 1 hour session. So let's get started. So first, let's start to understand that what is code apps. So usually code apps is basically bringing the developers for power apps capability into custom web apps. So basically it's like, you know, how in the traditional way we were developing the whole web application in 2015, 2019 world, where we do .NET based code, we deploy the code, we do the testing and everything. So code apps is something where you can use similar like Canvas app, all your connectors, every native functionality with the Microsoft. So you don't need to build everything from scratch like how we were doing in the traditional code based programming. Here, the Power Platform CLI is something which is offering you the native methods, native connections, everything. What you need to do is using any kind of front end framework which you love, whether it's a TypeScript based or React based, or even if you want to use the Vue.js or AngularJS. On top of that, you can start building your code apps. So basically, it offers the same mechanism that Canvas app is offering, like authentication, 1500 plus connector capability, hosting, everything in a one stop place. Also, it support React, Vue, Angular, any kind of front end technology, as well as you can easily deploy your packages with just few commands in Power Platform CLI. So basically, CodeApps is acting as a bridge in between the low code and pro code developer. So low code was the time where we were developing lots of low code application from 2020 to 2025, but now it's a new generation app that can be built with the code apps where you have more control way of developing the thing the way you need. Because for Canvas application, we have seen lots of challenges around performance. We have seen lots of challenges around UI that it is offering. Although modern controls are good, I'm not denying it, but today's generation need is all about like code apps. It's general available right now. There are still couple of limitations around the product at this point, but it is evolving. So what is the base difference between what how you are building your traditional Canvas app versus what you are building within the code apps? Let's just talk about that. So number one point we talk about is like Canvas app is more about low code. You can drag drop element and you can just have it your application. But code apps is more pro code. Of course, you need to have the little bit knowledge around HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, any kind of front end technology. Okay. In Canvas application, every logic that we were writing, it is used with the help of PowerFX. So we were using PowerFX to write our expression into Canvas application. While in case of code apps, usually it is being written either in your JavaScript or either with your TypeScript. Any one of them you can utilize it. Canvas app is more targeted to citizen developer, while code apps is more targeted to pro developers. UI control is limited because you have the limited set of libraries and controls available within the Canvas application. Where in code apps you have full control. You just imagine React. It's an open source, and lots of ready-made things, ready-made libraries are available in the React. When you enable the code apps, you can use all the React library, build beautiful things for your business applications. Version control, it is limited via Git ALM. Here, complete GitHub, Git repository will be supported. Multiple developer problem is also being resolved completely with the code apps. Uh, Testing is basic level. Canvas app doesn't provide you much more help in terms of testing, because that test studio is a very unmature and it's not ready for the production one. While when you look at the code apps, like it's obviously the code base. So on top of that, you can write the own test cases and everything by your own over there. And code reusability is, of course, like in Canvas application, it's slow, while here in the code apps, you can have NPM packages, components, everything with yourself. Okay. So basically, many times people are asking me that, okay, is it mean that Codex is going to replace Canvas app? So no, it's not going to replace Canvas application. It's just an enhancement. So if you are good at your pro code technology, you can start adopting the Codex. And I will tell you that Canvas app is not going anywhere, because just imagine companies have done lots of heavy investment till 2020 to 2025 to building the low code canvas application. People spent lots of money around that, so it's not something which is going to be deprecated or which is going to be completely outdated from the system. Still, all those canvas application we still need to support as a part of maintenance and everything. But this codex is like, okay, if someone is planning to build something in 2026 in today's generation, we need to think about this particular approach. And again, like if you are not a pro code developer, if you are still using low code, then maybe you can still continue with the Canvas application. There is no such harm at this point in this particular case. Okay. But it is introduced to just enhance the more functionality, more feature ready business application for code apps. And nowadays we know that we are having Claude, we are having ChatGPT, we are having code apps, GitHub Copilot. With that, we can build these code apps very, very easily. I'll show you practically, so you will get much more better idea around that. So this is like a simple comparison in between how the Canvas application and code apps is gonna look like. Now let me just talk about that. What are the main core pillar on which this code apps architecture is being set up? So behind the scene, what it uses is, let's say for an example, on top you are having the Power Apps front end. So from here, user will access your Power App screen. Okay. Now that Power App screen can be developed in any front end technology, either in the React, TypeScript, JavaScript, whichever front end technology you like. In the middle layer, it is using the Power Apps SDK, which is basically creating the bridge between your front end and back end. And behind the scene, it uses the Power Apps host for all those 1500 plus connector capability, authentication, authorization, everything over there. So basically, you can build same like Canvas application, but the thing is that more power with the code. That's what the main key difference. And the another thing is that more open source capability you will be having within your application. Okay, so that is what you are getting over here. Now the main question come up into picture, that what are the tools and software you require for code apps, and what licensing you require for code apps development. So number one thing that you need is Visual Studio Code over here. So that's one thing. Second one, you need to have Node.js installed in your computer. Third thing you need is Power Apps CLI. And fifth, you need the PowerApps SDK while building the solution. Now, how to use this and how to install that, let me just show you a couple of things around that. And there is one more feature that is also something we need to enable at the environment level. So all those factors we need to consider in mind when we are building the code apps. Now, let me just go through each step by step over here. And I'm going to also showcase you the complete official Microsoft documentation that you can follow for building this particular code apps. So let me just open my other screen around over here, and let me open the official Microsoft documentation. So as I said, four things we need to have. So number one is Node.js, Power Platform CLI. These are the two things, and Visual Studio. That's something also you need to install. So basically, Microsoft has created this whole guideline that what you need. So if you click on this Visual Studio code, basically it will give you the link for download it. They also provide you the link for downloading Node.js. So it will basically redirecting you to the Node.js site, and from here you can just click on Get Node.js and download the LTS version from it. So latest version you can download for your Windows, or if you are using Mac, for that as well they offer the JS package. Okay, and last thing you need to install is PowerApps CLI. This is a very important to install PowerApps CLI, because this is the key using which usually people get connected their web application with behind the scene Power Platform. So that's something we need to install. And again, like the simple MSI package is available. And again, like it's a fairly very simple setup, nothing complicated into that. Just like how you install any traditional Windows software on your computer, same way you need to install it. Click on next, and you can have it. Okay. Uh, so you just need to have these three things. Now, coming to the another thing, that whenever we start any kind of Codex project, usually need to make sure that there is one feature available at the admin center level that we need to turn on before we start developing the Codex. And first of all, let me show you that what is the main agenda that we are going to accomplish in today's session specifically. So we are going to build this type of Codex. So simple, I'm having one SharePoint site where I'm having one patient tracker list created over here. Okay, where I'm having a couple of data inserted over here on my screen, and that data is something I'm going to display in this kind of Codex. So this is, you can see the similar like of PowerApps interface on the top of that, but here the design is will be fully React based, and you are having more power with you while building the applications. So that's something we're gonna do over here. All right. So this is end outcome. But before we get start with this development, you need to make sure you go to the admin center from here. Once you open your admin center, you need to turn on one feature. Let me just turn that on. Let's wait for a moment. It's opening, and I just need to go to the manage section over here. You need to select which environment where you want to have that. So let's say for an example, this is one environment I'm having in my tenancy. So let this to be open. And when you open that, on the top corner, you are having the setting option. Just click on that. Once you click on setting option, you are always having the product option. Click on that and click on the feature options from there. Once you click on feature options, basically it will open the different Power Platform settings over here. Let's just see here. And over here, you just need to search for the code apps. And this is the place, PowerApps code apps, where we need to enable this feature, enable code apps. If this is turned on for your tenancy, basically you will not be able to deploy the code apps in your environment. So make sure it's being available at your tenant level. Okay. And once you enable this particular feature from your specific environment from Power Platform Admin Center, usually it is taking around 15 to 20 minutes in order to reflect that. So just wait for that after you enable that. Okay. Now, next, what would be the next step, that how we can get started for building the code apps from scratch. Okay, so that's journey we are going to start, and we are going to build this completely from the scratch. So you will be having, like, it's not a hard session, I would say, although it is a pro code, but you will really enjoy it if you just go step by step. And of course, for this I have a YouTube playlist as well. Even after this particular session, someone wanted to go more in detail, they can just go to the YouTube and watch it from there as well. Okay, but let's get started with this from the scratch now. So first of all, what you need to do here is simply need to open your Visual Studio code on your machine, so which I have already opened. Now let me just go to my Windows computer at this point, and let's create one folder over here. So I have one folder called code apps. Okay, inside this codeapps folder, basically I am going to now build up my fresh new project for this code apps, and for that we just going to follow our Microsoft documentation over here. So when you open your Visual Studio Code over here, let me just zoom in a little bit so you can see it more clearly over here. Just give me a minute. And let me just open this. First of all, when you open your Visual Studio, on the top corner, you can see the terminal option. Make sure you just open the terminal over here and click on new terminal. And of course, for that, all the prerequisites that we just talk about, it should be installed first. So I have all the installation done. So I will be able to run this command very smoothly over here. So very first thing is that whenever you open your Visual Studio Code, by default, it open the default path in your terminal. So first of all, make sure you will create a fresh project from the scratch in the folder that you are defining for yourself. So let's say I'm just using the command cd. Cd is a very easy command. Cd means change directory. Okay, and you need to use single quote over here and paste it over here in this particular way, cd, and then provide the path. So this is the same path that I have copied from my Windows computer over here. That's something you need to copy and paste. Okay, once you do this activity, just hit enter after that. So means that yes, your path is being changed successfully over here. Next step we're gonna follow is we need to clone the repository which is required for building this particular project. And for that, what I'm gonna do here is simply I'm going to follow the Microsoft documentation around that. So let me just open the Microsoft documentation around this particular topic. So just give me a minute. I'm just copy and pasting this link over here itself so we can follow it easily. Okay, so basically and again, like I'm going to paste this same link over here as well so you understand that what we mean by this particular thing. So just give me a minute. Let me just open this up. Okay, and over here when we look at this particular thing, scroll down a little bit, and Microsoft has some ready-made command provided us over here. Those commands are something we need to execute it over here. So first of all, let's copy this particular command, which is npx digit github. And this GitHub is nothing but it's a base framework to start with any code apps based on TypeScript and JavaScript. Okay, and you just provide some sort of name over here. What's the name of your application? And then you can just change the path. So let me copy this command over here from my screen. And I'm first pasting this command on the notepad over here. So I'm just going here and pasting this command on my notepad. And this is the command looks like npx digit, which means that from GitHub, clone this repository. And what's the name we need to provide the app? Let's provide this over here. So I'm just providing my app name is patient dash global Microsoft Analytics Community Conference, GMACC. Okay, I'm just providing this name over here for my project, and I will just go to that path after that. So now I'm done with my these two commands, which I'll copy from here, and I'll just paste on my terminal over here. So let's just paste this command over here. And as soon as you paste this command, it will start cloning the GitHub repository underneath this codex. And you can see that it has cloned the repository successfully. So that's how you can simply clone your repository over here. So once you clone your repository, how it looks like, let's have a quick look. So as soon as you do that, see that here it has installed lots of things in the background, and that GitHub repository has been successfully cloned over here. Okay, so you can see that patient GMACC Global Microsoft Analytic Conference. So I just have added that successfully. Now, what would be the next step? Next step is let's go to the documentation. And the next step is something we need to use this one. Pack authentication create, and then we need to provide environment, and you need to select which environment ID you want to do it. You need to set up the authentication in which environment you want to build it. For that, I'll simply paste that command first on my notepad, and here I need to provide my environment ID. And how you will find the environment ID? Let's delete this from here and let's go to our Power Platform environment over here. So let's say for an example, I am in my Power Platform Admin Center, which I've already opened over here. From here, you can see in the URL, this is your environment ID. Let's copy this environment ID from here and provide it into our code syntax. So I'm just having this one over here. Now I will just copy this command and go to my terminal over here within my Visual Studio code. Okay, and I'm simply pasting these two commands over here and let's hit enter. As soon as you hit enter, it will start creating the authentication for me. So let this to be happen. And I'll just do the authentication against this account. Once you do authentication, it authenticated successfully and it is just validating my connection with the environment that I offered. And yes, my account authentication has been completed successfully. It successfully coordinated with this particular account over here. All right, so it's done. It's all successful. Now, the next step would be here. So let's go here and you just need to write a command code and then dot. So what happens is it will open that code repository in your Visual Studio Code over here and click on yes, I trust all these authors. And basically it has opened the complete project that it has created on your Windows computer over here. And by default, if we look at the overall structure of the code which is available over here, you can see the comparison that whenever we set up the first CodeApps project from scratch, usually it is having public and source folder over here. And underneath that, this is where we are starting that main.tsx, app.tx. These are the different TypeScript file that is being consumed over here. Ignore all this error. When you are opening for the first time, you will get it. That's totally fine. Okay, now go to the terminal again and click on new terminal over here on the screen. And now what we need to do as a next step, let's follow the documentation over here. The next step will be we need to install the packages. You get packages are something like PowerApps client library. That is something we need to install in our CodeApp solution. And for that, let's copy this command from here and let's paste it over here. And first of all, here you need to provide the name of your applications. I will provide the same name like this one over here, uh, patient GMACC. Okay, perfect. And now let's install these packages over here. So I'm start installing both the packages over here. So I'm pasting this one over here, npm install, and then I will just provide both of this over here. So let me just hit this npm install. It is installing those packages in the background for me. Let's wait for a moment. It will take some moments to install all your packages. Let this to be finished completely. And yep, it has installed all those things successfully. And now you see that most of the errors are going from your cloned GitHub repository. So it completely worked fine. And I'm just now hit enter over here and let's initialize our patient GMACC application. And it's connected and this is how it looks like. Okay. Now this has happened. Now if you want to clear your command prompt, you just use CLS command and it will clear your command prompt over here. Next, what you need to do as a next step is now you just need to taste that whether you are able to run this application or not. So basically you have the capability to run this on your local machine, local computer. So just run this command npm run dev. So let me just use this npm run dev. And as soon as you do this activity, you will be able to see that your white code is ran over here. So what is Vit over here? So Vit is nothing but it's a build tool which is offered as an open source on which you can run any application, web application like React based or TypeScript based or JavaScript based or Vue.js based, anything you can run on the Vit framework. So Vit is nothing but it's a build tool which is useful for compiling, running your code, and it is providing you high HMR capability so that you know how in the traditional web-based application we need to behave in a fashion that we need to clear the browser cache and all. We don't need to do that thing. So that is what the power you are getting with the the wait framework. So now what I'm doing here is simply I'm running my application locally. So if you want to run it locally, it offers you the localhost port over here. So when you open the localhost port, this is how it looks like. By default, when you run, it just showing you this wait plus react like this way, this type of thing. Okay. And even if you want to run in the PowerApps background, that is how it looks like. So again, whatever you are running, it's your local PowerApps. It's not published yet. Okay. So that's what you are seeing over here. Now let's do some changes over here. So let me do one thing. So whenever you are running any React based application, its entry point is this one, your index.html. Okay. So whenever you look at this thing, let's refresh our folder. And this is where your index.html look like. And this is what the screen you see that it ran for the first time, which is using some TypeScript references over here and running it over here. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just adding one line of code over here that h1. Hello, welcome to Global Microsoft Analytic Community Conference Season 4. Okay, I'm just having this code line of change over here. And see, after you do the change, you need to save your code. Okay, as soon as you do save your code, you can see that on the fly, I did not even refresh my page. So that's what the power you are getting with this type of wait framework. So it's provide you this kind of capability. Now I made the change, and on the fly on the local, I can see the reflection over here. All right. But now here, it's not an end. The thing is that what we want to do here is now we need to work with the real data, where we can connect those 1500 plus connectors and those things within our code apps. For that, what we are going to do is we are going to first connect our SharePoint list with the code apps. So I already built this type of SharePoint list in the background. And just for your knowledge, I have keep every data type over here, like text data type, date time data type, email data type, people picker, date, every type of data combination I'm having, and it supports all the different data types very smoothly. Okay. So first of all, what we gonna do here is we are going to connect our SharePoint with our code apps, and we are going to start building our first project for reading the data from the SharePoint. Okay. For that, couple of things we need to consider, that how in the Canvas application those connectors are available. You just connect your connector and then you just do your things over there. But here, what you need to do is simply to start with, simply you need to create the connection in your Power Platform environment, and then you need to run some of the command in order to do that. So now let's start with that journey. For that, what I'm doing here is, first of all, you need to go to your Power Platform environment and go to the connections. So click on more options over here and go to the connections. Now, inside this connection, let's click on this new connection over here and let's create our connection first. So let's say you want to connect your SharePoint. So search for the SharePoint over here. And as soon as you click on SharePoint, this is what it is showing to you. Let's click on that. As soon as you click on that, you will be able to see this option. You want to connect your cloud version or you want to connect with your on-premise version. That's something you need to decide. And let's click on that create. Someone's mic is on. Make sure your mic is turned off, please.
Yeah, I have muted all the participants.
Perfect. Thanks. All good. I'm just logging over here. Perfect. And let's connect it over here and click on allow access. As soon as you click on allow access, it will just connect with your SharePoint site over here. And this is where your connection reference behind the scene is created. It's same like, how in the Power Apps we are creating connection. Same way over here in Power Apps, whatever connection you make, it's ultimately using this behind the scene connection references. Or let's say if you're working with the Power Automate, it also uses the same connection references over here. So the same thing we're gonna consume in our code apps over here. So what we're gonna do is I'm simply clicking here and click on rename over here, and we'll just rename this connection over here first. So I'm just providing over here that patient tracker. And before that, I just provide the prefix Global Microsoft Analytic Community Conference 4 dash patient tracker. Okay, rename this. So at least you know that what's your connection, because sometimes you are having multiple connection used in the different app. You will get sometimes confused what's your connection. So it's always good practice to copy this connection reference. Okay. Now, Once you do this activity, the next step is you need to follow the same documentation over here. And there is a section over here, connect to data. Let's open this particular section from the document. Okay. Here, Microsoft has provided the proper guideline that what would be the syntax that you're gonna utilize over here if you want to make any particular connection reference for yourself. Okay. So very first thing you will see here is you need to run this command. So it will show you all the connection that is available in your environment. So in your command prompt over here, just press Control C. So it will just stop this run command that you have written already. And let's run this command, which is this one. Pack connection list. Copy this and paste it. Okay. As soon as you hit enter, it will show all the connections which are available at your environment level. So let this to be display all the connection. And here you can see that there is one connection which is already been available that we recently created on live, which is this one, GMACC4 patient tracker. And that's what it is showing to me over here. And this is what its ID looks like, 2FB11, right? So that's its ID. Let's keep it for our reference. And what we're going to do next is simply scroll down a little bit. They have provided one syntax for the SharePoint connector. So let's copy this syntax first. And I'm gonna paste this syntax over here. So what it is saying that it is asking for 4 parameter, and what's the command to do the any connection is add data source. So to do any connection in your code apps, you need to use a command add data source. And you can connect multiple data sources at the same time as well. No such issues on that. And this is the first keyword that you need to use, shared SharePoint Online. So A means API name. So you don't need to do any changes over here because behind the scene it uses SharePoint Online connector. And for that, we just need to use SharePoint Online. You don't need to do any simple single line of spelling change over here within this particular A parameter. Okay. C means your connection ID. And how you find the connection ID? Already we run this command, and already over here, whichever connection that you want to use, copy that connection over here. So I'm just going here and copying this. And now let me just paste it over here. I delete this and I'll paste this. Okay. So this is my connection reference ID. Okay. The next one will be what would be your SharePoint list name that you want to connect. So T means table. What would be your table name? Means list name in case of SharePoint. So let's go here. And what's the name of my list? It's this list. So let's copy this. Even this list has the space in between and percentage 20 in between. Then still use it. No issues on that. So I'm copying this one from here. Let this to be, and let's just paste it over here. So I'm just pasting it over here. So this is my patient tracker. That is the name of my list. Okay, so it's showing me over here. Perfect. And last one is you need to provide the URL of your site, SharePoint site URL. So let's provide that as well. So I'm copying this whole site URL from here. Okay, and I'm gonna do here. Paste it. Okay, perfect. Now my command is ready. Let's copy this command and let's go to the terminal now. And now let's paste this command over here and hit enter. So let's see what it will do in the background, and observe this folder structure as well. Once you execute this command, lots of behind the scene connected dependencies will be added in your node solution. So let's just run this one, and I'm hitting enter. As soon as you start hitting enter, it will connect with your Power Platform environment and it will start executing the commands over here. Let it to be. It will take some moment. Okay. And it is saying that yes, it ran successfully over here. And now if we look at this asset section over here, and you can expand the generated section, you can see two things are created in your folders, which is model and services. Now, what is this model and what is this services? So when we run the data source command, behind the scene, if you look at this model, so similar like how in the C#.NET and any kind of entity-based project, we were doing the traditional code-based programming. Here, it just import the whole schema of the SharePoint, and you didn't write a single line of code of for doing that. Okay, when you run this command, everything is done automatically. I haven't written any line of code here. Okay, up to this point. So this is like whole schema, whatever columns that you have created in the background, like email column, display name column, claims column, everything it is just getting it over here. So next what it is doing here is it also import all the methods, common methods which are being consumed over there, which means that, let's say for an example, this is what all the method, like all the crud operation, like if I want to read anything, if I want to update anything, if I want to delete anything, so what type of method I need to use it over there for SharePoint connector. I don't need to write those methods by my own. Already this command has generated the base method over here. Now you just need to call those methods. It's similar, like just imagine in the Canvas application when you use submit form, right? It just submit your data, or when you are using patch function, it just patch your data for create or update the record, right? So you are not really worry about that what's gonna happen in the background to do that crud operation, right? Similar way here as well, these are the common methods available. If I need to read something, I just call that method, it can happen over here. Okay, but more power you will get it on your front end basically. Okay, so now let's start the development from scratch. So up to this point, this is what we did. Like we added the connection, we added the model reference, and that's how it looks like. Now over here, there are a couple of options now. So once you import your data, you can use multiple AI packages over here as well. So whenever you install any latest version of Visual Studio, you have the capability to connect the Claude code. If you are having Claude subscription and want to use it, you can use it over here. If you don't have it, you are having the chat GPT codex as well, you can simply able to connect over here. Even it provide you the flexibility to connect with your GitHub Copilot as well natively with the over here. Okay, but here right now I'm not going to consume any type of direct AI tool at this point of time. We can experiment it once we at least deploy the very base version. Okay. After that, I will show you that, okay, how can we tweak more with the AI? But let me first start from the scratch, because when we learn something at the time, it's always good practice that, of course, you can use AI, but some sort of your mindset should also be applied. Otherwise, you will never understand that what type of code it has generated and which file is useful for which purposes. So at least that base thing you need to know. Slowly you can simply adopt the AI within here, and you can build up the whole solution based on the AI. But at least when you run this command, you know that, okay, you'll never get the confusion in mind later on that, okay, this is something which is system generated or maybe I created it. So it's all system generated so far. Okay. Now where we are going to do our code is in these two files, which is app.tsx and app.css. So in TypeScript, so what is TypeScript? It's similar like JavaScript, but it's a more function and type based. Okay, so how in the JavaScript you are writing $document.ready and writing your function. Similar like in TypeScript, if you want to write the same thing, you write the thing, but over there it's a type based. So strictly follow that typing means data type and those things. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to copy and paste two pieces of code which I have already developed. Just to save time, I'm going to explain you, and you can download the same thing from my GitHub repository as well, which I'm going to posting on this Tuesday on my YouTube. Okay, so first of all, let me just open one of the code and first of all show you this one. So let me just copy paste this one quickly for you guys. So first of all, I'm just copying, going to app.tsx, and I'm going to delete everything from here and pasting some line of code over here. Okay, I'm going to explain you what I have done over here. And there is one more file, app.css. Whatever is available over here, let's delete it and let's paste some more line of code over here. It's simply CSS. Okay, what I did now, let me explain you now. Okay, so what it does is simply, first of all, what I try to do here in this code is I simply imported the React module in this particular TypeScript file, I use all the common data model services and methods that Microsoft has created when we added the data source. So this patient tracker model and patient tracker service, both of these models we imported with this line. Okay, and you don't need to worry. Sometimes when you use Claude code and anything, it does that entire thing for you. I'll show you that as well in a while. Okay, then what I did here is I use specifically this function. Okay, let me talk about that function first. So I use the React hook called use effect. So use effect is something which is a React hook, which is responsible for when you run the application, what would be the method which is going to be run for the first time. And here I just use this method, patient tracker service. So already patient tracker service is a native class which is imported when we set up the connection. From there, I want to connect get all method. So get all is something which is used to get all the data from your SharePoint list. And once I get the data, I'm setting in an HTML format. So this is some sort of HTML card structure I have created over there. And inside that, I configured a couple of property over here. And when I configured that to support some of the color formatting and all, I have some status color, format date, patient card, this type of function, which is rendering my UI element over here. Okay, so it just do that activity. And to support that UI, behind the scene, I'm having some sort of CSS so that my UI looks nicer. Okay, so this is what I did at this point of time. Now, let me save my code over here. Both the file, let's save it over here. All right. And now let's click on npm run dev. So I'm just using CLS command and I'm just using this one, npm run dev, and it will start running the application. Let's run this locally and let's open this up. Okay, let's refresh this one more time over here. Let me make sure that everything is saved. Save all. Perfect. npm run build. Okay, and let's save it. Let's use a command cls. And now let's run npm run dev. It's running. And here I am. See, it started loading my data now. So once you build it, this is how it looks like. Your patient tracker app successfully opened. And of course, this is the initial message that you have written. So you can simply remove it afterwards. So that's something we have written over here in our index.html. So let's go there and remove it. So this is where we have written this. Let's remove that because that's something we really don't need it. Save it. And now let's refresh it. You don't need to even refresh it, just remove here. Okay, so that's how your first code apps is ready with the SharePoint connection, and you have specifically run that as well over here. Okay, perfectly fine, working absolutely good. Now let's say for an example, if you want to do some code tricks over here, let me now use some sort of AI over here. All right, now what I want here is I can simply give some command over here, but before that, let me do one thing. Like, let me deploy this package now to the PowerApps level. And for that, there is a command available over here that, let's scroll down a little bit over here, npm run build and pack code push. Let's copy this command and let's finish that. So at least we will deploy our first version over here so far. Okay, so I'm just using Control C and I'm just pasting this command. Sorry, copy this command, pasting this, and let's push our code to our Power Apps. I'm just writing this and hitting enter. It's connecting with our environment. And now this is running successfully. And this is the URL which is created. Let's open that as well. And that's where your code apps is running successfully now over here. Similar like Canvas application, it will just ask you for prompting that allow your application. And this is where it's open successfully. Okay. And if you want to look at the same application over here, go to the apps. Okay. And when you go to the all applications over here, and you can see this is the application that we just deploy, but only thing is that you cannot edit directly from here. And you can see one more type over here, code apps. How we are having Canvas app, model driven application, this is another type, code apps. And if you want to do any changes over there, you just need to do it locally within your Visual Studio Code, and then you need to deploy those solutions over here. Okay, so that's what I'm having as an overall for this particular session. Okay, now you can do explore one more part over here, which I'm going to give some hints around first. So let's say for an example, if you are having Claude subscription or anything, okay, you can try this thing over here that you can simply clicking on Claude or Codex. If you are in ChatGPT, you can connect ChatGPT or anything, and you can just say that okay, now if you want to do some sort of more changes, like let's say for an example, I ran this application. Okay, and you can see every card is showing one after another, right? I just want to say that I want to show every card side by side and in a responsive fashion. Okay, I want to provide that kind of comment over here. Then what can I do here is simply in the Claude code, I can simply provide that here all the patient card showing one after another. Okay, and basically you just keep this particular file, that in which file you are expecting that changes. So I'm just opening my app.tsx file over here, and over here I will provide the prompt. So make sure you select the right file over here in Claude. Okay, I want this to be fully responsive. So for larger resolution, it shows more card horizontally depending on screen size, and auto wrap automatically. But for smaller resolution, each card vertically aligned. Help me with this. Okay, I'm just attempting this because I'm not super sure, because sometimes when you make this prompt, it will throw some errors as well that you need to figure it out. But at least we are good that for the session agenda that we're gonna build, to build first code apps from scratch to, and we did. This is like some advanced thing I'm teaching you right now. So hit enter. So basically you should having the active Claude subscription in the background. So now Claude is going to understand this code, and it will just generate the new version for what you have required, and it will try to mimic it for you. Okay, and again it will take some time, and again it will, you should be having the active Claude subscription and those things. I mean, whichever, if you are using ChatGPT's code apps, basically it is also requiring that. In each prompt when you make it, it will just ask you that you want to do these changes. So I'm saying that yes, I want to make these changes. So before it does any change, it just giving you some sort of prompt as well, that okay, I want to make this change, you want me to allow, you just use it. Okay, let's see what it is generating for us as an end result. So yes, I'm allowing it. Okay, it just doing the CSS changes and everything over here. Let this to be happen. Okay, it did this all the changes over here. Okay, and what it is giving the here, what is changes, it is just giving the summary over here. Let's just save all these changes. Okay, I'm just saving all these changes. Now try to refresh our screen over here. Did you see any reflection, or maybe we need to rebuild the package? Just a minute. Let's do Control C. Let's use npm run build, and then we will use npm run dev. Okay, let's run this now. Not really. I didn't see any changes over here. Then maybe what can I say is I just take a screenshot from here. Okay, and I'm just going to my Claude again. Let me paste the screenshot. See the result. It's a big resolution screenshot. There are lots of space. Ideally, more card should be set there. Okay, let Claude do the background job over here. Of course, like it does lots of your 90 to 90% of heavy loading with the code base, but again sometimes when you get an error, sometimes when it's not able to understand, you still have a little bit knowledge around React TypeScript, so you can fix it by human, because you can't rely completely on that. People are saying that of course it is doing great job, but still some sort of human involvement still required in today's generation. Where it fit based is, let's say you don't know anything on React TypeScript and you still want to build it, this is like a perfect starting point for yourself. So you just do those changes and try it out, and with the, even though you don't know complete React and TypeScript, it will help you to build these things. So these are some advantages we usually get. I'm saying yes, I want to allow these changes. Yes, I want to make that, let this to be done. All right, it did. And now let's save all. And now let's go over there and see, it's showing me the side by side card now, right? So once you provide the prompt, it just understand it and do the changes over here, and you are done with this. All right, perfect. So this is what gonna end outcome that we're gonna achieve from today's session. Hope this is helping you and valuing your time. If so, it's all good. You can find more content around Power Platform exclusively from my channel. I'm just pasting the link as well in the chat window. You can just hit subscribe and explore all this content. So lots of content around this I already pushed out over here, and already the CodeApp series is already being started. You can start watching that now and learn more around this particular spec. Now I'm happy to open the stage over here for Q&A. If I'm having any question, I'm happy to take it from there, or otherwise, we are good to wrap up for this particular session and going for the next amazing session from the amazing speaker. All right, the stage is now open for any type of Q&A.
Yeah, thanks, Dhruvin. That was indeed an insightful session. So I would like to request any participant, if they have any queries, to just raise their hand so that we can just unmute them and they can just ask their queries. Or you can just always put out your queries in the chat window, and Dhruvin may be able to help you. Or you can just connect with him via LinkedIn. So we have many.
Yeah, I see
think
already some
Rashmita-
chat window
yeah.
question. Yeah.
Yeah, so there is Rashmita. Rashmita, can you just unmute yourself and ask your query, please?
Sir, like GitHub Copilot, already we have now, sir. In GitHub Copilot, we are going to have complete integration now. Like that, in Microsoft Fabric, do we have anything like a Copilot so that we can connect all the SharePoints to the React through this, which is automated like that, which
All the
reduces our
SharePoint
work.
means all the SharePoint
But
means what you
now we
mean?
are going to connect like now, as you said, sir, we are going to connect our React with SharePoint method data related.
Yes.
So like that, it is there any copilot in this to connect instead of doing everything manually?
So what we are doing manually here, I mean, this particular, at least you need to start the codeps project, right? That's something as a human being you need to initiate. Then of course you can connect your data source and everything over here what you want, and you can build the way you do, but not like complete automated way that you are looking for. So at least you need to build the solution, then you need to connect, and then you can start it.
Mm. And do we have like already we can share the store this all the data in Microsoft Fabric now? So then why again this SharePoints?
So look, it's a discussion point around like what to use. It's depend on organization to organization. Specifically, as I said, my focus here is not showing any kind of fabric capability, at least in this session. But generally, let's say for an example, you are already a company who is using intranet drastically. At the time, your data is already present in your SharePoint, and on SharePoint, you this is what I build is not a report. First of all, understand that we are doing insert, update, delete all the operation. It's a business application. For this building the business application, we can use it. For fabric lakehouse, it's a whole different concept. Like if you are having warehousing, need warehousing capabilities with some more advanced feature, you are having the of course like a lakehouse, and on top of that you build your reporting, and on top of that. But here it's like your business data. Already companies are using intranet from Microsoft 365, SharePoint, Dataverse, using all the connections. You want to build some application, like just consider you want to build complete live application system, or you want to build completely ERP type of system. At the time you need to go in this direction. You need to store your data in some of your some of with your connector. Even you can connect SQL server as well, using which you can build this application as well. So it depends what you're gonna use. Depending on that, your use cases will be changing for here in CodeApps.
Okay, like if we have SharePoints, then we are going with this process. If we have a warehouse, we are going with Microsoft Fabric.
Yeah, it's up to you how you gonna design your solution. It's up to your business requirement or your business need. This is what, like, okay, already you are having something in SharePoint, because people who are from Microsoft 365 side, they are using SharePoint Dataverse. This is a drastically as a source of data for storing your different things. So that's the reason why we are going in this direction.
Okay, thank you. And the session is so amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Perfect.
Rashmita. Yeah, so I think we have a few queries in the chat. 1 second.
Yep. I'm just reading that. No worries. By the time, because we have a limited 1 minute time and next session is going to start, I'm going to respond in the chat window directly over here to the other people who are there, or maybe I'll just respond. I mean, if you have any other thing, you can connect me on LinkedIn, because we just don't want to, lose the time for the another speaker. But I'm happy to end up from here, and I'll respond here in the chat window. Thank you so much, everyone, once again for having me over here, and all the organizers of GMSCC. Thank you so much for hosting this amazing event.
Yeah, thanks, Dhruvin. Thanks for your wonderful session. So, yeah, I would like to. 1 second. Okay, got it. I think Ashraf. Yeah. Okay. So, let me introduce our next speaker, Mr. Ashraf Ghonaim. Yeah. So Ashraf is a distinguished technology leader, Microsoft MVP, and expert in Power BI and Microsoft Fabric solutions. With expertise in analytics, AI, digital transformation, as Ashraf has consistently contributed to empowering organizations with data-driven innovation. He is recognized globally for his community leadership, technical expertise, and commitment to sharing knowledge through publications, mentoring, and professional forums. Ashraf is also a certified Microsoft trainer and has contributed to renowned industry publications focusing on AI and Power BI technologies. His work bridges the gap between business strategy and advanced analytics, making him highly respected voice in the Microsoft data community. We are honored to have him here with us today. Sorry. Yeah. So, yeah, Ashraf, Thank you for attending this session. If you could just share your screen and we can just start the session.
Thanks for having me, everyone. Can you hear me first?
Yeah, sure, we can.
Okay, I shared my screen, but for whatever reason, it's not coming. Can you see my screen now?
No, I can just see the banner of today's event. Maybe I guess.
Can you see the screen is moving now? Is the screen is moving now?
Yeah. It is moving. Yeah.
Okay,
yes.
cool. Okay, cool.
Got it.
Okay, cool. Okay, excellent. So thanks everyone, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you are in the world. I'm so happy to be with you here today, and thanks for attending our fourth edition of the Global Microsoft Analytics Community Conference. And thanks to Amit and all the other leaders, the community leaders in India for organizing this amazing event. So my name is Ashraf Ghonaim, and I'm going to talk to you today about a new concept recently added to Microsoft Fabric. It's called the Fabric IQ. And I will walk you basically through the journey from classical relational database to the graph knowledge database. Please make sure that you scan the code here with the chance to win some of the amazing prizes here, some exam vouchers for DP600, 700, and also some gift vouchers from Amazon India. I think that's what you need to do. Just scan, right, guys? Like, do I need to provide any other information or just scan the code and they can participate?
Yeah, so they can just do this and they'll be getting a form where they have to fill the regarding those details information post our sessions, which is after May 10th, 6 p.m. IST.
Awesome. Okay, great. Okay, good luck, everyone, with your submission.
Thank you.
So my name is Ashraf Ghonaim, as I said, and I work as a strategic management analytics consultant. I have been in this domain for more than 25 years. My core area of expertise are around strategy management, process improvement, performance measurement, and obviously data analytics as key enabler for all those management disciplines. My educational background is bachelor degree in computer engineering. I also did my MBA in strategy management. I'm certified by NASA scorecard, professional, Lean Six Sigma Black Belt, and project management professional. I'm based in Toronto, Canada, so I'm the leader of the Toronto Fabric and Power BI user group, also Microsoft Learning expert, organizer, and speaker of so many events. And because of all my community contribution, I was awarded Microsoft MVP Award back in 2018, and I'm so proud to be one of the Microsoft MVP in data platform, particularly in Fabric and Power BI. 3 of us are based here in Canada. And as I mentioned, I'm based in Toronto, Canada. So my time now is actually 11:34, still Friday, May 8th. And the temperature here in Toronto now is 8 degrees centigrade. Okay, cool. Let's jump into our topic today. Is about Fabric IQ. So as you know, Fabric is a self-service end-to-end SaaS service to provide the complete analytics solutions for organizations that covers data factory, analytics, databases, real-time intelligence, and obviously Power BI. And we have the shared common layer here that provides co-pilot across the board, one leg across the board, and shared one governance model across the board as well. What was recently introduced in Fabric, that was back in November last year, 2025, in Microsoft Ignite, Microsoft introduced a new pillar under Fabric. It's called Fabric IQ. And if we break down Fabric IQ into its building blocks, we will see some additional building blocks under Fabric IQ. Semantic models, which is not a new concept for the majority of us, especially if you come from the Power BI background. But on the top of that, we added a new concept called ontology. We also added digital twin builder. We added graph, database, and data agents and operation agents. And as you see here, there is a lot to cover. And obviously, we don't have time in just one session to cover all the building blocks and components under Fabric IQ. But consider this as just light introduction to the concept of Fabric IQ and the concept of ontology. And I hope this guys will help you understand the value, the what and why it's critical and needed. And hopefully that will set the stage for you guys to deeper into this topic in the future. You can attend some other sessions as well, because I can see some other sessions in this conference covering IQ. So I encourage you guys to join the other session to learn more about the concept, because as I told you, lots to cover. So we will just drop the seeds here and there, and gradually I will make sure that everyone will be in a better position actually to understand the concept, and you can take it from there. Also, there are so many resources in Microsoft Learn. You can deeper into those learning materials and understand more about the concept as well. Okay. So just keep in mind, guys, the ultimate objective for any organization that uses the data is to go through this complete process from end to end. We start with the observation. We observe the data. We analyze the data. We make decisions. We act on those decisions, and we keep observing the implication of those decisions on the performance of the organization. That's the complete loop that we need to go through as a human, even as a human being, using the data to make informed decisions. That was the situation for so many years before the whole era of AI. Since this is the process that we go through as a human being in our decision-making process, how can we enable the AI to use the same process and follow the same process to also make good decisions as well, right? Taking advantage of all the compute power that we have and AI, all the intelligence that we have in AI to even make better decisions, even better than the decision that we can make as a human, because we have limited brains, right? We have limited capacity, we have limited brains, etc. So how can we enable this process here and inform the AI to use the same process here to make well-informed decisions? That's the ultimate objective. But let me take you the challenge. Where is the challenge actually in this process? The challenge is data powers AI, right? But that alone is not enough, because we still have so many challenges when it comes to with data, even as a human being. We have challenges related to shared understanding, the meaning of the data, the business connections, and etc. So if we have this, if we manage to build the shared understanding, meaning, and business connection, that makes it intelligent. And this is actually the ultimate objective of in introducing the Fabric IQ into the complete ecosystem of Fabric now. So the reality of business, there is more data than ever before. It's scattered across multiple systems, coming from multiple tools and teams, etc., and constantly changing as well. Let us take one example here from the airline industry. What are the building blocks in a typical airline industry? We have properties, which is plane models, weight, locations, sensors data, weather data, information about the whole industry. We have also relationships in this industry that links between the pilot, crews, passenger, packages, and flights. We have actions related to rerouting the plane according to a certain situation or weather conditions, etc. Altering its pilot if you have any issues, scheduling repairs. I would appreciate if you can, everyone, please mute yourself. Make sure that you are muted, so not to distract the other audience, please. So we have actions. As I mentioned, we also are restricted with policies to have like compliance needs around weight limits, crew qualification, maintenance checks, etc. And ultimately, we have business objectives we need to meet, like maintaining safety, customer satisfaction, and obviously profitability as the ultimate objective of any organization. So as you see here, this is a massive amount of data, fragmented meaning, and its exponential data growth has created a wider gap between business understanding and team are falling further behind. People are still reliant on a disparate system, and data still stacks in files, tables, columns, formulas. Teams have a view of their own slice of business. That's very common case in so many organizations. All the questions so far still require experts to answer those questions and run the show on the ground in those organizations. So experts are still needed to interpret information across systems, and sites are shaped by their own contextualized understanding of the business. That's why they are still needed at the core of the decision-making process, right? Because we still rely heavily on the certain people and the human brains actually to run the business industry, right? That's why the people who have the domain expertise, they are highly valued in the organization. But highly valued as well because they have all the knowledge in their brain, but also there are some challenges here, right? Because if we rely heavily on those domain expert and business expert, that can be also a bottleneck and it can slow the decision-making process. So as you see here, decision-making is slow and still subjective because we are human, we have emotions, we have biases, etc. So each new questions require new expert to build a new rapport, leading to reactive, limited decision-making and missed opportunity. Because we, as a human being, we have limitations as well in our thinking process and our decision-making process, etc. We're still valued from domain business perspective, but we can be bottleneck in some decision-making process as well. So without share the context, every team has different views, right? Let us take, for example, a very common term in the airline industry, like active plane. Active plane can mean different things to different teams within the same organization. From the maintenance team perspective, active plane for them, it is the plane is not in the hangar, and that's it. If it is not in the hangar, if it is not under maintenance right now, it's active for me. But from the operational team's perspective, they see it's assigned to a flight. So if a plane is assigned to a flight, it's active. But whether there is a delay in the flight or not delay in the flight, or the flight has any issues, etc., it doesn't matter to them. But from the leadership perspective, when they ask the question, how many active planes do we have? People start to struggle because they can get different answers from different teams within the organization. Because everyone, they see the term, even the business term about active plane, they can see it from their perspective, from their own silo. Then they can get obviously conflicting answers. So the result here is fragmented views lead to misalignment, slowing decision, and blocking effective actions. So here is the summary here. For many businesses today, connection is lost. So we have individual teams that struggle to interpret the data or trust the data. We have business units cannot see beyond their own area of expertise. And we have the enterprise level leadership of the organization. They lack alignment and the holistic view of the entire business. So obviously, as you see, without shared connection across enterprise systems, data, and processes, organization cannot optimize their operation and the decision-making process. Very common use case. So here is the final conclusion. AI inherits the same challenge. If people cannot see the full picture, AI cannot either. And modeling output will not be adequate or trustworthy. So that's the challenge now we are trying to help with by introducing a new layer in our data, which is Fabric IQ, and I will be able to help you understand now what it's all about and why it's needed. So I hope you guys appreciate now the challenge that we are facing right now with the data that we have in our organization. I'll take you one step back actually to share with you one of the very classical models here, this pyramid. I'm not sure, has anyone seen it before? Most of you maybe in the new generation, maybe you haven't seen this, but for old people like myself who have been in the data around for so many years, that is very important pyramid for you to understand, guys. We start with the data at the bottom, which is very granular data, very transactional data. Okay, that's the data. Where physically this data is stored, typically is stored in relational database or Can you mute yourself, please? Everyone, please make sure that you are muted. So where the transactional or raw data exists in any typical organization, they exist in relational database, they exist in Excel files, and so on. There are so many areas where we can store transactional raw data. But this is not really helpful from a decision-making process. So we need to process the data further to reach to the information level, where the information is actually it can be processed data in a form of aggregation, for example, or certain connections, or certain correlations. So we evolve actually and process the data further to evolve from just data to information, right? Because information is very important input for our human-based decision-making process, right? That's why we need to process the data further. So if we map that to the technology side, data equals to relational database. Information equals to business intelligence. This is exactly what the purpose of the business intelligence layer is, to process the transactional operational data to give us information that can be helpful for the decision-making process through the business intelligence layer we build typically in an organization, like visuals, dashboard, etc. What is the purpose? What is the ultimate or purpose of all those visuals and dashboards and nice visualization that we have? Is to create information layer that can help the human being to make well-informed decision. Those two layers, we have been around those two layers for so many years now, decades. I'm talking about decades, literally decades, between data and information. And all the technology was used to cover those two layers only. But obviously, as you see here, there are two other layers that we haven't had a chance to handle or tackle before AI, which is the knowledge and wisdom. So what is knowledge? Basically, knowledge is more processed information. It's a layer that processes heavily information and connects so many dots together to build the knowledge in certain industry or domain and build like expertise in certain domain. Then the ultimate objective here is the wisdom, which is basically generalizing the knowledge to the situation that we have never seen before. Okay? Those last two layers used to be handled by human brains. We always talk about a knowledgeable person, unwise person, right? We never talked about a knowledgeable machine or wise machine. We never talked about that from a technology or machine perspective. We always associate those two layers with the human being. Now, just keep in mind now, technology is now evolving beyond the BI or the business intelligence with the information layer to start to tackle the knowledge layer and the wisdom layer through AI now. So AI now is bridging the gap between just the information layer that we used to have for so many decades, and now we are going through knowledge and wisdom with the concept of AI and Gen AI, etc., etc. But to reach that stage, we still need to train the technology and inform the technology to be able to get good results at the knowledge level and the wisdom level as well. So we still have a part to play here to inform the machine and educate the machine, because as you know, the whole fundamental concept of AI is machine learning. As I always tell people, machine learning is constantly learning. Learning from whom? Learning from us, because we are still the main input for those models to learn from our experience and knowledge. Why? Because eventually they have better processing power and better ability to synthesize the much more data and connect so many dots and reach certain decision and certain conclusion faster than the human brain. Okay, so keep that in mind, because that's the ultimate objective here of introducing this layer in our data ecosystem. So as I said, back to the data. What is data? Back in SQL Server was introduced, Microsoft SQL Server version 1 was introduced back in the 1989, as you see here. To handle what? To handle the data layer, which is very transactional layer at the table, rows, and column. That's it. That we used to be all the information that we can capture in the relational database. That stayed there until 1998 to year 2000, where we started to introduce another layer on the top of relational database, which is called OLAP. And the whole concept about OLAP, which is basically, it will allow us to do some aggregations, some calculations, etc. So we started to build a more intelligent layer, a little bit intelligent layer on the top of the transactional data. Okay, that was the OLAP technology. Then back in 2005, Microsoft also, and so many other vendors and the technology vendors as well, they introduced also what we call it unified data model back in 2005. And that was the first time first attempt to bridge the gap between transactional relational database, which is very, very basic, very primitive from intelligence perspective, and build like a unified dimensional model in the SQL Server 2005 to start to bridge the gap between the very raw transactional data and the meaning to the business. So we started to see some business measures, definitions, etc., starting from year 2000. In 2012, Microsoft introduced the BI semantic model, okay, which was evolution actually from what we had in the past, which is a combination of OLAP and the modern, the tabular model, right? And by introducing this layer, now we evolved a little bit further and get closer to the business, and Microsoft introduced a specific term, it's called the semantic model, in SQL Server 2012, unifying those two distinct architecture branches under single semantic umbrella. So what is the value of the semantic model in the organization? It has two additional value, more than what we used to have with the relational database. First of all, it added a predefined measures, because when you build like a dimensional model, like a tabular model or a semantic model in Power BI, we add two values to the transactional table. We define predefined relationships using a primary key and foreign key. It's predefined already, stored already. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. And also we added the measures and DAX calculations and measures as a predefined measures as well, where business users can just consume those measures in their visuals and their report. That was evolution from the very basic transactional data that we had in the transactional database. But just like, let me ask you a question here, guys, or think about it together. When in the relational database, when we ask a question about, tell me, if you have assumed that we have a dimensional model with customer table and the sales table, and if someone wants to get information in the organization about the top 5 customers from sales perspective, who is able to answer this question? The one who's able to answer this question is the one in the organization who has the knowledge and understanding that we have 2 transactional tables. One of them called the customer, and another table it's called the sales. And I need to write a SQL statement to join the customer table with the sales table using a primary key from the sales table as a foreign key in the, primary key from the customer table as a foreign key in the sales table, and do the aggregation, then apply the ranking function. Who has this knowledge? Like the whole process that I just explained, is it mentioned or stored in any layer in the organization? No, it can be in documentation, but do we have an engine or a computer or a machine that can have this metadata or this information to automate this process for us? The answer was no. That's why we used to rely on the people who have this understanding and this knowledge about our systems and information to get us the information that we want. So if we're still thinking the same way, that means we still have a barrier actually to embrace and adopt the concept of AI, because we need to transfer this knowledge from people brain to somewhere where it's a machine readable and machine can understand it to be able to get the same level of knowledge that we have as a human people when we deal with those two different tables using primary key and foreign key, etc. Semantic model helped us a little bit because we had the predefined relationship. We built already with drag and drop, if you remember, in the Power BI data model with drag and drop, primary key and foreign key. So that's a predefined relationship. Then we added some additional measures as well on the top of that. But it's still not enough because it's still lacking the business context and business terminology. It's still not written anywhere. So what we recently introduced or the concept of graph database allowed us to do is we moved away from the classical traditional relational model where we, as you see here, we have customer table and sales table, and the relationship is based on the customer ID as a primary key and foreign key, to a new concept actually where the data is stored in entities and nodes, and they have relationships between those nodes. And those relationships is not just a dummy primary key, foreign key that can be only understood by the tech people, but also using a verb as a relationship to define the relationship between the customer and the product and the warehouse. And as you see here in the relationship between those two entities together, we have verb to describe this relationship, like purchased or stored in. Okay, produces, etc. So we use action verbs to describe the entity's relationship. Why? Because we need to build a layer for AI to understand, to become intelligent enough to understand that the customer purchased product and the product is stored in the warehouse. So we educate now, eventually, we need to educate the AI models and agents to start using our own business terminology. Because eventually, when the customer and the business people start to ask the question in their own plain language, we need the machine also to understand the same language that the business people use. Okay, so that's the graph. That's the moving away now or evolving the data from classical traditional relational database to start using the graph knowledge base. And this is the core essence of the ontology here. Plus, it has some additional layers that we can add on the top of the graph database as well. But the core building block here is the graph database. As you see here, the ontology understands the context now because we define the verb that describe the relationship between the customer and product and warehouse. The ontology understands the context. It knows what a customer is, what a purchase means, because that's defining the relationship between the customer and product, and how entities interact in real world. It doesn't just store basic plain data, it stores meaning of the business as well. And this is the core basic essence of Microsoft Fabric IQ and ontology in particular in IQ. So as you see, it took us 36 years of evolution to move or evolve our technology from dealing with very basic, primitive, transactional data stored in relational database all the way along to start build a true business-driven semantic model where we explain to the model the relationship between our entities and using some verbs and also provide a business context that is stored in the systems, not just in the people's brain, but is stored in the system, which is the key input later on for data agents and Copilot and like whatever AI model that we will be using to empower that and inform those models to provide us with more reliable and more accurate results. Okay, so this is the nutshell here, the whole journey here, evolving from relational database all the way along to the graph knowledge database. As you see, the concept of Microsoft Fabric IQ was introduced back in 2025, which is a leap to ontology graphing. And this is the 2025 is a milestone because that's the introduction of Microsoft Fabric IQ ontology and the graph knowledge base. The shift, we are no longer linking primary key and foreign key because who understand the primary key and foreign key in the organization? Only tech people. Only tech people. Even business people, they don't use those terms and terminologies. They don't know how to write SQL statement. They don't know how to join two tables together. They don't know all of that. So the shift here, we are no longer linking foreign keys and primary keys, etc. We are mapping human reality. The engine now transitions from querying a structured table to navigating a vast context-aware. Please pay attention to this term, not context-aware knowledge graph. That's the fundamental shift that we have in the industry. So here is the big summary here, or high-level summary here. Again, SQL Server, mainly for transactional analytical relational database management system. That was in 1989, the first version of SQL Server. We have like intermediate milestone here, or major milestone, but still intermediate here back in 2012, which is the tabular model, which is introduction of the in-memory direct query semantic analytical model, where we have predefined relationships and predefined measures and KPIs, and that was evolution. Then today and the future as well, this is the Fabric IQ, which unified semantic and knowledge graph over one lake, because obviously one lake is the layer in the Fabric that has all our the under the hood data that will empower actually and enable the Fabric IQ layer to be presented or built in the organization. Okay, I hope you guys are following now the evolution and the need and what and why, because that's the focus of our session today. I'm not going to talk to you about how, because how can you like acquire this knowledge through some tutorials and some other sessions as well. I'm just trying here to scratch the surface to help you appreciate what is this all about and why it's needed and why it's critical. It's critically needed because we don't obviously have time to cover all the other aspects of the ontology and IQ. So eventually here we have model. You can model your business, not just your data, because we are moving just from tables now to true business-driven semantic model. So create a shared understanding here. It unify fragmented data systems and processes into shared model of meaning for people and AI together, for both. But mainly, to be honest with you, it's for AI, but also people can benefit from that because it will make it more meaningful for them to see the relationship between those entities rather than a primary key and foreign key, which can be only understood by the technology people who understand the concept of relational database, SQL statement, etc. It can also help you reason with the data in the language of the business, which is plain English language or any language that you speak. Hopefully, the models will evolve in the future to cover all the languages we speak as a human. But this is the ultimate objective here, is to allow the technology understand the business language. Okay, that's the key fundamental concept here. So you can reason with the data in the business and the language of business, and you create a framework of rules, relationships, and business meaning to connect data and action together. And as you see here, it's not just tables. We can also feed this layer with rules, relationships, and business meaning and context as well. We have a layer where we provide this information that we never had this layer when we were working with relational database. So SQL Server engine didn't have this intelligence anywhere. Okay, we used to run the show ourselves by writing SQL statement. This era is gone now because we are building now a truly semantic layer to inform the technology and the machine to be able to use the same language of business and same terminology of business to have this kind of conversation that we have when we use Copilot, for example. This activates and evolves the AI intelligence, as you see. So you ground AI agents on connected enterprise context for more trustworthy and impactful outputs. That's the ultimate objective here. Why? Because we need to minimize the gaps for AI model. Because as you know, by design, Gen AI, the core essence or the core concept of AI, Gen AI is built around the ability to generate. The term Gen AI is coming from generative, right? That means what? That means if the model has certain gaps, it will try to close those gaps. By what? By trying to invent something to close the gap. The problem is when it tries to bridge the gaps or close those gaps, it can try to do that in a more creative way. And this creative way, that's how Gen AI is designed. This creative way maybe is not reliable from a business perspective, and that's what we call it hallucination. Why? Because it's trying to close or bridge the gap, because if it has limited inputs, it will try to invent the bridges itself. So the best, even though it's still powerful, it's still valued. But the problem is the more gaps we have in the inputs to those models, if we have more gaps, that means we are giving a chance to the Gen AI to start to be creative in closing those gaps. And this is, again, what we call it hallucination. So the best way to handle this situation is to try to close those gaps in our input process to minimize the chances for the Gen AI to have any sort of hallucination, because that's the ultimate objective. We need to get the benefit of the Gen AI without any risk of hallucination. And this is the purpose of AI IQ now with the ontology, because it's heavily informing now the model with all the business context, the business terminology, the business language that we use, the business rules, the business constraints, the policies, the restrictions, even the business objectives. So it has visibility to all of that. And by doing that, we are setting the stage for the Gen AI to become more reliable, rather than blaming it for being creative in closing those gaps in our process. I hope you guys started now to connect the dots, why this is becoming critical, more critical now. So what is the ultimate value here? One shared view, smarter synchronized operation. So let us go back again to the system, to the airline industry. So when system data teams connect, teams share the same real-time view of the plane routes and crews, live weather, for example, and location data drive automatic updates to flights, path, gates, and maintenance. People and AI collaborate from a unified context that's shared between human and the machine at the same time. So we create like a shared layer between people and the AI to predict disruptions and adjust in real time. Leaders make faster, aligned decisions with trusted enterprise-wide view. So in summary, data in the past used to live in tables, which still lives in the tables, but knowledge lives in what? In graphs. Graphs database where we have those relationships using verbs, but understand how those entities interact with each other. Plus more and more, because we can add rules, as I mentioned earlier, etc., etc. So we have a layer now that we can build on the top of the table database, very primitive, basic relational database. We are adding intelligence on the top of that. So build the enterprise unified semantic layer with ontology. Of course, we will not have time actually to cover all of that, but I will walk you quickly through what are the building blocks when it comes to Fabric ontology, basically. So what is ontology? Ontology is made up of processes, logical concepts, etc. in your environment. Their facts and the ways they connect while offering constraints and rules and action that keep representation consistent. You can also think of the ontology like business context layer containing. Please pay attention to all those keywords. It's a business context layer containing the concepts defined once and reused it everywhere. Because one of our challenges when we deal with AI, we have to provide the context in the form of prompt. We have to explain the concept every time we interact with the AI. And this will actually generate or will make the back and forth conversation very lengthy. But if we build this layer where we provide all this context once to the AI, we don't need every time we interact with the AI to explain everything in heavily loaded prompts, because we build that once and we reuse it from now on. It's binding the connect those concepts to actual data sources in one lake, relationships that links related concepts for richer navigation, lineage, and reasoning. A query service that lets you ask a question about concepts supporting federated queries across sources. So I'll walk you through now some of the core building blocks of the ontology. And as you see here, it's very visually driven from within Fabric itself. Again, the focus for this session is not how to do it, because that's the purpose of some other sessions you may attend in the future or in this conference. The tutorial is there also. I encourage you guys to visit the Microsoft Learn tutorials there. But again, my focus of my session today is all about what and why we are doing this. So generating an ontology from a semantic model. So that's good news. Please mute yourself. Please make sure, everyone, please make sure that you are muted, please.
Yeah, I just have muted those.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So the good news is if you invested already in building a semantic model in your organization, the good news is you can start the ontology from the existing semantic model in the organization. That's good news because we are building on the top of the semantic model. What the semantic model has is predefined relationships and measures. We can build now on the top of that the additional value of the ontology on the top of the existing semantic model. So the good news is generate ontology from a semantic model and add additional context. Ontology modeling and management, connect live enterprise data. See here now, we can add in the ontology rules and actions. We didn't have that in the tabular model, on the semantic model. We never had any place in the semantic model to capture rules and actions. We never had that. The maximum I told you in the semantic and tabular model, predefined relationships and DAX and measures. That's it. Now we have a place where we can store as a metadata rules and actions as well, which is evolution, right? This is actually that will help the AI to provide more reliable responses to us because it knows the rules already. It knows what kind of action it needs to generate for us. Okay, and then we have in the ontology managed ontology graph and AI-ready semantic layer. Okay, so those are the high-level key benefits: semantic foundations, reuse your semantic investments, enterprise-grade AI grounding, decisions-ready AI actions, governance and trust, and cross-domain reasoning. So those are the high-level benefits of the ontology. Let's just go now quickly through those building blocks. So what does it take to build the ontology for the organization? The first building block is entity type. So what is entity type? If you really need to map that to a relational database, that's like a table, but it's not really a table. It's a concept. It's a conceptual layer on the top of the table. You can link it to the table, but it's much more than table. Okay, because an entity type is a reusable logical model of real-world concept. It standardizes the name, identifiers, properties, constraints, and rules and actions. So it's much more, it has rich metadata beyond the table name and the column name and the column data type, because that's in the relational database, that's the maximum metadata we can store inside the SQL Server engine about the table. What are the metadata? Again, table name, column name, data types. That's it. But here with the ontology, we can add more, as you see here. Names, identifiers, properties, constraints for that items, and also rules and action. Okay. For each entity type, we have property, which is the name fact about the entity, which declare data type, similar to what we have in the relational database, but properties improve the semantics by enforcing consistent types, units, and naming by enable rules. See, now we can provide this, store this layer, rules, and quality checks at the concept level. So we have a place now to provide this additional information because we are building our enriched model to avoid explaining everything every time we interact with the AI model. We also have relationships between those entities. What is a relationship? Is a type directional link between entities, types, or instance. Remember, I told you there is a verb. Yeah, we use action verb to describe the relationship between entities. Relational database didn't understand the conceptual relationship between the customer table and the sales table. It doesn't exist anywhere in our SQL Server at all. There is nothing in the SQL Server engine that describe there is what kind of relationships we have between the customer table and the sales table. Who has this knowledge? A person, a technical person like me and you, who can build this association, writing a SQL statement to link the sales table and the customer table using primary key and foreign key. Now we have this predefined relationship here in the ontology. Ontology binding, which is actually you link that each entity to the actual physical table behind it, but enriched. So it doesn't mean that we are replacing the source relational database. We are just building a layer on the top of a relational database that is more intelligent and more knowledge. It has more knowledge about our data entities and how they interact with each other. So all of that is powered by ontology graph, because that's the core fundamental building block for the ontology, the graph database and the entities and how the entities relationship, they interact with each other. So the ontology graph is a navigable instance graph built from bindings and relationship definitions, and the graph enable visual exploration of data context, execution of the graph algorithm and rule-driven interfaces. And also we have ontology graph query, where you can start to query the data in, again, plain English language or business language that the business can understand. Let me take you quickly, because obviously we have 15 minutes. I just want to allow some time for questions. So what is the ultimate objective here? Is we need to reach this stage, the agents, guys. Okay, that's the ultimate objective. In Fabric IQ, we have two types of agents or AI agents. Today, That's the what we have today. Interpreting tables without business context and connections to action. AI agents, right before IQ, or talk about before IQ, that was a gap between AI agents dealing directly with the relational database. So many gaps. And what happens when the AI see gaps? Again, Gen AI, what will it will do? It will become creative in closing the gaps. So don't blame the AI agents or the Gen AI models for the gaps that you are responsible for, because it will try to be creative and innovative in closing those gaps in a form that you blame it later on and call it hallucination. Okay? So that was the huge gap between the agents directly connecting or getting the data or the information, or try to make reasoning or grounding over the direct relational database directly. In the future, after we build the Fabric IQ and the ontology layer, grounded in live, unified business context connected to operational actions. So that's evolution here, right? Because that's empowers and enables AI agents to work in a more reliable and trustworthy way. So, as I said, we have two types of agents in Fabric under Fabric IQ: data agents, which the main purpose here, it performs deep analysis and allow business people to actually interact with those models in plain English language and ask questions and get responses either through Copilot or Teams or whatever. Then it doesn't stop here, because the evolution after that is what we call it operation agents, which is actually not just providing you with insights in business language as a human, but also it can be in the autopilot mode. It can monitor the real life or real-time data and act accordingly. It can take decisions. It can execute the action that as a human you can execute yourself by monitoring the transaction as it happens on the fly. So data agents. So what is data agents again? Data agents leverage business context, understanding from IQ to drive more accurate responses without needing extensive prompt. Because as I told you, we are trying to build a layer that saves us from having very loaded prompt every time we need to interact with the AI model. Okay, because we build this layer once, and that will simplify actually how we write our prompt and minimize the number of the back and forth conversation between us and the AI model, because it has more enriched layer now that has much more context that we don't need to provide every time we write our prompt. So it grounds natural language query in shared definition of business entities, attributes, relationships, and metrics, formulate precise queries across tabular, graphs, geospatial, and digital twin models, return responses in multiple formats, including textual, explanation, charts, maps, trends, and relational graphs. And data agents can be consumed inside and outside Fabric. You can have the chat with the data inside Fabric or outside Fabric, including Foundry, agents, service, and Copilot Studio, and so many other channels, even the Copilot 365 or Teams as well. That can all allow you to consume the agents that we build in Fabric. The other one, which is the ultimate objective, as I told you, which is what we call it the operational agents that monitors and interact or act in real time, in the data in real time. Which is basically, let us read that together. Operation agents are virtual team member. So it's like a simulation now for actual team members that observe signals at scale, monitoring and deciding and taking corrective action in real time. We build agents for continuous monitoring. Okay, so we give directions to operational agents, and I'll give you some example now, but let us read this first. Build agents for continuous monitoring and analytics and real-time operational data. We train the agents with actions, goals, and playbook to guide the decision that the agents can take. Deploy agents that learn constantly from experience and encode learning to enterprise-wide ontology. We leverage agent-generated telemetry and feedback loops to improve the future behavior. And also we keep the human in the loop because you still need the human to endorse those actions and make sure that those actions are reliable somehow. This is a still transition because we still need the human to be part of the loop. That's a given, right? But we speed up the whole decision-making process. So we keep the human in the loop by proposing actions for approval or refinement or any override. That's the ultimate objective here for operational agent. Of course, each topic I talked about today, guys, it can be a session on its own. So please, I encourage you, if you are interested in the concept, which I encourage you actually to invest your time in the concept of IQ and the ontology, definitely, please join the other session that talks about those concepts, and also visit the Microsoft Learn for more better understanding. One example here for what can operation agents do. Remember the common challenge for customer churn, right? Customer churn is basically the identification of the customer who can potentially churn from the organization and leave our organization for one of our competitors. So typically, we in the old data science process, we used to build a very complex machine learning predictive model to identify those potential churn customer as early as possible. What is the ultimate objective here? The ultimate objective is to identify those new potential churn customer, to approach them differently by offering them a discount or offers or the voucher, something. We need to do something for them to keep them in the organization without losing them. So with the operation agents now, you can build the whole process here by asking the model to please, if you start observing certain behavior for certain customer that can flag those customer as potential churn customer, act directly. Start to offer them certain discount or offers or whatever, because we need to work proactively to actually approach those customers before it becomes too late and those customers leave for our competitor. This kind of scenarios, it can be fully automated inside the operation agents completely. But you need to provide the criteria of what does it mean, a customer churn. You don't need to build a model. You don't need to predict the predictive model anymore. Those days are gone when we have to do like test data and split the data and blah, blah, blah. No, the model itself, once you explain what defines actually the churn for them, it will go quickly and start to observe the interaction between the customer and my organization when it comes to the behavior of the data. Then once I start to flag certain customer as a potential churn customer, it will start approaching them automatically with offers and discount, etc. Okay, this kind of work now, it can be totally automated through the operation agents, which is evolution in my opinion. So as you see here, what is again Fabric IQ? Unified data, structured and unstructured, real-time graphs. On the top of that, we have the business intelligence layer, which is semantic model. That was the situation for so many years. Now, with the Fabric IQ, we are introducing the ultimate objective here, which is the operational intelligence through ontologies that can empower and enable us to automate the complete loop from end to end completely. Okay, that's as I mentioned, this is actually the whole process here. As you see, it can be fully automated now. Observe, analyze, decide, and act empowered by AI agents, that is empowered also by the ontology layer and the Fabric IQ layer that we created by providing all those rules, business context, business terminology, etc., into a layer that stores this information to allow the agent to work in a more trustworthy and reliable way. I hope, guys, you understand the concept here. Definitely encourage you to deep dive more into those sessions, because that will be a new trend moving forward in the industry. Thanks, everyone. I hope you learned something new today, and we still have last 5 minutes. I hope if you guys can have any quick questions, feel free to ask me. Otherwise, connect with me. I'm here. Like, the best way to connect with me is LinkedIn. Connect with me on LinkedIn and send me messages, and I will be happy to respond to your questions on LinkedIn as much as I can. Thanks, everyone. If you have any question, feel free to ask. We still have 5 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you, Ashraf. That was indeed an insightful session. So now, as we understand, everything is like before everything we need to give manually. Now everything is like model learn set based on relationship graphs, those all things, and it automatically does everything. So that was indeed insightful. Thank you for a detailed session. So like I would request if any participants have their queries, they can just post in the chat or they can just raise their hands. I'll just unmute them and they can just ask their queries directly to Ashraf. Thank you. Yeah,
Rashmita, guys.
Yeah, Rashmita, please unmute yourself and ask the query, no?
Morning, Ashraf.
Hello.
If AI agent, hello.
Yep.
If AI agent starts learning, like changing the ontology relationships, what we are building, as it changes based on its own means, it changes changes the relationships, right? If it changes the relationship, that may be profit for me or it may be negative, like it may be loss for me. So how can we make sure that wrong changes doesn't happen?
So I'm not sure about changing relationships because the relationship is predefined by us. Like when we build the ontology layer, we build those relationships. We identify those relationships, right? So we build the association. We say, okay, the customer has a relationship with the sales table and the sales has a relationship with the product table. So the product is stored in a store. The customer purchases a product. So we define the verbs to explain the relationship between those entities. So the relationship doesn't change. This is a predefined based on our business context and business understanding. So we are building a semantic, like a true semantic layer on the top of just tables and primary key and foreign key. We are taking it further. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. Thanks, Ashraf. Like there is one more query from YouTube, which is like, how do I get data from onto graph, or what is the API or query language that is being used? If you could just help us understand.
In the graph database, we use the GraphQL or GraphQL, which is the graph query language, which is again, it's human-based language that you can ask the question to the graph model using your English language or whatever. Hopefully in the future they can support so many other languages and it can respond to that as well.
But thank you.
Just keep in mind, guys, the ultimate objective here is to take it all the way along to the agents. And the agents, you don't need to write any code anymore to get any insights about the data. You ask a question and get insights right away. Like, you don't, I don't want to be so pessimistic about my vision about the coding, but coding is not the issue anymore. Like, because the Gen AI and those models and agents now is bridging the gap between the human and the machine. So don't stuck your brain now about the coding, because in my opinion, this is going to change in the future, because it's all about now how you interact with those models using your plain language, business language.
Great. And there is one more query in the chat section, which is like, is ontology going to be a tool or platform specific, or it is possible to plug and play and use across different platforms? So he wants to understand whether it is a different entity like something, or it can be like Copilot, which can be integrated.
Ontology as a concept, it does exist. Like, it does exist even outside Microsoft ecosystem. Ontology is a new concept that Microsoft started to embrace recently, but you can do some research because it does exist in some other platform and tools. But when it comes to ontology and when it comes to Microsoft ecosystem, ontology right now, it is sitting in Fabric, and particularly the Fabric IQ. And it has to be built in Fabric IQ, but it can be also integrated with the other Foundry and the Copilot, etc. And they can be consumed outside Fabric. Even with the Copilot 365, you can allow the Copilot 365 to respond based on accessing the IQ and the ontology that we have in Fabric to get you responses from your organizational data. So it's built within Fabric, but it can be consumed outside Fabric. I hope that answer your question.
Yeah, thank you. So, Yashmita, I think we'll not be taking your query because we are already past 10 and the next session speaker is also here. So, if you just have any queries, maybe as our speaker Ashraf said, you can just directly connect with him via LinkedIn and post your queries there. And thanks, Ashraf. Thank you for this
Thanks,
insightful
everyone.
session. And
Thanks, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the session. Thanks, everyone. Good luck with your next sessions and enjoy.
Speaker, who is Mr. Mallik. So, Yug Malik is a seasoned technology leader and AI transformation expert with over 17 years of industry experience. He has been at the forefront of digital innovation, helping organizations leverage data, cloud, and AI technologies to drive business impact. He currently works with leading global enterprise and is deeply involved in the areas such as Azure AI, enterprise automation, and intelligent information systems. Beyond his professional work, he is a passionate mentor, public speaker, and empowering professional through training and knowledge sharing. His ability to connect technology with real world business outcomes makes him a highly respectable voice in the tech community. We are excited to have him here. Yeah. So, welcome, Mr. Yugi. So, you can just share your screen and we can just start with the session.
Sure. Thank you so much, Rashmita, for having me here. I hope I took your name right. Uh,
Yeah, I mean, it's moderator, so cool. Yeah, so
sure. All right. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Good evening. Uh, I'll just quickly bring up my screen and then we can get started.
Rashmita, can you just put that hand down, please? I think we are over with that previous session queries. So it's a new session now. Thank you.
Can somebody confirm if my screen is visible?
Yes, yeah, your screen is visible.
All right. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Yug Mallik. I'm an AI practitioner and I have been fortunate enough to be working in the intersection of AI and healthcare for quite some time. I have over 18 plus years of experience in the industry and have been so far into Microsoft ecosystem technologies and a little bit beyond that. Alongside, I am a Microsoft certified trainer, and I really am passionate about sharing knowledge, helping startups, helping organizations and professionals to adopt AI effectively. Um, for today's session, what we have is, we will see how do we develop generative AI applications using Azure, and specifically we'll constrain it with Azure Foundry, and a bit of agenda at a very high level that we're going to cover. We'll touch upon generative AI. I'm sure by now this audience they know what is generative AI, but we'll still run through a couple of slides to understand those, and then we will try to get a little more detail around the Azure Foundry part of it, and what it takes to get started with Azure Foundry, what it has, right, and what it takes for somebody who is using Azure ecosystem or Microsoft ecosystem to prepare for AI development projects, right? So that's where we will look into, and of course, while doing that, we have to run through the models. We need to explore, what model will work for what kind of use cases. How do you compare two different models or more than one, models that you might have in the kitty, and we also will see what sort of catalogs that we have part of the Azure Foundry, right? And then we will see how we typically create an application in the Azure, and how these endpoints have been created, and how these are being used in our external client applications. And if time permits, I will show you one of the demo that I have, where we have developed using those endpoints in the real enterprise world. Okay, so with that, uh, so now, artificial intelligence, this is the landscape, right? When we talk about building any AI application, right? So people might be thinking about, what exactly it means, right? Uh, and most people could relate to generative AI because that has been talk of the town, maybe agentic and all of that. But in this slide, if you see, you have the landscape of what AI kind of AI that we have in the Microsoft ecosystem, right? So we have generative AI and agents that starts with that. Then we have this text and the language. So whenever we have any use case where we need to deal with multilingual kind of a thing, so we have to have this text and the language part of it, right, to be used. Then we have computer speech. That's where a lot of contact centers use cases, right, wherein we have to convert the text into speech and vice versa, right? So that's where we use computer speech, right? We have computer vision. Again, that's a very core part of any AI ML, wherein we have things like face recognition, OCR, document intelligence, right? We have so many other predefined models for computer vision. I'll just run through that because that's a pretty interesting area to be looking into, someone who keeps keen interest on the computer vision part of it. And then the information extraction, and that's where most of the use cases that I see in the industry today. So they look for extraction. They look for extraction of the information, be it from documents, be it from images, be it from PDFs, and those are very complex, handwritten sometimes, and whatnot, right? The demo that I was talking about towards the A&D time permits, we'll see. That's where I'll show you how the extraction of the documents, how the extraction of the information from the lengthy document is happening, and that's where we are using the information extraction piece of it, right? So this is the pretty much landscape of artificial intelligence when we talk about, right? Now for today's session, uh, we'll more focus on the generative AI part of it. How do we create generative AI application in the Foundry ecosystem, right? So that's what the primary focus of today's talk. Now, what is generative AI, right? So this is where I wanted to start it from. I'm pretty sure people might already know by now, but might be few audience who do not know, or who are starting up with AI and generative AI stuffs like that. Uh, for them, so the AI which generates the content, that's pretty much it. The AI, there are different types of AI we talked about, but the AI which generates the content is the AI that we call as generative AI. It generates content. Now, when we say content, it can be anything. It can be text, it can be your image, it can be your code. If it can, generate a video, or anything which is given by the AI as an output, right? In the form of what I said is called as generative AI. Now, there are two parts to it, right? The one that you see here, content has been generated, and underneath there are models, right? Language models, which are taking your input and providing you the output. Now, that models are categorized into two different segments. One is the large language model, meaning that model has been trained with lot of data, with large volume of data, right? Wherein the other side we have the small language model, wherein the data set has been trained, or the model has been trained for a specific niche or specific need of the data set. For example, I can train a model only specific to healthcare, right? And I can use that model only for the healthcare related use cases, right? So then we call it as a small language model. Okay, so the way that we use ChatGPT today, or Gemini, or Copilot, right? So those are the general purpose, models that we have underneath. I'm saying, right? So that's where we have been, and that those models are trained with a lot of data. But cases where we need specific scenarios, specific data set to pinpoint and get answer for from the small language model comes hand in there. All right. Now, how these models work, right? As I said, uh, we have been using Copilot, we have been using GPTs, right, in our phone. Click of a button, any Q&A, the answer is there. So this slide helps you understand, in a technical way, what it means when we write anything to the GPT or to the Copilot, right? So the any input that we give, right? Any input or any question that we are typing, asking to GPT, right? So that's called the prompt. Prompt is the any input given to the large language model or the GPTs. That's the prompt, right? Now here the first two things that you see here, right? The system prompt and the user prompt, right? So this is the combination of what we do. May not be no, we do not know what we are typing, but when we type something, we put the guidance that, hey, I want so and so. Give me answer related to this, not with that, right? So that's the guidance that we are providing when you ask some question, right? And so it can be categorized with the system prompt and the user prompt. I'm not going in detail of that. So one part is prompt that you are giving, right? The other part of the transaction is where you are getting the response, right? So the one that you see here is the system prompt and the user prompt. And once that has been taken as an input for the model provides you answer, right? And once the answer is provided, then we have the history, right? So that's where the answer is getting stored, right? Your history is being maintained. And why it is being maintained? Because the AI brain, the LLM behind, if it doesn't store or retain the history of your transactions, history of your chat, then the next time you come and ask anything, it might hallucinate. It might give you some answer which is outside the context of what you are asking for, right? So it's very much important for the history to get stored, for you to get the better and the close to the perfect answer in the first iteration only. All right. So that's how the entire stuff works, right? Because sometimes you might already have seen, right? You are asking something, the response you're getting is something else, right? So that won't happen if you have the history stored in the you know in the back end. All right. So moving on, let's get started with, now that you know what is generative AI, how it works at a very high level. Now, how do I use that for developing an application in Azure Foundry in specific, right? So that's where we'll tap into. Now, what is Azure Foundry? I've been mentioning that, but what is Azure Foundry? So Foundry is a platform, right? It's a unified platform for developing the AI solutions, right? Developing, deploying, and scaling the AI solutions, right? So that's one shop where you have everything that you need for developing AI solutions, right? So it has all the compute stuff, like you can select what is the computation that you need for a specific use case, what are the stories that you need, what are the models that you need to use for that use case, and any other services which are the AI services, right, that we talked in the first slide. That there are various AI services that we have which we call the Azure AI services. You can use, and that is all part of the Azure Foundry, right? You can create the project depending on, you can create an environment for that project, and it, you can plug in anything that you want, be it a tool, and that is what in the down below that you see, right? We have models, we have agents, we have tools, we have the knowledge, right? Models are nothing but, I'll just show you, what uh, widespread catalog that we have for picking and choosing the model that we need for the use cases. Agents are where we define what is the specific task one has to create, and then we create the agent against that, right? So agents are specifically trained for a specific task. Tools are nothing but to have the agents communicate with different entities, different integration points to take action as needed by the use case that we are working on. Knowledge is very important because when we talk about agents, when we talk about the language models, knowledge part is where the agents are guardrail with, right? If I have to define certain source of truth for an agent, then I'll define, hey, this is the knowledge source for you to pick up uh, the content and provide any answer to the end user. Or you can pick up this knowledge source to understand the intent and take action accordingly. The action could be, denying a claim in the industry of insurance. The action can be, approving a loan, right, for the application that has been submitted, maybe housing loan, right, or a car loan in the financial services industries, right? So that way, this knowledge repo is very much important for any AI agent to have the knowledge about the process, has the knowledge about what the agent has to work on, right? Now, this slide is talking about the tools that we have, the Foundry tools, right? It's the first one is the NLP and the text analysis part of it, right? Wherein we're talking about understanding the language. So there are tools for that. There are services for that. The second one is the speech one, which is nothing but text to speech and vice versa, right? How do those get synthesized, right? So there are tools for that as well. Translator is where the language one language to the other one, right? The multilingual text and the translating the document, right? So that's where the document or Azure translator in the Foundry tool that comes really handy on. Then Azure Document Intelligence Enterprise use cases, they use a lot of it, a lot of these services, right? It has predefined models. It has very well laid out structure to use depending on the nature of the use case, right? So that also I'll show you the predefined models that I'm referring in the Azure Foundry.
Okay.
Uh, all right. So then we have the content understanding, is where uh, multimodal content analysis. This is the layer where we use what sort of content that we are dealing with. The content is it a harmful content, right? So we can guardrail around it. So understanding the content is very important when we talk about generative AI or any AI related use case. And this is the layer or the tool in the Foundry which helps in plugging into the right use cases for that matter. All right, so this is the developer tool. I'll not deep dive into this particular thing. You can use Visual Studio Code for. Hello. Moderator, can you put yourself on mute?
Yeah, extremely sorry, sir. Yeah, I'm just doing that. Actually, another moderator has took over, so she did not mute. So I'm just connecting with her, asking to mute.
So sure, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so this is the tool, the Visual Studio Code tool is what the developers, they use for building AI services, right? There are plugins available, there are extensions available for Azure Foundry, where you can install it and you can start building on top of that. Now, when we talk about building any AI solution, right? It's not only uh, you know uh, building for the sake of creating a POC or creating an MVP, right? We have to ensure that when we build, it has to be guardrailed with fairness, reliability, the privacy, and the security part of it, alongside the inclusiveness, transparency, and the accountability. Right. So this is the key or the core, uh, focus area for any AI solution to go into production. Right. Without this, you can't even think of going inside. Right. So these are the basic and the very core governance that any enterprise would look for. Think about the regulated industries like healthcare, insurance, financial services, right, banking. They deal with very sensitive data. They deal with uh, data which, if it gets misused, they can get into legal and compliance related issues, right? And that's where for the enterprises, it is very much important to understand the the need of having a governance model wherein they can ensure anything which are being developed and deployed till production are being scrutinized under all the six tiles that you see, right? It has to, the model, the AI agent, or anything that we are building, it has to provide the output, which is fairness, right? It should not get biased. So that's what it is. Safety, security, and all of that, those are non-negotiables, right? So it takes a lot to ensure, for the governance team. I'm not sure if anyone is part of in this group who are part of governance, but that's an interesting area to have a thought, and uh, like to ensure how do they scrutinize it. And of course, what I just want to take one more minute on this slide. uh, Sometimes it takes a lot of time for scrutinizing it, and that's where we have seen, interestingly, that the development time might be of 2 months, but it takes more than 2 months for the governance review uh, to approve it, to deploy it in production, right? So that's a challenge that we have been seeing in the current state. But I'm sure over the time, when we get matured, when the governance team gets matured as a team, when the while adopting this AI and implementing it, we get matured. I think that turnaround time of the governance and scrutinization will get reduced. All right. So with this, I will take you guys through some of the practical. Uh, I'll just show you how you can prep yourself in Azure Foundry. Somebody who is new will understand now. Okay, how they can create an account, how they can get started with Azure Foundry. Right. So I'll just switch my screen to the browser. I'll just reshare. I hope my screen is visible. If somebody can confirm.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. So Azure Foundry, okay, I'll just reopen it. It You can just go to Azure Foundry, and this is the link for it, ai.azure.com. Right. The moment you click on it, you would need to sign in, and then right? Now, I already had created few of the you know services, but the moment you log in, let's say you do not have anything that you have created, so this is how it will look like, right? So it will say that, hey, explore the models, the capability of the models, and these are the models that you see here. And then you have, the AI services that I was talking about, right? There are quite a lot of AI services that you can run through. I'll just quickly go into the AI services because this is an interesting area. People who are working on um, Azure platform or willing to work can get a glimpse of what it holds, right? Now, we saw in the slide that there are speech services, there are language services, there are vision services, and document ones, and the content safety. Now, these are the four key pillar of AI capabilities that we have under Foundry, right? And you can navigate through each of it. I'll just quickly do that. Sometimes some of the services takes a little more time to get load. All right, I think the service I will. All right, so this one I would go. I mean, you can experiment with all the pillars that we have, but yeah. So this is I'm under vision plus document, right? Now, if you see here, we have documents, we have face, we have image, right? Under document, I was mentioning about a lot of predefined models are available for the nature of documents that we generally deal with in the enterprise, right? You have invoice, you have receipt, you have identity document, and whatnot. All that are the predefined ones. All right. Now, if I just get into this identify documents, right? So this is one of the models where you can identify what is the uh, you know kind of document it is. For some reason, it is okay. Let me just select just quickly. It is validating the resources that I already had created. Um, it might take some time. All right. So while it is taking time, I'll come back to this for the interest of time. Now, once you get into this Azure Foundry, this portal that I was talking about, you would be needing to have some of the prereq before even you get started with the projects. Okay. Now that's where you can explore, and that's where you need to have, Azure subscription. You need to have resource group. You need to have, resources under those, right? And that this is the portal where you can do that. I mean, portal.azure.com. This is the Azure portal. This is another one. I'll just log in. Um, all right. So once you have the login credentials, once you sign up and sign in, then this is how the Azure portal looks like, right? Now, what you need to do is you need to create a subscription, right? So this is how you create a subscription, and you can click on add under subscription. Right. So there are, like different tiles that you see pay as you go for students and all of that, right? So depending on where you are, where you fit in, you can create those subscription, right? So I'll not take you through the entire process of creating. It seems something it is taking more than the anticipated time. However, I think okay. So the process is pretty much simple, wherein you have to provide the name of the subscription, right? And then you can create that subscription. I can show you few of the ones that I've already created. That would be now easy for you. Uh, Now, this is the subscription that I've already have it, right? Once you create a subscription, it will look like this, right? And you can go to the subscription, you can have all the details of it. And this is the starting point, right? Of having an Azure account, create a subscription. Now, the second part is where you need to create a resource or resource group, right? So resource group is nothing but you are saying that, hey, I'm creating a group, and under that group I will store or create all the resources. Now in the term of Azure, the resource is nothing but the services that we are creating. Say for example, I'm creating a resource for a document intelligence, right? For the document reading part of it. Now once I create it, where do I store it, right? So the resource group is where we have to select. Under that only you have to keep it, and that helps in grouping and organizing the project. Say for example, I have 10 different resources for one project. Now I cannot have it under I can have it as it is, but if I can group all that under one resource group, then for that resource group, then I have to provide the access. I have to provide the security or the guard railings, right? So I do not have to go by each service. I just have to give at a resource group label. So that's the beauty of it, right? So if you see on the screen, I have already created a resource group, right? So, and under resource group one, I have so many resources I already have created, right? So if I have to give access or permissions or security any related, then I have to give at at this group level. I need not have to give for each of these service level. Though I can, but for a project I may not need to do that, right? So that is the use of the resource group. So to summarize, you need to have Azure account, then subscriptions, then the resource group, and then you can create the respective resources. Now, coming back to the Foundry that I was showing, here I couldn't get into the document. Let me try it one more time. I just wanted to show you what we have. I'll just try it one more. Maybe this should work. Yeah. Okay. I'll come back to this document part. Uh, Maybe I hope this works this time. Apologies for some inconvenience out here. Uh, Now, in the interest of time, then this Microsoft Foundry I was telling you, right? So how do you, now once you land into Microsoft Foundry, right? The first thing that you need to do is, you need to, it's a prereq, as I said, resource group, subscription, and all of that. Then, yeah. So in this screen, this is the home screen, right? So I can go and I can create a project. So here I will be selecting, and this is the step how you create a project. So we are just doing a preparatory work for that, right? So I can select the project name, right? Like it can be let's say. Okay. So I just gave it a name. I selected the subscription I already had. Here you can select which region this particular project or the resource that you want it to reside in the cloud, right? So you can select any depending on the region that of your choice, right? And this is where uh, I can select multiple resource groups. As I was talking, so I have already resource group one and more, but I want this to be created under resource group one. So I select that and create it.
तुमच्या कॉलेजने मेल दिला का रे पाहुणा तुम्हाला म्हणजे कॉलेजचा डोमेन नॉलेज असतो का दिला असेल
Right.
अच्छा ईमेल पाहिजे मला
So while creating any project, this is the step that you can follow. Moderator, can you please put others on mute?
असं नाही का परमेश्वर जाधव@DY पाटील.
All right. So it can take some time for creating the project. All right. So now the project has been created. We can see it here. Yeah. So if you see here, the project is created, right? The capstone project that you see. And this is the starting point where if you see once any project that you create, you will get an API key for that. You will get the project endpoints. You will also get the Azure endpoints, right? And what is the need of this? Because this is something, although you can build within the Foundry, but what if the services that you are using in this Foundry, you want to use it in the client application or external application, right? So that's where this endpoint comes handy, right? So you can use this for integrating or for creating any external application, right? Apart from the Azure Foundry thing. Now, I now once you create this one, then you can go to discovery, right? And this is where I was talking about models, the catalogs, what it has, right? Uh, Now I'll show you the catalog. Now this is the catalog of models that we have in the Azure Foundry, and you can filter it with a lot of the filter criterias that we have, right? It can be direct from the Azure, right? So these are the ones that we have. These are the Foundry ones, right? And depending on the capabilities that you're looking for a specific use case. Now, this is a very important part of your project development to select the right model because not one model fits to every story, right? The way that we have uh, different tools while in the engineering, right? You can't have one tool for everything, right? So similarly, we cannot have one model for everything. We can't use that, right? So depending on what is the nature of use case that you are developing, you have to use the right model for that. All right. Now you can filter it depending on the industry as well, right? If I am building an application pertaining to healthcare, now there could be models I have in this catalog, which can rightly fit to my need of the requirement. So this is worth spending time analyzing the model from the catalog before we pick and prioritize for the use case that we have to work on, right? All right. So let's say now I have selected one model, right? Say for example, I'm selecting GPT 4.1. I selected healthcare as well. All right. So this is where you can select anything that you want, and then you can click on 4.1, the one that you want, and it will give you all the details of that model, right? It will give you all the capabilities that this model has, and uh, what is the USP of this model, what is the strong area, what is the weak areas, right? So that you can easily tally it with the intent or the requirement that you have, right? Also, it talks about what is the different use case this can be suitable for, right? Also, it talks about the pricing, right? You can go through this link and it can give you the pricing. Now, once we determine which model we need to use, we can click on deploy, right? So you can click on deploy and deploy with the default setting. So this is where you are deploying one model of your choice in your project. So we have created capstone project step one. Then we determine or pick and choose and prioritize what model that can fit well for this project, and then we deployed this model. All right. Now we have we have this is step two of it, right? Now once we have the model, we have deployed it, then we can provide some of the key informations, right? How the that model should behave, right? Meaning some instruction that we can provide it depending on the use case. So here we have provided you are an AI assistant that helps people find information, right? Um, you can load any knowledge, you can have any predefined models, right? So you can configure as per the need of it. All right. So I just to want to test it. So this is the playground, right? So I'm just typing something to describe three considerations for working with large language models for AI application, right? All right. So it is giving me all of this, right? So that means what my deployment is successful. This is the playground where I can check if my model is giving me the right response. Now, if you see that the response is not right, then you can come back, you can play around with the instructions, right? You can provide some of the constraints, right? You can also provide some of the knowledge that might be specific to the use case. You want the answer this model will give me should be from the knowledge set. You can actually configure everything out here. You can put a guardrailing also, right? So this is where you can this is a playground. What you see now, you can play around all the configurations, making sure the response that you are getting from this model is matching to the intent of the outcome that you are looking for, right? Now, once it is done, right, then you can go and you can integrate this also in the code. So we have different ways. So this is the way that you can in the external application that you would develop or you might plan to develop. This is where you can use the endpoints uh, and the code snippet in the application, right? This is in Python, but we have other languages also. You can select and it will give you the uh, code snippet for that. Also, it has all the OpenAI SDK and all of that. So pretty much everything is there for you to use it straight away into the code. All right. Now, the second part of the story is where, let's say, you have used one model, right? But you do not know. I'm not going through the slide anymore. There are few slides, but the same thing I'm going to cover right now in this screen, right? So there are times that you really need to compare two different models, right? Say for example, you are creating a tool for generating generating uh, code, the Python code from the requirement, straight from the BRD to Python code. And then you are thinking, which model should I use? All right. So that's where how do you go about selecting the right model. So that means you're comparing more than, I mean, two different models, right? So in this example, if I take, say, you already have taken GPT 4.1. Now you want to check whether GPT 4.1 is better or any other model is better. All right. So I would say, let's say GPT 4.0, right? So here is a compare model. I'll just click on this. What it does, it will give you an interface to compare two different models. All right. Now, right here, if you see, I have in the left hand side GPT 4.1, and in the right hand side, I have 4.0. Now, if I provide the same instruction to both of them, right? You see the instruction is same for both of them. Let's see what is the output it is providing. Yeah. If you see right here for 4.1, it gave me all the content in this way. It is telling me, hey, for the three considerations that you're looking for, we have data privacy, we have model accuracy, we have ethical and responsible use of AI, right? Now, in the other side, the 4.0 gave me a little deeper analysis of the question that we asked, right? It gave me ethical and responsible AI as the first one, but under that, there are pretty much uh, you know, a deeper analysis on what it means, right? Where it is saying the biasness, privacy, and this misuse prevention and all of that, right? And for second and the third one also, it has detailed out in a way that I can very clearly see out of these two models for a specific question or a task that I gave. For me, at least from the face of the screen, what I see is 4.0 is better, right? And that's where this is helping me to take a decision on what to which model to use for my use case. So this is a very important stage or a step for a developer while you use Foundry as a platform, right? To compare multiple models and pick the right one, which will to give you the right outcome. All right. One more thing in the context of comparing more than one models. You can. I'll just show here. Just allow me a minute. All right. So I think there are multiple tabs that you can go in. So one of the tabs here is this operate, right? So under operate, if you go and click on admin, right? So this is where it is giving you all the projects that you have created, and of course you can see the details of the project, right? Which is where all the configuration details and everything will be stored for you, right? Uh, so now this is where this is how you create a project. This is how you use and pick and choose and prioritize the model, right? Now I'll see if I can show you the document part which we were not able to earlier. I hope this works this time. All right. While this is happening, I think I've covered most of my session content. I the last part is where I wanted to show you how this predefined models can be really helpful for uh, use cases where you're trying to extract some information from either invoice, receipt, or any tax form. So for those standard templates, we have models available right here. Okay. Now, no need to create from the scratch. Now, if you happen to work on any similar use cases, you can take the leverage of the existing predefined models from the Azure uh, to create and develop any project really faster, right? I really wanted to show this particular part, but somehow I see some issue with the maybe network or the Azure. I'm not able to open it out, but I'll open this forum for any questions that anyone has. Moderator, in case you have any questions that any panel has, any audience has posted, you can help me with that as well. Okay, I think, all right, I think something is happening. I hope this will work this time.
Stan, hi. Laptop mas kisawa.
All right, I think this will take a little more time to configure, and until I show you, maybe we are almost in the top of the hour. Okay, so I will open this for any Q&A that we have. Otherwise, I think I have covered my topics. Uh, Moderator, if you have any questions or if the team has any questions, we would take that. Otherwise, I'm good.
Guys, it's Q&A question. Try to ask any questions.
Okay. Hi, Yuk. Thanks for your time. So, for someone who doesn't have much AI exposure, so do you recommend that they go for Foundry and start and play there? And which certification do you recommend to be an AI engineer?
See, Microsoft Learn, if you have visited Microsoft Learn, it has widespread of modules, AI modules and non-AI modules also, right? I would recommend for someone who is starting with Azure or AI to take benefit of the portal and select depending on the role that the candidate he may, he is into, because uh, the modules are defined depending on the domain a candidate is working on, plus otherwise also. So you can select the appropriate one from that, and then you can get going from there. That's the starting point. It will help you, and that will navigate through the exercises that we saw also. Now, for AI engineer, there are modules, there are learning path. You can see that in the portal itself. That's learn.microsoft. You can just type in Microsoft Learn, and there are plenty of learning modules and the career. I mean, the learning path. You can see there, and you can pick and choose depending on the area that you are working on, the domain basically.
So for a data
Run.
engineer
Yeah.
who are like close to data now, they if they have to be part of AI journey, so do they have to be a AI engineer, or do I mean someone working in data, they can also get to play with AI? So what is the how to navigate that journey?
See, for data engineer, I think uh, I would say it is easier than otherwise. Okay, so you have knowledge around one side of it, and the AI when it comes. How do we plug this two different plug parts together? And uh, in Azure, you can start with Azure fundamentals as well, right? So that's pretty much you will get understanding of the ecosystem of what we're talking about, and then what are the AI services that it has will be the second part to that, and then from there you can go for Azure Foundry, right? Which is the unified platform that we saw where you can you can build the application, you can deploy and the scale also for enterprises and beyond also. So this is how the roadmap follows, right? Irrespective of you're a data engineer or you are starting your career in engineering field, when it comes to Microsoft ecosystem, this is the right way to follow, right? Get the knowledge of Azure, then you can get the knowledge of Azure AI services and how you can use it. And this course is very much laid out uh, in a way that you can easily follow. It's self-explanatory. I have gone through that, so hence I'm saying so. It is pretty much a very clear roadmap. You can
Yeah, no,
select once you
that
go
makes
through the
sense.
portal, you will get a fair understanding of that. In case if you were not able to figure out, you can ping me in the LinkedIn. I can help you out with that as well, Ranjan.
Thank you, appreciate.
Sure.
In real companies like businesses, data changes frequently, right? So for RAG systems, how do teams keep the knowledge updated without rebuilding the entire databases again and again?
The RAG system you're talking about. You're
Yeah,
talking. The question is specific to the building
RAG.
RAG system and updating
Yeah.
the keeping data updated. Okay. So see, AI is not one-time job, right? Don't think like once it is developed and deployed, you are done. Since we have been, I mean, we are getting maturity day in, day out, or over the time we will have the way as we follow is it's a continuous feedback loop, right? Now, today we have one data set on which we have RAG, but that may not be relevant tomorrow, right? Because your nature of data changes, you have some incremental data sitting in a different database, right? So you have to have a pipeline and a process to ensure the RAG connected to the data source is updated. So it's a process, right? That you have to follow. Depending on how you follow, that's a different thing, depending on the org and everything. But there should be a process defined.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, like the live data, na, when we are going with live data, is there any automated process in Azure?
Uh, you can build that. It is not very clearly defined that hey, this is the process that you can go and use it immediately, right?
Against
So
the
you have
data?
to
Yeah.
plug in multiple sources to get the live data updated on the RAG. Okay. So that pipeline you have to build it depending on where the data is sitting, how we want the incremental data to get linked to the RAG model or the RAG process. So that pipeline you have to build. All right.
Okay.
So it
Actually,
depends
you
again, very
mentioned that
depends on the use case to use case. Yeah.
you
Go
mentioned
on,
that like
please.
one model doesn't fit for every use case, right? Then
Mhm.
in real world, what evaluation criteria we are going to choose like for fitting a model to prioritize a model?
Yeah. So uh, now any use case for, I'll just take one example. So when we were doing one use case where we just need to summarize it, okay, summarize the content of the policy document that we have got or some appeals that we have got, right? Now for that to do it, I needn't have to be very picky on the model, right? That what I need to use, I can use GPT 4.1 or 4.0. Both of them would give me almost the same outcome or the similar outcome that I need. But if it would be, say, for example, it will be a document extraction wherein the documents are very much unstructured, the documents are handwritten, right? Some documents are not even PDFs, although it might look like. Now, in those cases, you have to have a document intelligence model. You have to either you can use the predefined model or you can use the custom document intelligence model for that. So these are two different use cases wherein you can't have one model for both of them, right? So that's how you pick and choose and prioritize which model can get be the right fit for the what use case. So that way you prioritize.
Yeah, we'll avoid any follow-up
As you were
questions. I think the next speaker is waiting for some time now. Now we are over 3 minutes. Thanks, you. I think you can answer in the chat if you want, but I think we need to take up the next speaker.
Sure, Amit. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. Enjoy your rest of the day. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks a lot. It was really interacting session. I know there are a lot of questions, but you can check them in the chat window.
Absolutely, I'll be here for some time. Thanks, Amit.
Thank you, Mallik.
Yeah, we can introduce Hariharan and Rajendran, and meanwhile he can share his screen.
Sure, Amit. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to introduce our speaker, Mr. Hariharan Rajendran. He is a technology professional with a strong expertise in AI, digital innovation, and product development. Throughout his career, he has worked on modern technologies and contributed to build impactful digital solutions across the different domains. He also passionate about sharing knowledge, mentoring learners, and exploring the future artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. What makes his journey inspiring is the combination of technical ex- excellence and innovation mindset and continuous learning. His experience in industry and technology gives students and aspiring developers valuable insights into real world problems and career growth. We are truly excited to learn from his experience and ideas today. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Hariharan Rajendran. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for joining this session. And thanks to Amit and team for organizing this global Microsoft Analytics Community Conference. So this is a 2-day conference, a lot of sessions, a lot of speakers, again, a lot of modern topics like Gen AI, Agentic AI, Power Platform, of course, Fabric and Power BI. So thanks for spending your weekends and learning and upskilling. Yeah, the session is about, of course, Power BI. I'm going to talk about how you are going to transform your Power BI development. Right, so that's where we'll be leveraging these two maybe feature functionality, right? So DAX query view and TMDL view.
About myself, I'm Hariharan Rajendran. I'm a senior director in Tiger Analytics. I'm a Microsoft MEP for data platform, specifically Fabric and Power BI. Right. In this session, you will be understanding how to use this DAX query view, TMDL view, and how this is going to help you to maybe accelerate your overall development of the Power BI semantic model. Of the frameworks, right? So maybe some of the scripts which you can use in your day-to-day activities, which will help you to maybe perform some of the data validations and accelerate the overall semantic model development. I believe you guys are aware of this challenge code. So this is a QR code. Probably you can scan it and maybe participate and maybe try win for the gift vouchers. So this transforming Power BI development with the DAX query view and TMDL view is more of an mastering the code first revolution, right? So if you are working with Power BI projects, I'm sure you are using Power BI desktop to create a Power BI semantic model, right? So this session is going to focus more on how you can create a same semantic model using code, right? So when I say the code, it can be a DAX code or it can be a TMDL code, right? So we'll be focusing how you can use code or programmatical way of developing the semantic models easily, which will accelerate the overall development. So let's start with a very basic stuff, right? So why we need this, right? So we do the Power BI development in Power BI desktop, right? If you maybe realize that like most of the Power BI development are in GUI based, right? So you use Power BI desktop GUI on Power Query layer. You connect to different data sources and apply some transformations. You have a lot of GUI based transformations also there, right? And people are still good with Power Query, they can still write a code, M code and all. But most of the basic transformations which are required for the projects are handled through GUI itself, where you have choose certain options, modify things, add few details. That's all the transformations are done, and you're good to go with the next layer, right? So you will be creating a relationships, you will be creating a DAX. Of course, you write a DAX, but rest of the other components are more of a GUI, right? Price, you can create a row level security, right? All or just a GUI. You just need to choose the right navigations, feature functionality, and add details. With that, all those configurations will be added into your semantic model, right? So that's how we used with that, right? So, but now we are moving into an code first era. So that's where like Microsoft Power BI team has introduced these two fronts, right? So these two features are nothing but DAX query view and then the TMDL view, right? So these two are the programmatical way of accelerating or developing the entire semantic model development. So the DAX query view is the place where you can go write your DAX measures, right? And you can execute your DAX queries and you can see the results there itself. And you can use that whole experience for data validation and other aspects, right? Maybe you can consider this as an IDE kind of an experience, right? So which will have a lot of feature functionality, which I'll be talking maybe in a minute. But you have a simple IDE within Power BI desktop for you to do a DAX experience. And when come to TMDL view, TMDL is nothing but a tabular model definition language, right? So this is a language which is something useful for you to create the entire semantic model, right? So basically, I'm trying to cover two things, right? One, how you can leverage TMDL view to create a brand new semantic model through the code. And second aspect is DAX query view, how you can create DAX measures. Also, how you can execute DAX measures. It might be a visual queries or it might be a DAX query which you want to do a data profiling or you want to understand the table. Right? All those aspects can be done with the DAX query view. Right? So rest of the sessions I'll be focusing more towards the DAX query view, how to use what are all feature functionalities are there, and what are all the real-time use cases where you can leverage DAX query view to perform those, and then followed by the TMDL section, right? To maybe understand the existing models, the different objects within the model, and of course you can go create a new objects or new configurations for your semantic model. So let's start with the DAX query view. So DAX query view, it's as I mentioned, kind of a full IDE experience, right? So previously, if you want to create any DAX objects, right, most of the time the DAX measures, we have to use a formula bar which is there on the top of the ribbon, right? So where you need to write the name of the measure and then followed by the expression for the measure, right? So that formula bar comes with all other important aspects like intelligence is there, and you can verify, validate, and then you can easily create those objects. So historically, we were restricted to defining all the objects, especially the DAX measures within that small formula bar window. With this IDE experience, so you can still create the measures directly within IDE, right? So you have a lot of other feature functionality, right? So with that, you'll have a very good IDE experience, intelligence, formatting, and a lot of shortcuts, right? So you can leverage all of them, and there you can even execute your DAX measures, DAX queries, and see the results. And if the results are not good, probably you can directly go update it on that experience itself, and finally modify and then maybe create those objects in your semantic model, right? So that IDE experience is available in case if you are not started using, probably start use that, and you will see the power of this overall tax query view experience. And these are all the feature functionality. So IDE gives you a quick queries that helps you to maybe do a data profiling, right? Let's say you want to create a semantic model. You directly pull the table into the semantic model. You want to understand what is that table about, what are all different columns are there, how many rows are there, right? So if you want to do a quick data profiling, of course you can do the query layer, and you can do the similar stuff in DAX query view using quick queries. And there are quick queries available for different objects, one for table, column, measures, and you see each one of them with the different pre-built queries which you can easily execute and see the results. And you have a Copilot integration. So with that, it will help you to fasten your DAX expression development, right? So you can ask any questions related to Copilot, or you can even ask Copilot to explain if there are any complex measures which are already created, right? So you can get a suggestion from Copilot, and you can create the same, and you can maybe add it into the semantic model with this DAX query view. And then developer aids, the regular stuffs like intelligence, formatting the entire DAX script, right? So command palettes with a lot of shortcuts, all are already added out of the box. We can leverage all of them to accelerate the development. And these are all different use cases that you can try out with this DAX query view. Multi-pack analyzer is one of the aspects for which the developer has to understand how they have created the model, again, with respect to the cardinality, the size of the model, the referential integrity, right? So those are all critical aspects if they want to say this model is scalable, optimized for a better performance and all, right? So we typically use external tools like DAX Studio and all, right? Or maybe recent times Fabric notebooks using semantic link labs, right? So that's where like we go and maybe understand the overall vertipack analyzer statistics of the model, and then based on that information we go update, enhance the model, right? So but with this DAX query view, using writing a DAX expressions, you can get all these informations directly within in performance analyzer results is something we typically go through and understand again with respect to how much time it's spent for executing the query and what is the overall duration of the visual run, all right? So if we want to optimize, of course we directly go to DAX Studio. That's where we have a very good setup to understand how much time it's spent for storage engine queries, formula engine queries, right? So it has a lot of capabilities, but in case if you want to do kind of a similar stuff within a DAX query view. May not be more advanced level like DAX storage engine query level, formula engine query level, but you can understand how the query got executed. And if at all, if you want to modify some of the measures to improve the performance, you can do all those in DAX query view. And you have out of the box info views, right? So info views are similar to the database management views for the analysis services, right? Basically for the tabular models. So that info views are useful for you to inspect your model, right? And then in case if you want to document your entire model, or you want to build a glossary or a business glossary for your model about the columns, the descriptions, the measures, and then the expression of the measures, right? All can be extracted with the help of InfoView, which you can execute directly on DAX query view to get the results. Right. So these are all the use cases where you can consider DAX query view. Yeah, that's all. I'll maybe demo the same. Then we'll move on to a TMDL view. So DAX query view, it's just available out of the box. If you open Power BI desktop, you see these two things, right? So this is a DAX query view and this is a TMDL view. So we'll be covering these two, and these are all the regular sections which you might aware, right? So report view, table view, and then the model view. Right. So this DAX query us today. Right. So this is the IDE experience that I was referring to, right? So here you have a section to execute your DAX queries, and you will see the results in the bottom, right? And this is a floating window where you can easily drag it to the top or down to see the complete query or the complete results, and you can even minimize and all, right? So that's how they have designed it. On the top ribbon, you see multiple other features, right? So you may copy the DAX scripts somewhere and you can paste it here and you can format the entire scripts and you can comment lines and comments and we can do even find and replace and all, right? So these are all typical features that you might see maybe with VS Code, right, where the TMDL or DAX would be there, right? So it's a similar experience also available here. And you have a command palette where a lot of shortcuts or maybe the predefined commands can be executed within this session for you to maybe accelerate the overall development of the DAX. And of course the copilot is natively integrated, so for which like you need to have a workspace where the copilot is enabled and you should get access to that copilot. So with that you can leverage copilot here and you can ask question, and then it will create a measure for you, right? The DAX measure for you or DAX expression for you, which you can leverage for the model. And then you can we can write a simple queries, right? For example, if I write like this, evaluate top 100 and customer. So we are trying to do a top 100 rows for the customer, right? So this whole section is available for you to write a expression, and all this expression that you are going to write is supposed to be a tabular output, right? So if you have a measure is a scalar output, right, which will give you a singular value, but those will not directly and give that as a tabular output. So that's where you can see the results. Right. So the evaluate statement is a word which is going to execute the DAX expression that you have written. And if you see on the right hand side, these are all the list of tables that you have in the model. Right. You can maybe click this three dot, you see the quick queries. So quick queries available for different objects, as I mentioned, right? If you do quick queries for the table, you see top 100 rows, show column statistics, right? So if I show top 100 rows, so this is the top 100 rows. So this will be really useful in case if you are working with a model where the table is in a direct query mode, you will not get an opportunity to go see a table view because data is sitting in your underlying databases or data sources, right? So if you still want to maybe understand maybe top 100 rows, either you have to write a select statement on your data sources to understand, or maybe you need to create a visual and you need to drag and drop all the fields from that column to see what are all different values are there. Right. So, but with this DAX query view, you can easily do a show 100 rows. So with that, for the direct query tables, you can see the results directly here. And this will help you to understand what are all different values and then different data types, all can be easily identified here for better understanding. And you have the similar one column statistics, right? So this is where like this will give you some more understanding. What are all different columns that you are trying to consider for your maybe DAX measures, what are all different types of values are there, minimum value, maximum value, right? So these are all kind of an expressions, right? If you see the above, so this is again a kind of a DAX expression only, right? Which you can write as a table or maybe a simple DAX measures to see all these. But what Microsoft has done, right? So they have created this whole expression and added into the quick query section, right? So basically, these quick queries that you see statistics is just a wrapper around this complex DAX expression, right? So that's how Microsoft has created, and you can easily just click a button and you see the results. So like that, you can still further customize this, add more columns or more expressions or remove some of them, and you can easily execute here, right? So that level of flexibility here. And then you can see define new measures, define all the measures, right? These are all the feature property that you see for a table level. But if you go to a column level, you can see again quick queries. You can see a data preview for the specific column. So if I choose this, you see what are all different distinct values are there for that particular column, right? You can do a similar statistics for a column level. And if I go to a measure for a measure, okay, so this is the measure. So here I can do the same quick queries. So this time I have a evaluate statement or a define and evaluate, right? If I click evaluate, so this will show the results directly here, right? So it says this is a measure. So this is surrounded with a summarized column because as I mentioned, this is supposed to give you a tabular results, right? So that it will execute here, right? Simply executing or simply running a percentile with evaluate will not work because this will give you a scalar value, right? So you need a tabular results as a response. And if I go to the second one, define and evaluate. So this is a place where you can see what is the syntax or what is the expression which is used to define this measure and which you can easily execute, right? So you can see the define statement. So that's how you can easily go different objects within your model and you can leverage quick queries to understand or to execute and then understand the results. Right. So this is more of an maybe a select statements, right? So you can still do and create or update directly within this view, right? So let's say this is coming good, but due to some change in the requirement, I have to modify this, let's say this expression. So how we typically do, like we go to maybe the report view or a model view, we choose the measure and we leverage the formula bar to update, right? So let's say if I need to update +1 here, I just hypothetically, right? So +1, this is how we update. And if you go here to the DAX query view, you may need to do one more time, right? If you do a quick define and evaluate, you can see the updated measure and this is the updated result. Right? So if I execute, this is the updated result, but you can still do the same whatever you do on the formula bar, right? You can still do the same here. Let's say I want to change from 1 to 10. So as soon as I changed the expression of this measure, you can see there is an code lens, right? So which gives you whether you want to update the model with overwriting the measure expression, right? So because it identified there is a change happened in this measure, and that's where it is asking whether you want to overwrite the measure, right? If I click overwrite, so what will happen? Actually, it is updating your DAX expression on the model, right? So with that, you can easily create a measure directly from the here from this section, or you can even update the measures directly from here, right? So that level of flexibility here, right? So this is good for maybe one measures, right? But what if you want to do for multiple measures, right? So I can still do that, right? Maybe if I go here, similar quick queries, you can see define all measures in the model, right? So this give you an view like what are all different measures which you created and maybe placed across different tables in the model. So these are all the measures, right? And these are all the defined statements. And finally, these are all the measures summarize wrapper, and then you see the results. And here, if you still do the same, right? Let's say if I modify something, maybe with one or something, you will see the update. Okay, not here. Maybe the actual define. Yeah. So if you see here, it is asking for me to overwrite, right? So either you can do overwrite at a individual measure level, or you can see bulk changes, right? So if you go to the model with changes, it identified there are 4 different changes happen in this. So I can do the updates for all the 4 at one click, right? So that level of feature functionalities are natively available, and you can even do the formatting, right? For example, if I take workspace type. This is one of the measure, just a random measure, right? If I add this here, this use already, right? So if I click this format option, you can see the entire measure is formatted. It's not just formatted here, right? If you click overwrite, the same format will be retained in your measure itself, right? If you go to the measure on the table view or or a report view, the changes will be there. Right? So we typically copy this and go to SQL BI, that DAX formatter, and format it, or maybe any other tools and format it, and then paste it here to and then save it, right? So now we can do this directly within Power BI Desktop within DAX query. And find and replace is also you can still do, right? Let's say there is a change in the table name or a column name which is referred in multiple places, either in one measure or across measures, right? You can easily do a find and replace. So Control F, Control H, right? Replace at one go, and once this is replaced, you will see the similar option saying like update model with the changes. With that update, all your measures will be updated. And if I just simply do evaluate, right? So you can see this is coming the results, but if you select this, you will see a bulb icon. So this is another way of maybe defining or maybe adding the definition of the measure directly here, right? So one, you can either choose on the quick queries to say define with and evaluate, or you can just evaluate and you can use this button to define it here and check how the expression is, and you can modify it and update it and verify the results here, right? Once you are confident, then maybe you can go update the changes to the model, right? So this is how actually you can use, and these results can be copied and maybe pasted in an Excel and all, right? So here you can still execute multiple queries in the same window, right? For example, so if I want to understand uh, how many rows are there in the model, so I can do a evaluate, and then maybe uh, just I can use row function. That's not working. So rows, count rows, and then table, right? So let's say if I choose sales table, this help me to understand how many rows are there. Right? So similarly, I can even execute another query on the same window. Right? So this time instead of sales, let's say customer. Right? So I can run multiple queries here. You can see this is the result one, which is for sales, to show the second query result, right? So like that, you can run multiple queries and all results will be available, which you can navigate to a specific results and see the results. Right, so that's about DAX query view. I'll quickly talk about some of the use cases where you can effectively use this DAX query view, right? One, if you are working on the report, you might be doing a performance validation, right? So how the visuals are performing. So that's where we use performance analyzer, right? Which is comes out of the box. You just go start recording and then refresh visuals. So all these will be executed, which are there in the page, and you can go to any of the data visual, right, which is going to give you data points, right? So that will give you a DAX query or a direct query, visual display, and all other aspects which are contributing to the overall the duration for rendering the visuals. So here you have two things, right? Copy query, so you can copy it, which will be available in your clipboard. You can copy, you can paste it anywhere. If you click this run in DAX query view, the same query will be automatically open and executed on your DAX query, right? So, this section will be useful for you to understand what are all different measures which are used on that visual, and which measure is, let's say, taking more time, right? If you want to identify which measure is taking more time, you can easily comment the measures which are not required, right? Which you don't want to include as part of the performance analysis, and then you can try for the other measures, see the timings, and uncomment the other measure and see the timings. If you want to modify the logic, you can do modify here and see the results. Once you are comfortable with the results, so that's where you can go and update the actual measures, right, which will be updated on the model. So that level of integrations are there, and you see the results, and of course the timings, right? So how much time it took to render the results, and some of the other for you to understand better, right? So that is one integration comes out of the box. Second useful information is info views, right? Info views, as I mentioned, it is a database management views. Database is nothing but here your analysis services database or the semantic model itself, right? So if you go to a new tab, if you search for evaluate, uh, and then type info, right? If you type info, it will give you all the available info views, right? So these are all info views for you to help understand about this semantic model, right? So if I say tables, info view, sorry, info dot tables, so this will understand and it will give you an results of what are all tables available in this model. You can see these are all the different tables that I have in the model, and then various other properties, right? So data category is hidden, description, partition, it will give a lot of other information. Similarly, you can maybe check for the columns, partitions, right? So expressions, so a lot of info views are there which you can explore, and maybe we can make use of this for your understanding plus documentation purpose, right? And Microsoft also created another set of wrapper views, so which will give you a detailed information in the sense like if I go to a columns, right? If I search for columns, this will give you the list of columns across table. But if you see, it is not giving you an actual table name. It is giving you a table ID, which you need to use to join with the table info.tables table, and then identify or bring that table name, right? So you can still do that similar to the joins in SQL, right? You can still do here. So to avoid that, that's where we have four wrapper views. So you can go columns here, info.view.columns. So this will give you expected results, like this will give you the column name and also the table name, right? So in the back end, this view combined multiple info view tables. When it says the tables itself, like tables, columns, and etc. And then finally gives you this kind of a view, which will be useful for you to understand the table column, right? Instead of you go manually join and get the information. And this will be really useful for you to build a documentation, right? So you can maybe similarly you can try for measures. If you look for measures, so as part of the documentation, it is important to capture what is the expression which is used across all the measures, right? So these are all the expression. And in case if you are getting an request where all this information, especially the table name, the description column name description, right? So if you have such requirement, you can even create this as a table within your model itself, right? And that will give you an option to add them into a report page itself, right? For example, here I have created a table. So this table is using that info wrapper, right? Info view dot column. So we have four view functions, right? Or view tables, right? One is info view dot tables, columns, relationships, and measures. So those four can be used to create a tax table within your model, and this information can be added into your report pages, right? In case if you are giving an eye icon on top of your report, by clicking that, if user wants to see the business glossary of the entire model, you can leverage this table columns and you can this. So you cannot use other info views. So for example, if I directly type info tables, so these are all not compatible enough to create a DAX table, right? It will throw an error message. So you can use only those four views: table, info.view.tables, columns, measures, and relationships. So that is one, and I'll talk about the vertipack information, right? How we can leverage all these info views to build a vertipack statistics directly within your DAX query view itself. So I have created a GitHub repo for the same. Maybe I'll share the link, which has some of the important information that you typically see on DAX Studio, right? For example, on DAX Studio, you go to model metrics, and that will extract all the informations. Informations like the list of tables, cardinality, the sizes, right? So data size, dictionary size, all will be available as part of DAX Studio, right? Which you can see directly in your DAX query view, right? So just simply copy paste and it will give you the list of tables in the model, cardinality, size, and of course some of the important informations, so like if there are any RI violations or total percentage of DB, which table is contributing most of the size of the model, right? Those informations you can actually access it here, right? So here no complexity, like it is leveraging the same info views, multiple info views joined together, and finally got this response. And similarly, you have multiple other views, for example, partitions, right? So if I go to partitions, you will see the list of partitions which are available in your model, right? If you try to run this in your local, have typically one partition for one table, right? So one to one. But in case if you have incremental refresh configured, you can run this DAX script, right, directly on your Power BI service semantic model. I'll show you in a minute, and you can see how many partitions are there and all other aspects, right? So you can even see the size of the model, right? If you want to understand what is my size of the model, so I have one more called summary, similar to the DAX Studio. So just copy and just paste it here and execute, right? So this is the summary, right? It is 5 MB model, right? So it's a simple model. But if you have a larger model which you want to understand the size, you can still use this script to understand the overall size of the model. Right, so here you can see there are multiple tabs, right, which means you can execute multiple queries in different tabs. Each can have different scripts. And when you save all these, right, so this will be part of your PBIX. And in case if you are saving this as a PBIP, right, so that's where we are creating this whole PBIX as a Power BI project. So all will be available under your PBIP folder, right? If you see, this is a PBIP project that I have created. If I go inside, you will see a DAX query folder. So the queries that you so far created, once you saved, all will be available here, right? Or you can do one more thing, right? In case if you have all these DAX queries, maybe similar to the Vertipack queries, downloaded and you are keeping it in your local folder. Once you create a PBIP, you can place all of them here and just close the Power BI desktop file and open it. And with that, if you go to DAX query view, you will see all the tabs with those queries, the files that you attached. Right. So with that, you can easily go to each individual tab and execute and understand, maybe document, or we can do a lot of stuff. So this is one similar stuff directly on Power BI service, right? So the same DAX query view available in Power BI service. So if you go to your model, and then if you see there is a write DAX query, right? So by clicking this, you'll have a similar experience where you can write the queries, right? So here you can uh, write the queries, and maybe if you want to run the Vertipack informations, right, you can still run it here, right? So this will give you the similar information, right? So you have a similar IDE kind of an experience that you have in Power BI Desktop directly on service. Right? Anything that you do here will not save in your model, right? So the save option is applicable only for the Power BI Desktop. I think that's all on the DAX query view. I'll just quickly check if I need to cover anything else. Okay, yeah, you can still do the similar one. Let's say you have created a model and deployed into a service, and you're trying to create a thin report on top of the semantic model, right? The deployed semantic model through a live connection. You will still have a report view and a DAX query view. You can execute the DAX queries for the live model, like how you're executing the queries on the Power BI service model, right? In the similar way, the same model, if you're connecting in a brand new Power BI desktop, you can still execute the queries. So that's about DAX query view. I'll move on to the next topic. So the next topic is the interesting topic is TMDL, right? So TMDL view. This enables you to develop your semantic model, right? The whole semantic model using code, right? So it's a kind of a breakthrough for all the Power BI projects. The reason is previously we used to see, or we informations, the properties of the model as an .bim file, right? So this was the language or the format being used right from the SQL Server analysis services, tabular model, and then Azure analysis services, and of course the Power BI semantic model, right? This is how the legacy files are being maintained. So with this TMDL view, the whole BIM file is deserialized and converted as an multiple files, right? So that it will enable you to one to easy read, and this enables you to do a TMDL file development either manually or through programmatically, right? So why this is important? Because as we are moving into an agentic AI era, right? So if you want to automate your semantic model development, so the file format, right, should be easy for GenAI to understand and maybe recreate the similar files, right? So that you can automate your entire semantic model development using GenAI, right? So using LLM models. So previously, it was the BIM file, and you can access this through TimSil, right? So before TimDL, we used to have TimSil, right? This TimSil is still available. So it's a tabular model scripting language, right? If you want to create any, let's say, new configuration, new property for the semantic model, which you can do maybe using tabular editor or maybe a SQL Server Management Studio, right? If you connect SQL Server Management Studio to your semantic model using analysis services XML endpoint, so you will see those TimSil scripts, right? So those are all helpful for you to read or update the models. So now with this TimDL, you can easily do all this either within Power BI desktop, and you will be getting the similar TimDL experience in Power BI service, right? As same as the DAX query view. And so why this is important? I already talked about why this is. It enables a better readability and primarily for you to programmatically develop the entire semantic model, right? If you are able to programmatically develop these TimDL files, and with that TimDL files, you can construct the entire semantic model. Right? So that's how, and agentic AI can easily leverage this TimDL format, create a brand new TimDL files, so TimDL tables on your model, or maybe any TimDL expressions. So before TimDL, right, if you want to create this sort of feature functionality in your semantic model, you may not be able to do that with Power BI desktop, right? Because you don't have an option to create a object level security, right? Object level security is nothing but creating a role and adding an objects columns where you can make it view or hide and all, right? So those are all not possible. Similarly, perspectives, culture translation, right? So these are all the feature functionality which are really useful when you go with an enterprise grade scenario projects, right? So, but we used to develop or we used to create all this with the help of external tools, right? So specifically the tabular editor and all, right? So because that GUI is not being integrated yet into Power BI desktop. So with this TimDL, you can have a template for all these, right? So object level security, there would be a TimDL template. Similarly for perspective cultures, right? So when you have a template in place, you can just go replace the actual table name, column name, right? With that, you can create all this directly in your Power BI desktop. And this also helps you to accelerate or even to collaborate the overall development process, right? So you can have a TimDL repositories in place where you can have all the individual TimDL files. One can be a calendar table, right, which might be common across all your Power BI semantic models, right? So instead of every time you go create a calendar table inside your model, you can make that as in one, let's say, a calendar.timdl file. With that, that file can be reused across multiple developers. So with that, you will be maintaining the consistency across projects, not just a calendar, right? So any other objects which you want to make it as an standard template, you can still do that. I'll maybe show you an example in a minute. And then you can easily share this TimDL files. It's similar to a text file, right? You can put it into a SharePoint folder where they easily go and download that and make use of it, right? And if you have a PBIP in place, as same as the DAX query folder, you'll have a TimDL scripts folder. So you can place all the regular or template TimDLs, right? So which can be used by each individual developer on the project. And you can even build a framework to automatically create a model with a base table, right? So with a lesser manual intervention, right? So you can even to accelerate or even automate the overall TMDL to create an entire semantic model. I'll maybe go to a demo. So as I showed, this is a last view. We discussed DAX per view. Now we are into a TMDL view. So this TMDL view also comes with feature functionality, right? So initially it will be like this. So you'll have a blank one. You'll have some information here. Since I already opened, you just see a white canvas, but there will be some guidance information will be available. And here you have options like format, find, replace, and comment palette, and you also have shortcuts, right? So how this will be useful, right? How you can use it. Say you already created a semantic model, and you want to understand the model. You can go to a model, just simply drag and drop. So it will give you a script of your entire model, right? So basically, this is a script which contains all the objects that you are in your model, right? So the list of tables, the culture, measures, even perspectives, roles, all are available here, right? So this is the script which is used to construct your semantic model. You can still go up to a most granular level, right? If you go to a new tab, if you want to understand how this table is created, right? So some more information, if you drag and drop, this will give you a script. So the template scripts always gives you the create or replace, right? So which means you can either create a new property or a new attribute on the semantic model, or you can replace that attribute with a maybe updated information. So here you can see the table customer, and you'll have a lineage created for every objects that you have in your semantic model. And you have a columns, the other properties of the column, right? So, and if you scroll down, you will see what is the mode, right? So the storage mode, data connectivity mode, and then the actual mQuery transformations which are used on top of this source system, right? Which you can see here. So like that, you can easily drag and drop. If I drag and drop, let's say a measure, you will see the measure is sitting in which table, right? So under underscore measures, the measure name, the expression, format string, lineage, right? So you can see the entire stuff. Of course, you can even modify the measure, right? So previously I showed how you can modify or update the measure using DAX query view. You can still do it here, right? So here, once you change, you just click apply, right? So with that, it will make use of that replace statement, and it will actually update your measures with the latest changes. Similarly, if you go to drag and drop any objects, for example, if I need to understand how this measure is created, right? So I can go check from column is this, to column is this, which again holds all the from table plus the to table. And it may not have additional properties like assume referential integrity, which you can add by yourself, right? So if you maybe type uh, some of the details, right? So annotation. So there are a lot of undocumented parameters, right? Which can or properties which you can see, right? So some of them are default. So here you can see it is making use of that one to many, right? Which is a default. It identified sales as a many side, customer as a one side, but it is default. But you still can change. Right, if you search for, if you type A and you see the different properties of A, B, C, right? So there are a lot of property. You will not see all of them at one go. Maybe if you type the first letter, right? If there are any properties similar to that, for example, rely on referential integrity, so I can say true or false, right? So with that, I can configure the details here. Right? So this is what I was referring. You can programmatically create artificial intelligence, cloud technology, and in the yeah. So this is how we can either create the entire relationship through code, or you can modify the code, right? It is not just one, right? You can even do control select. It will do a multi-select, drag and drop. You will see all of them at one single tab, right? You can easily modify all of them. Similarly, if you go to measures, you can drag and drop the measures, right? So I have around 37 measures, all are added under one tab. So if I need to maybe find and replace, so for some reasons my table got changed, let's say sales let's say sales underscore one or something, right? If you want to modify this across all your measures, you can do system shortcuts, right? So you can do control shift and L. So it will give you the reference of sales, and I can maybe type with a different name. It will be updated in all the places, right? So that level of find and replace at a overall level can be done, right? So instead of you go manually each individual measure and update if there are any changes, right? You can go do all of them at one go. And there are a lot of other shortcuts are there, and you can even use reg expression, right? In case if you want to identify, you can paste a reg expression here. If you want to identify the specific keywords, specific words, all can be done here. And of course, the role anyway you can create. Let's go to the perspective, right? So perspective you cannot create. This is something I created on Tabular editor. But you can see how the perspective got created, right? So once you have this expression in place, you can maybe go easily update this right perspective, or you can make this as a document or a template. So if you want to create a new perspective, you can just copy paste that expression from your template and just modify the table columns, which will create a perspective directly here. This is something I created on Tabular editor. But you can see how the perspective got created, right? So once you have this, sorry, this is level. Even the calculation groups, right? So calculation groups anyway you can create directly in Power BI Desktop, but you can even create them using the TMDL scripts. And if you see this TMDL, so this TMDL view is to create a TMDL scripts that you're going to write. So there are some formats that you have to follow, like it should start with have the what is the property that you want to create, and it has to follow the right intent, right? So that it will work. If there are any issue with the intent, let's say if I make this like this, right? So it will throw an error message. And if there are any errors which it got identified, you will see the output, you will see the problems, right? So that enables you to maybe understand and maybe fix the same, right? So that level of additions are there for developer to understand what is the issue and fix it, and then do the changes. So we still have a preview also, right? So this preview enables in case if you have two versions. Let me try whether I can show something. So we drag and drop, just change this to this, apply. So if there are no difference, okay, 11. see these are all different properties that you can create in a semantic model. For example, if you choose table, this will give you the structure, right? You just need to maybe replace some of the information. For example, if I choose data breaks, so I try to maintain the different connectors based on the selection. I'm still trying to fix if there are any other issues, right? But this helps you to create a TMDL script, right? You can maybe provide your server and then HTTP paths, catalog schema, all will be replaced here. So once this is done, you just copy, and again you no need to put all the column names here. So that's another interesting aspect. Just execute, and all the table and then column will be automatically populated in Power BI semantic model. Right, so like that, you can go choose some of these and understand what is the structure for each individual property. Right, if you go to the hierarchy and this is the structure, you just copy and maybe replace with your actual table names, and with that you can easily execute in your Power BI desktop to create this in your model. So that's about it. And maybe one last stuff. Let's say you have a templates created, right? So maybe one of the template is a base model. So for example, I have a blank Power BI desktop opened. There is no table. Nothing is there, right? So I can go to TMDL view. So this look like, right? So I can paste this script, right? So this can be a base model. This can be stored as a template. So once I paste it and click apply, so it handles some of the standards and best practices, right? So we have to follow the time intelligence disabled and all, right? So all are baked here. So if you see, it is popping up because I have disabled on the script. You just say yes. You can see there are two tables got created. I can click refresh to update this last refresh table. And if I go to the transform data, so it also handles some of the standards, right? If I go to the transform data, and you see there are parameters created. So you can see the parameter folder got created, the different folder structure got created, and you can even still create a parameter, right? So different parameters like server name, database name, added into one TMDL templates. So the developer can use that. The parameter will be created.
Sir, it's time up. Sorry for the interruption. It is a Q&A session.
That's all I have. Sorry. We can take questions. Yeah, that's all I have. I will leave the deck on the link maybe for you to download or refer the GitHub repo. But yeah, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Just try to ask the questions. It's a Q&A session.
I see some hands. Can you unmute yourself and ask? So if the DAX measure is updated accidentally, right? So you cannot roll back. You don't have a redo option. So if you're updating on, let's say on TMDL view, probably you can see the diff, right? The difference. And once you are comfortable, you can go update it, right? Once you updated, or maybe even before you update, you can take a TMDL of that measure, keep it somewhere, and then save it somewhere. Later on, if you want to redo, you can take that file, copy paste, and you can create the same measure with the previous logic. I see Vidya, Mishrala Vidya is. So, can you unmute yourself, ask question? Yeah, otherwise, can you paste on the chat? Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yep.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Seher, and I have a question regarding the reusing table. Like you mentioned, the calendar table. So, like I just wanted to know that which approach is better. I got confused with the TMDL script, or using Dataflow Gen 2. And when we are using the TMDL script, the calendar table is staying in the semantic model only, right?
Yeah, so that is an architecture which you have to follow as per your organization, right? So data flow Gen 2 is one of the layer. So if you're going to create a semantic model out of that data flow Gen 2, then you still need to create a semantic model. Maybe you might be referring that table as an even import or a direct query, right? So we are into one semantic model, right? Anything that you do on let's say upstream side, it's still applicable, right? So you whatever that you are going to bring into your semantic model, let's say from data flow gen to output, that should be created as an object in your semantic model. So those can be created with the help of TMDL. So I'm not
Okay,
saying
so
you have
here,
to create a table directly with the import here. The table has to be created or should be available in semantic model that can be coming from data flow gen 2, and you can define the storage type as import, direct query, or dual, whatever.
okay, fine. Yeah, the next question is that I usually face this requirement of like clarifying and defining the metrics. You have mentioned that in DAX query view, somehow I think it is possible to just have a table where all the definition of the DAX query is there, which is visible in the dashboard and is being approved by
Yep.
the stakeholders.
Yes. You can use info dot view dot measures.
So whenever we change the measure, the changed definition will reflect,
Yes.
right? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you for answering.
Yeah, maybe if you have any other questions, you can quickly ask. Otherwise, you can put it on the chat.
Sir, thank you for the session. Can we wind up the session?
Yeah, please. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for your time. Thanks to moderators and organizers.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for a great session. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to introduce our guest speaker, Mr. Nandan. He's a highly skilled technological professional known for his expertise in data engineering, artificial intelligence, cloud technologies, and the Microsoft Data Platform. He has earned recognition as Microsoft MVP and is also an active contributor to tech community, sharing valuable insights on Azure, Microsoft Fabric, Power BI, and modern data solutions with a strong experience in building scalable data and AI solutions. He has inspired many learners and professionals through his technical knowledge, community engagement, and continuous innovation mindset. His work reflects not only deep technical expertise, but also a passion for mentoring and knowledge sharing. Today, we are excited to learn from his experience, insights, and journey in the technology industry. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Nandan Hegde.
Thank you for the very good introduction. So, hello everyone. A very good afternoon to you all. Thank you for joining this session on From Data to Intelligence, Harnessing Fabric Data Agents with Azure AI Foundry. Now, before we proceed ahead, a little bit about myself. I am Nandan Hegde. I work as the Director of Data and AI at Synapse. I am a Microsoft Data Platform MVP, a Microsoft Fabric super user, an Azure Community Champion with overall 10 plus years of experience in data world, specializing in Microsoft ecosystem. You all can reach out to me via my LinkedIn or via my Twitter profile. Now enough about myself and let's move on to the crux of the topic. Now, apologies in advance to those who are already familiar with what Microsoft Fabric is. But for those who are new to this ecosystem, I'll explain what Microsoft Fabric is. So Microsoft Fabric is basically a software as a service tool that Microsoft has created that does everything, that provides everything, right from the data movement, data transformations, data storage, real-time analytics, and reporting. And all of this is hosted on top of one logical foundation called Mallik. So it is an end-to-end data and analytics platform designed for enterprises that require a unified solution. So it's a one-stop shop for everything in the data world. Now, within Microsoft Fabric comes the data analytical and the storage aspect. Now, just imagine a typical board or typical organization board or executive review meeting. Correct? Most of the executives and leaders are looking at the monthly dashboard or the reporting layer. Speaking about your general aspect, that is, okay, have we achieved the target that was associated for that corresponding geographical location, and who are our top sales customers as well as sales executives. Now, in the initial gist, everything looks fine, correct? Until, let's say, some person or some executive asks a certain question. Like, let's say, what was the total tax or expense that was associated with our top, let's say, customers or clients for last month? Now, suddenly there is silence in the entire room because the report that is present as a part of your monthly dashboard aspect does not show me that exact view or the exact content that was asked. Now, what happens is everyone starts looking at the data team. Okay, can you all provide that? Now, it's not that easy, correct? The data team or the SQL developer has to start thinking about, okay, for that corresponding question, what all joins do I need to add? What all filter conditions do I need to provide? Parallelly, the BI developer or the Power BI report developer opens up his semantic model and then tries to create a quick visual on top of what was asked. So, ad hoc queries are not that easy during such critical executive meetings. And that does take some time to develop, to test and validate. So do you really think the executives would wait for that particular answer? No, they'll move on. So the meeting continues without a clear answer. And the question is saved for later. But by the time the result is ready, the moment has already passed out, depending upon that discussion. So that is the traditional data querying aspect. That is, the conventional analytics uses structured queries and dashboards that is effective for known questions, but limited in your day in day out flexibility. So that's where the Fabric Data Agent comes in. Now, what is Fabric Data Agent? Fabric Data Agent is basically a feature or functionality that is present within the Microsoft Fabric itself. And it provides us with a conversational layer on top of your data storage that is present within the Microsoft Fabric. So, in case if I have to state, Fabric Data Agents enables users to express intent in the natural language, thereby simplifying the data interaction for decision makers. What does that mean? In layman terminology, I can state that it allows users to ask questions in plain English and receive answers based on the data that is stored. Now, Microsoft Fabric provides data storage in multiple aspects. There are some storage layers called Fabric Lakehouse. Now, those who are familiar with the data terminology, Lakehouse can be considered as the data lake equivalent in your data world, wherein you can preserve structured, semi-structured, or your unstructured data. Then you can have data preserved in warehouses, which is your normal warehouse concept. The Power BI semantic model that Hariharan recently discussed about. Then there's something called as KQL databases. KQL is basically Kusto query language databases that is morely for the streaming data sets and ontologies. And it is because of this natural language aspect, Fabric Data Agent removes the need to write SQL, DAX, or your KQL queries manually. So, the system reasons over governed enterprise data to provide intelligent answers beyond simple data retrieval. Simple data retrieval in the form of just blind reporting. And this is the shift that supports strategic decision making through better architecture governance and real world analytical impact rather than a static dashboard with static set of visuals at the runtime. Now, why does this matter? As we discussed, the traditional BI often causes delays with manual query writing and report updating, which in turn limits the agility for ad hoc questions, which is critical in today's world with respect to business decisions or governance aspect. Now, what I said is Fabric Data Agent acts as a conversational layer between a user and the underlying storage data. So, does that mean that, let's say, my underlying data contains some of the sensitive company informations with respect to employee and his or her salaries and whether that employee is due for promotion or not. This is a very sensitive data for an organization, correct? Now, imagine if I have that data as an input to my data agent that will eventually see in couple of minutes, and a user is querying the data. Does that mean the user can query, okay, can you provide me salary of the CEO? Would the data agent blatantly expose all the data? The answer to that is no. So the user is able to ask any natural language aspect, but the data that is being fetched would be restricted to the data governance and the access that corresponding user has. What does that mean? Meaning, whatever security, data level security or governance has been added at the storage layer, that itself becomes available to the user at the data agent level. Meaning, I would have access to only my data, not other employees' data within the organization. So, in case if I do ask a question that provide me the salary of the CEO, it would return a blank value because I do not have access to that underlying data. So the Fabric Data Agent follows all the governance and security, ensuring compliance and accuracy pertaining to the data standards. Now, how does it work? So as we discussed, a Fabric Data Agent is a conversational AI layer embedded within the Fabric platform that executes natural language data queries provided by the user. So it's a bridge between your data storage layer and your front-end interface, that is user interface. It operates within governed data sources like lakehouse, warehouse, and semantic models, ensuring secure access, meaning only if you have access to that underlying data, then only you all would be able to get the data out of that. And it respects, major aspect is, it respects the permission, the row level security, and organization policies without bypassing the underlying control, thereby ensuring it is compliant with the standards. Now, how does a data agent think across? So the data agent begins by interpreting the user intent from natural language input to understanding the query context. What does that mean? As a user, I'll ask, can you tell me what was the expense pertaining to tax in these regions in the last month? This is my natural language prompt. Now the data agent would have underlying data sources from which it needs to extract the data. So corresponding to every data sources, while building, a developer can add certain AI instructions, which we'll eventually see across. Correct? So the data agent or the Fabric agent converts the natural language prompt to the underlying query context. then it basically disambiguates your metrics, time periods, and geography using different definitions that are available in your underlying storage layer. And then it identifies based on the query disambiguation and your underlying storage layer metadata, it identifies the correct data tables and identifies and applies the logic and executes queries securely with the user permissions, thereby ensuring that the compliance and the data governance standards are being maintained across. And finally, the results are presented in the human readable format that would be understandable for the user. It can be your output, or in case if you have asked certain aspects with respect to metadata, it can be the corresponding metadata aspect as well. Now, enough about the theoretical aspect, and let's move on to the practical aspect. Now, first aspect, there's certain prerequisite in order for one to enable the Fabric Data Agent. Now, as I stated, Fabric Data Agent is like a conversation AI layer. So for that, under the tenant admin portal, basically pertaining to all your data agent, underlyingly it states that data agent in the backend is using your Azure OpenAI itself. So there are certain tenant level properties that needs to be enabled in order for an organization to use a Fabric Data Agent. That is, data sent to Azure OpenAI can be processed outside your capacity geographical region. Now your Fabric capacities are present across multiple regions, but the underlying Azure AI OpenAI model for Copilot and data agent aspects are in specific geographical region. So your data has to transfer between geographical regions in certain cases. And certain organizations do follow certain GDPR standards, that is General Data Protection Regulation standards, wherein the data is not supposed to move outside your organization's geographical region, that is the Fabric capacity region. So in such cases, this property would be disabled and Fabric Data Agents you won't be able to use. You will have to build your own custom agents. So that is the first aspect. Now the second aspect is you do need a dedicated Fabric capacity. You cannot use Fabric trial capacity in order for you to leverage the Fabric data agents. Now, in my personal tenant, I have enabled all the aspects for me to proceed with creation of the Fabric data agent. Now here, as you all can see, I have a Fabric Lakehouse and a Fabric SQL database and a warehouse as well. Now let me go ahead and quickly create a Fabric data agent. Okay. So by the time, okay. So I have to search for the Fabric data agent. Now data agent basically builds a generative AI build. What it is you're building a generative AI agent that understands your data and can answer complex questions in the variety of conversational interfaces. Now we'll take a look at what this conversational interfaces mean. So let me go ahead and create a Fabric data agent. So I'll say demo agent 9th. So it's creating a Fabric data agent. Now the first aspect is for any agent, I do need to map it to sources, correct, from which it would be able to reference the data. So that aspect is it provides me two aspects. One is data sources and another is Azure AI search. We'll come to Azure AI search in a couple of minutes. First, focus on the data sources. So when I click on data sources, I can select a wide range of data types, data sources from Fabric SQL database to warehouses to semantic models to mirror databases, ontologies, and semantic models. Now, let me go ahead and select the one of the data agent, one of the source, that is the SQL database. And let me add it. Now, one of the limitation is in a Fabric data agent, you can, in one Fabric data agent, you can maximum have only 5 different data sources embedded. So in case if you want different data, more than 5 different data sources, you have to split them as 2 separate data agents and accordingly manage across those data sources. Now, I have selected the database as one of my source. But do I want all the data to be present across that? No. So I can explicitly select which all data I want to act as a source within my Fabric data agent. So now I want sales order and some of the product aspect. So I have selected the specific sources that I want within my corresponding database. Now I can go ahead and add another source as well. So in this case, I'll go ahead and add a warehouse. And you can only add 5 maximum different sources. And within that source, you can select n number of entities, meaning I can add 5 such sources, but within source there would be multiple tables or what we call as entities. You can select n number of entities within that. That's not restricted. So now within my warehouse, I do not have any data. It's a blank warehouse. Just for demo purpose, I integrated one of the warehouse. Now, there is something called as Azure AI search. What it does is you would have an Azure AI search endpoint that you would have created, correct? In Azure AI Foundry. You can integrate that within your data agent to act as one of your sources. In this case, we'll keep it pretty simple and have just the internal data sources present across. Now, corresponding to every data source that I integrated, I can add certain instructions pertaining to that. It is based on this instruction that what we had discussed, correct? Whenever anyone provides a natural language prompt, the data agent disambiguates it in the form of different dimensional side of the things. And it is this set of instruction that helps create a proper mapping between the natural language prompt to the textual technical query level prompt, which gets executed in the backend. What do I mean by that? So if you all take a look, this was my source, that is the Fabric SQL database. Now within that, I have different set of tables that I mapped it within my data agent. Now let's quickly take a look at the data. So I do have certain data like sales LT dot sales order detail. Now let's take a look at what this table holds. So if you see sales order detail basically contains details with respect to sales order, meaning how many product, what product did I order, what was the quantity, and what is the unit price per product. Whereas if we take a look at the sales order header table, This provides me, okay, for that corresponding order that I had placed, when was the order date? When is it is due to be available to the consumer? When was the ship date? And some of the other factual data like what was the tax amount associated with that order and other aspects. And there's some dimensional data. So I can add specific set of instructions stating that for any query pertaining to tax related data, refer the sales order header table, because let's assume that I might have different aspects, but what I can have different sources having somewhat similar tax related data. So now, in case if I have to map it explicitly, correct, that this takes the highest precedence over other data set. Those are the instructions that we can explicitly add. Refer the sales order data. So I can add specific set of instructions. So this is the data source description. What does this data source contain? So I can state that the data source contains sales related data. So this is the description with respect to the data source that I've embedded. And within that data source, I can add the instruction that for any query pertaining to the tax related data, refer the sales order header detail itself. Now, there are some example queries also that are present across. What does this signify? We'll take a look in a couple of minutes. So similarly, more instructions you add, better would be the outcome that would be presented to you all. When I say you all, it means for the users who are providing the prompts. So we added the necessary instructions and so these were the instructions at the data source level. But then, as I said, a data agent would have multiple data sources that I can embed. Corresponding to every source, there might be some common data that might overlap. But in case if I have a preference that the taxation data should come specific from the data agent SQL database rather than the warehouse, I can explicitly add those instructions that always the data within the database takes the highest priority. In case if the data is not present within the database, then move over to the warehouse and then and there onwards. So those are the instructions that I can provide. Also, we can provide instructions with respect to how should be the output, what can be the output format for the data agent. So the data agent needs to provide in bold format. The output should be in the bold format. The output of the data agent needs to follow Times New Roman bold format. And you can add any type of instructions that you all want. Now, once the data agent is ready, then you all can go ahead and publish it. Now, once you publish when you are trying to publish a data agent, you can provide the necessary descriptions. That's the common standard for better governance across. Imagine an organization having so many data agents without proper purpose and capability. It becomes very difficult to manage it. So it becomes out of range. Hence, it's better you provide the proper description. Now here, if you see, there's an option wherein also publish to the agent store in the Microsoft 365 Copilot. Now, most of the organizations do have Microsoft 365 Copilot premium licenses that have been used across. Now, imagine that within the Microsoft 365 Copilot, I want to share certain data aspects pertaining to organizational queries, I can create a data agent specific for that and publish it within my Microsoft 365 Copilot store, which then becomes available for the users within the organizations to leverage it. So in this case, we'll proceed with as is. We won't integrate it with Microsoft 365 Copilot. We'll take a look with respect to the Azure AI Foundry. Now, this has been published. Now let's take a look at what does the agent actually do. So now imagine that I do need the data in the sales order. I see a tax amount here, correct? And I am able to see the corresponding order date as well. So I want to write a query, or I want to fetch the data of what is the overall tax amount that has been spent on products which were ordered and on 1st of June 2025. So in that case, what I need to do is I need to write a SQL query. This is the equivalent SQL query, correct? That is, I want the sum of the overall tax amount from this table for all the products that were ordered on 1st of June. So order date equal to 2025-0601. Now I'm executing this query. So the value is 69,234. But then there's another catch. Can you see there's an option called Copilot here? Correct. So when I click on Copilot, let me get started on the Copilot aspect. And let me ask a question here on the database. So my question was, what is the overall tax amount spent on products ordered on 1st June 2025? Now, Copilot is basically another feature or functionality within Microsoft Fabric that allows natural language aspects not just to query data, but even to modify, update your code or generate your code and even debug your data. Now, if you all see, the overall tax amount spent on product orders on 1st June is 69,234. So, but then is this Fabric data agent? The answer to that is no. This is the native Copilot feature within Microsoft Fabric. Now let's take a look with similar with respect to the Fabric data agent itself. And then let's understand what is the difference between a Fabric data agent and a Copilot, when to use what. So we have published the Fabric data agent. Correct. Now let's ask a question to that data agent. So this is my data agent. For that, I'll ask the same aspect. What is the overall tax amount spent on products ordered? See, I have not provided proper prompt, but the data agents, co-pilots are smart enough to understand their grammatical mistakes and provide the proper answer for the same. So it's analyzing the corresponding data sources, and you all can see here, correct? It is trying to create certain, it states that it's analyzing the corresponding data agent SQL database to calculate this amount. And then it goes ahead and executes the query. Now, if you all remember, provide the output in Times New Roman bold format. Hence the output is in this format. And the value is matching to what we executed it manually or via the Copilot. But then how is it determining that? So it provided me where it analyzed. Now if I expand this, you all can see that basically it created a query. That is, select sum of tax amount from this where order date equal to corresponding date. So depending upon the natural prompt, it was smart enough to generate a SQL query and execute it in the backend. Now, if you all remember, I had also said that you can not only provide data source instruction, but you can also provide example queries. Now, what does this example query here signify? Now, what happened was, depending upon the best aspect that the agent understood, it created a SQL query on itself. But in certain cases, I know now, in certain cases, the data agent might not know what indexes I have created in the underlying database because I have not provided the right set of instructions. Whereas I, as a developer, know what is the best possible standards for me or for the organization to execute queries on the database for better performance and to avoid load on my system. So in those scenarios, I can create sample SQL queries, which I can add as example queries. So in that case, what would happen is, rather than the data agent creating the SQL queries by itself or leveraging the keywords by itself, it would leverage the sample queries that I have provided. Meaning, for me to identify duplicate values, I can do a partition in SQL or I can do a group by. There are multiple ways how I can achieve a same result in SQL. But then, rather than data agent generating it on a random basis, I can explicitly provide an instruction that whenever you want to identify duplicates, use row number and partition by itself. Do not use group by. So in that case, whatever SQL query it tries to generate, it would use those necessary instructions, that is row number and partition itself. So data source instructions are more on the metadata of the data that you all are trying to generate, that is present within your underlying data source. And the example queries are more on the SQL side of the queries or the question answer pair. For your question, the most of the organization or executive have a common question. Did we meet the target that was associated for the last quarter? So corresponding to this question, I can already have a SQL query created in my own standard and best way. That is what example queries represent. Any queries before we proceed ahead? Okay, I do see we already have a Q&A visual in Power BI where user asks questions in natural language and gets the answer. Now we have Fabric data agents doing the same thing. What is the real difference? First of all, the Power is getting retired, correct? And second aspect is, in Q&A visual, in Fabric data agent, you can integrate multiple data sources and you can provide instructions specific to the mapping and the prioritization of the things. That is a better benefit over the Q&A aspect. Now, another question that I say is, Fabric data agents can have other data sources beyond the semantic model, like lakehouse, etc. Correct. Since it's an agent, you can also, okay, someone has already, it was an answer. Okay. Now, we took a look with respect to what the Fabric data agent is, correct? And how it has the benefits. But wasn't Fabric data agent providing the same answer as the Copilot aspect? So what is the difference between these two? Now, Copilot also at the back end uses an AI model similar to the Fabric data agent that we have created. Whereas the Copilot, as I said, is not only restricted for just querying the data, but you can also generate queries. You can create, now Copilot, depending upon what offering one is using within the Microsoft Fabric. Like this is a Fabric SQL database. Corresponding to Fabric SQL database, you have its own Copilot version that helps you get insights from the data. Get insights is in the form of natural language queries that we can ask. Or you can create queries, or you can generate code. So I can generate a code like create a date table in DBO schema with columns as date, ID, date, month, and year. Depending upon natural language prompts, it would help me generate SQL query equivalent as well. Now it has created the SQL query. I just need to go and execute this. And the Copilot scope is just restricted to this data source itself. There is no cross communication between the warehouse or other data sources. Whereas in case of data agent, you can integrate maximum 5 data sources, provide instructions for cross analysis and cross database queries, and provide the natural aspects to you all. So data agent provides much more better flexibility with respect to creating relationship between different data sources and providing proper instructions, which Copilot does not provide those aspects. That is the major difference between a Copilot and a Fabric data agent. Now, this was the Fabric data agent. Now, Fabric data agent, in case, do you all really think this is the interface that I'll share it with the users or with the executives, this technical layer, meaning this is my Fabric data agent that got created. Now, in case if anyone wants to, any executive wants to ask question, he or she has to log in into this Fabric data agent portal and then type the questions here, wherein I already have other set of aspects. Do you think it's more sensible for users to log in into a technical or a developer oriented UI for them to ask questions? No, correct. Ideally, what anyone would prefer is I have a chatbot created as a user interface, and in that chat, and only that chatbot, nothing else should be visible. And within that chatbot, I can ask any set of queries or questions for me to get the proper answer pertaining to that. So that's where the Azure AI Foundry integration comes in. Meaning I can embed the Azure AI Foundry chatbot into my websites, etc. And I can have that model reference my Fabric data agent as a source layer itself for end-to-end discussions with the open source systems. So that's where your Azure AI Foundry comes in. So within Azure AI Foundry, you can create your own agents, correct? So let me go ahead and create one of my agent. So in this case, let me provide my agent name as demo 9th. So I'll go ahead and create an agent. Now within that agent, I can select which model I want to select. I can select which model I want it to have. For now, I'll go with GPT 4.1 itself. You can, of course, Azure AI Foundry provides you with multiple models, correct? Depending upon what is it that you need. So for my aspect, majorly it is with respect to a chatbot. Hence, GPT 4.1 or 4.1 mini is apt with respect to chat bot applications. But in case if you want multiple other aspects, depending upon whatever is your intent, you can select the corresponding agent. Now, within that, you have instructions similar to any agent that you build. You can create your own set of instructions. Now, what you can do is you can add your knowledge base corresponding to the Foundry IQ that is integrated within an organization, and you can even add your Fabric data agent that was created as a part of your knowledge base. Now here I want to create a new connection. Now how do you create a new connection? You provide the connection name. Now when we had published it, when I had published the Fabric data agent, it provided me with a corresponding artifact ID. That is, this is my workspace IDs, group/workspace ID. So I need to provide the corresponding workspace ID and the Fabric data agent ID, which is the corresponding set of ID here. Post that, I'll create a connection to that data agent and I'll connect to that. In this scenario, let me connect to my existing connection itself. I'll connect to my existing data agent. Now, what happened is I integrated my Fabric data agent, which already has its own native set of instructions, with the Azure AI Foundry chatbot model. And then, of course, the Azure AI Foundry would also have its own set of data knowledge that I will have added, not only specific to this, because the chatbot would be a generic chatbot, not only specific to the financial data, but let's say I also want questions on sales and HR data overall. And then I can provide the necessary set of instructions on how it should be. And then it would provide me the necessary set of aspects. So in this case, I can again integrate it with, I'll save it. And then we can ask the same question with respect to the data agent question that we had. That is, what is the overall tax amount spent on products? And it would be able to provide me with the same answer. What all sources are present in this agent? This is not a question specific to that. This is just for you all to understand. Correct? As of now, we have integrated Azure AI aspect. You can integrate different files, websites for your own scope of things. And you can pre-train it. So this is how you integrate your Fabric data agent within Azure AI Foundry. And you can host this agent on any of your website or any other aspects wherever there is a need, allowing a proper UI feel rather than a developer feel. Now I do see a question that I have created Fabric data agent on top of Lakehouse table and published into M365. But there is a response delay. For that, that's a known scenario, known issue in the existing Fabric data agent to M365 integration, which Microsoft has acknowledged, and they're working on it to reduce the response. But the alternative to that is, in case if you all do want a Fabric data agent within M365 to give a quicker response, by the time Microsoft comes up with the resolution for that, what you need to do is integrate your Fabric data agent to an Azure AI Foundry chatbot or Azure AI Foundry agent, and then integrate your agent of Azure AI Foundry within Microsoft 365. That would provide you a quicker response. But imagine how much spend you would be doing, because Fabric data agent won't be a separate cost, because as irrespective of whatever prompts you provide, it would have your load on your Fabric capacity. But the cost associated, the expense associated with your agent is not specific to the agent, but to the capacity as a whole. But then Azure AI Foundry would charge you based on the tokenization aspect. And then integrating that agent within Microsoft 365, for which you already have a license. So the additional cost that you're including because of this quicker response would be the Azure AI Foundry side of the things. I hope that answers your query on the lag. That's a known issue as of now.
And also, like with the Azure, Fabric Data Agent published in a Copilot Studio. Okay, in the Copilot Studio, it is not giving response through M365. I'm tried with the Copilot Studio as well, but it is not went through. But I'm connected Fabric Data Agent through MCP connection. I'm custom connector. I built a custom connection with the MCP connection. That MCP connection, it is giving with the Claude 4.6. Okay, it is giving the proper response. Still in the Copilot Studio M365, it is getting same delay of 40 seconds of response, but it's an accurate response. Okay. But here we are trying to get a solution to get a quicker response with the 5 seconds and 6 seconds. Other people outside the world, okay, they are given some data is not a huge amount of data we are questioning. It's a less amount of data. We are questioning the data, but it is not giving the response. But other people are same build their application on top of the Fabric Data Agent, and also the same published in M365, it is giving response 5 to 6 seconds and within 10 seconds. Okay, it's like we are stuck up with a solution. Like we'll go with it's not cost boundary. If we go with the Microsoft Foundry, also fine if it is giving the quicker response, but it is an accurate solution or not.
So Shiva, for that, as I said, correct, Microsoft has acknowledged that aspect, correct? And as you said, for certain folks who are integrating that, they're getting quick responses. It is because it depends upon the regional aspect. Microsoft does not deploy every change in all the regions at one go, correct? So depending upon which region and tenant aspect, there are certain aspects because of which not all features are available across everywhere. So in that case, hence I said, correct, Microsoft is working on, has acknowledged that there is a lag in that scenario of my direct data agent to Microsoft 365 Copilot. So usually, see, okay, let me reiterate one step back, correct? Now, Fabric, you all saw, correct, how easy it was to set up your Fabric Data Agent, and with a simple drag and drop option of directly correlating it or publishing it into the M365 Copilot, correct? So for those who are low code developers, that's what Microsoft has now suggested till the time they work on the fix, or the alternative, that publish it into the Azure AI Foundry. From Azure AI Foundry, link it to the Microsoft 365 Copilot. That has been tested out and that provides a good response. But as I said, a cost comes associated with it. But in case if a team or the organization is much more aspect with respect to coding, that's where what you described, correct? You all have created your own custom connector. That's what is recommended. But Microsoft does acknowledge that, and they are working on that lag. Why is there a lag? Even if the amount of data is, they are yet to, they have yet not shared the RCA for that, but they have acknowledged that they are working on that. But in case if it's becoming a major problem for you all, then as I stated, you'll have to use Azure AI Foundry as an intermittent layer or build your own custom connector. That's the best solution. Make sense? Okay. Any other queries before we proceed ahead? Okay then. So now one aspect that is the purpose of data agent is not unlike Copilot, correct? Copilot wherein I could generate code as well, correct? The purpose of the data agent are basically a reasoning layer for your structured, read-only and governed analytics in data environment. Fabric data agents are not ETL tools to write back data or substitute your data modeling. Now there are certain limitations within the Fabric data agent. That is, with the known data sources that we saw, correct? That is Lakehouse, Warehouse, etc. It can only support structured data formats. But in Azure AI Search, there was another option, correct? Azure AI Search. That's where you can integrate it with the Azure AI Search aspect and work with semi-structured, unstructured data in the form of PDF files and other aspects via Azure AI Foundry integrations. As of today, the natural language prompts is only limited or restricted to English language queries itself, which which usually confines your accessibility for global users who do want to interact with other natural language aspects as well. So in that case, you can use Azure AI Foundry integrated to your Fabric Data Agent. Azure AI Foundry can translate prompts across different languages and then use the Fabric Data Agent as a source for governance and get back the data. And of course, it's a read-only operation. That's what it is intended for. It is not an ETL tool. And the next limitation is it supports up to 5 data sources itself. So in case if you have more than 5 different data sources, then it gets restricted and you have to split or logically group your data and create separate data agents pertaining to that. So this data agent is basically a shift in your analytical mindset. That is from generating static reports to enabling dynamic inquiry-based exploration of your data, from dashboards to semantic model. That is from building generic dashboards to designing semantic layers to enhance data understanding. Now, what I mean by that? Couple of in previous session you saw, correct, how Hariharan explained there are different TMDL views, semantic models that are being built. Within semantic models, corresponding to every measure, you can add certain set of metadata. And you can even prepare your semantic model for AI. There's a prep data for AI for your semantic models, wherein you can provide instructions pertaining to your data and other aspects. And it is these references that in turn would be utilized within your Fabric data agents for better responses. So rather than just building traditional dashboards, it is better to define or design your semantic layers that enhance the data understanding and the data AI capability. And finally, moving beyond simple data queries to reasoning over knowledge, which in turn enables deeper insights and enables better decision making. So that's what the data agent is all about. Now, who benefits from this? Majorly the business users, wherein rather than waiting, I'll take only 2 minutes.
Just time is running off, so.
Sure, 2 minutes, I'm closing it, correct?
Okay.
Now, who benefits from this? It's your non-technical business users, wherein rather than relying on your analytical team or your data team, they can provide the natural language prompts and get the answer rather than waiting for 1 or 2 days for a response from your data engineering team or the analytical team. And majorly, it's because of the security and restrictions, it's accessible with respect to the data governance aspect, which in turn helps reduce repetitive works on your data team, which they can focus on much more better aspects, thereby allowing a focus on strategic high value analytical work. So this concludes the session on the Fabric data agents. Thank you all. Any queries, concerns? Before we close this session?
Thank you for the great session, Nandan.
Thank you all. In case if you all do have any queries, do reach out to me via LinkedIn and we can discuss it. Thank you.
We are excited to welcome Ayush Goyal, AI and BI speaker at Goyal Group, Microsoft Certified Trainer, MCT, and Global Certified Educator. As a speaker for today's session. Today's session is building agents that answer business questions. In this session, Ayush will walk us through how AI agents can be designed to understand business problems, retrieve the right information, and generate meaningful insights for decision making. The session will also cover practical use cases, AI and BI workflows, data storytelling, co-pilot capabilities, and best practices for building intelligence business focused AI system. Please join me in welcome a warm welcome to Ayush Goyal.
Yeah, all right. Hi, everyone. Very good afternoon to all of you. I have some problem going on with my camera. My, image is a bit slow. So I will, perhaps, okay, maybe I'll just keep it on. Okay, I hope all of you can hear me okay, though. Okay, so I'll share my screen. Can all of you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so yeah, this is basically a session which is on building agents that basically answer business questions. I'll just introduce myself a bit before we go into the topics that we want to discuss today. So I'm Ayush. I'm based out of Gurgaon in India, and I am a management consultant at a management consulting firm called Coral Group, which is based out of the US. I'm also a Microsoft certified trainer for more than 5 years now, and Google certified educator. And I engage in a lot of speaking sessions, conferences, training sessions, wherein I like to just share my knowledge within the Microsoft stack of tools, right? So I specialize in the areas like Power BI, Power Platform, which includes Power Automate, Power Apps, Copilot, etc., and the generative AI and artificial intelligence, technologies more recently. Okay, so here I wanted to basically share one use case wherein I know some of you might already have experiences building dashboards, building reports of the data that may exist in various data sources, right? Like SQL database or maybe some Synapse Analytics database or even the Excel files, right? So we use all of these, the data stored in multiple data sources as the source to build the dashboards on top of that, right? Now, all of you who are already doing this kind of work in your day-to-day professional life, you would observe that these dashboards are not enough, right? You can share a dashboard, let's say on sales, or you can share a dashboard, let's say on the interactions that different sales representatives of a firm is making, or just a finance dashboard showing the gross revenue, profit, net revenue, etc. But a lot of times people look at the dashboard and then they have some follow-up questions, some ad hoc questions, and we call this as ad hoc analytics, right? So now, whenever these ad hoc questions comes in, the idea is that the business user is going to ask an analyst that, I have a question and can you find me the answer? Now, the analyst will go and type in a SQL query, get the data from the SQL database, and add his or her own business knowledge, and then finally give the response to the user. This takes a lot of back and forth between the analyst and the business user, and also, a lot of time, right? So now, with the advent of generative AI, artificial intelligence, we thought, can we sort of use some of the Microsoft's tools to ease this process, right? And that's where this session is basically focused on, that how can you make an agent in Copilot Studio, which is, a very much a Microsoft tool, to essentially have the business user ask the questions directly to those data tables instead of having the analyst in between, right? So I may have a question in just, a natural English language. So can I type that question somewhere? And then I can get some really good responses based on the data that I have, along with some of the additional insights. Okay, so that is what Copilot Studio actually does, right? This is the kind of agent or agentic capabilities that you can build using Copilot Studio, and that is what we are going to discuss in this session. Okay, so we are going to look at the high-level architecture first. that how this whole process, which I just explained you, happens, right? So this is your data source. On the most, on the right hand side, you see this is, let's say, a SQL database. This is where your data is. Right now, this data is very much raw in nature. It, someone who is non-technical who would look at this data, they wouldn't know how to get the right insights out of the data. And that's where you need a person who knows how to write SQL queries, a person who knows how to, meaningfully query the data from here, right? But the business user, who is this, this particular box on the left-hand side, this business user doesn't really want to, let's say, waste a lot of time, right? So he is a non-technical person and he wants to directly go and query the SQL database. That's the idea, and that's what we have done using Copilot Studio and Azure Functions. So what happens is the user types in the query within the Copilot Studio, right? In Copilot Studio, we have given some context to this agent saying that, okay, these are our tables in SQL database. This is what the relationship is, just high level description, right? What does a particular column name actually means, what this table on a high level contains, and all of that. And then what this Copilot Studio agent basically does is, based on the knowledge that you have shared with this agent, it will turn the text, the user query, which is in normal English language, it is going to turn that into SQL. And these agents are very good at that, right? They can convert any particular text into SQL. And then once it has SQL, then it will call a Power Automate flow, right, to basically send this query to the data source. Because ultimately, whatever the SQL query gets built, this has to be fired on the data source to get the responses out, right? So for firing that query that this agent has created, we have Power Automate flow, right, which basically does that, which basically just communicates that query from the agent to the data source, right? And in between, you have something known as Azure Function app, okay? Because Power Automate doesn't have the capabilities to directly go and query the SQL database. You need something in between, right? So that's what Azure Function app basically helps us do. It establishes an API connection with the data source, takes the query from Power Automate, and then sends it to the SQL database. And get SQL, whatever the query results are, they get returned back to the Azure Function app, then back to the agent. And you all know that these large language models, or you've been using ChatGPT, Claude, all of these applications, they are very good in putting a good language articulation on any set of data. So even if these results get out in pure data form, which is just a data table, this agent, which has large language model built inside it, it will convert that data into very good commentary and very good meaningful business commentary. Okay, and that is what the user is going to see, right? So this is how the high level architecture looks like. Okay, we'll go into the demo and see how this basically happens in real world, and then we'll go into deeper into each of these things from the development side of things, right? Because I understand a lot of you may also be developers here, right, who would be interested in developing these things yourself. Okay, so even if you're the business user, you can ask your developers to sort of build something like this, what you are going to see shortly. And if you're the developer, then we are going to actually go into each of these technical details just to see how things look like in the backend. Okay, so let me quickly open our agent, which basically is shared with the with the audience or with the end users, right? So what you see on my screen is basically on the right hand side, this is your agent, right? As you can see, this has a text box wherein you can just ask a question. This agent is already connected to a SQL database. Okay, if I have to show you the database, I can just show you that also. So this is SSMS, wherein I have a database called database_POC, and within this database, I have a table called interactions. I think it's taking some time to load, but yeah, I can show that to you in a while. But the idea is that we are essentially typing in the questions, the business questions in simple English language to this database, right? Which would otherwise understand only the SQL queries, right? And business users don't know how to write SQL queries. So this particular database has a table called interactions, right? Interactions just contains the data of the calls that a sales representative has made, right? So, for example, any sales representative, their job is to, call someone and, try to sell their products, right? You would also be receiving a lot of calls. So that's what this data is. And if I show you the data, it opened up in SSMS. So I'm going to do a new query here. And then if I just drop this table, this is our table, dbo.interactions. And if I just run a select star from here, and oh, sorry, I have to change the database. Right, so this is the data. Okay, so what you see here is you have a call ID. So this is first call done to this customer, Din Key Private Limited. This is the interaction date. This means this call was done on 11th of March 2024. It was a virtual call. Virtual call means either they did this call on a Zoom or on a phone call, etc. Then you have the status that this call has been submitted, which means this call has been done. You have some latitude and longitude information. Basically, this tells us that what is the exact latitude and longitude of the customer, right, to which the call was made. Okay, and then this is the salesperson's name, that Vikram Iyer has actually done this call to this customer on this date through this interaction type. And this is the exact place based on the latitude, longitude. Now, I don't know which city is this, but this is just the latitude, longitude information. That's what I know here. Okay. Now I'm going to ask, or I'm going to query this table using natural language, right? So I ask one question, that which salesperson has done the highest number of submitted interactions, right? So we saw that here you have all the different salespeople. Now, if you were to ask this question that which salesperson has done the highest interaction, it would be some SQL query needs to be typed here, which is again a very technical job, right? So in order to avoid that, this solution comes into picture. So I just ask which salesperson has the highest number of submitted interactions, and I just send this, right? So what this agent will do is it will first read through the question, and then it will create or convert this question into a SQL query. As you can see, automatically the SQL query came in. So I haven't typed that in. The agent automatically created the SQL query. It sent it to the Power Automate flow. Power Automate flow further sent it to the function app. Function app sent it to the database and got the results. And as you can see, these are our results. It says Sneha Reddy and Vikram Iyer have the highest number of submitted interactions. Each completed 7 submitted interactions. Then it also shares some other things which I did not ask. I didn't ask anything else. I just said which salesperson has done the highest number of interactions. But it shares the whole table, the leaderboard. It says that there are 2 joint leaders, Sneha and Vikram, right, with 7 interactions. After that, Vikram Patel, 6, Amit Chopra, 5, Anjali Chopra, 5, and so on, right? And then it also shares some key observations, which I again did not ask, right? But that's the beauty of this. It's like, very much human generated content. So it is going to, assess the data that it has gotten, and then would also reason over the data, will relate it to the business sense, and then generate the insights as well. So as you can see, it says that Sneha and Vikram are tied. Vikram Patel closely follows in 3rd place. Large group of 7 salespersons are clustered at 5 interactions, suggesting a fairly even distribution of activity across the team. And then it also asks you a suggested follow-up that would you like to see a breakdown of interaction types for Sneha and Vikram to understand how they are engaging with customers, right? So quite a detailed and sort of a rich response, and within a matter of seconds, right? And directly to the business user. So this is the benefit of having these agents built for your clients. Okay, so I can ask another question that maybe show me the question. Okay, so I can ask, show me the total interactions split by interaction type. What does that mean for the business? Right? Now I want to see the total interaction split by interaction. I want to see whether my sales representatives are doing more face-to-face interactions or virtual interactions. And whatever they are doing, what does that mean for the business overall? Right? Because I would want the sales reps to actually go and meet the clients in person. That's what the best sales is. But if they are doing a lot of virtual calls, then it may be a concern, right? So see how it basically provided me the insights. It says the total number of interactions is almost evenly split, 50%, and in person is also around 50%, right? Because they are very close. Now, there was my another question. What does this mean for the business? So it says the split is almost 50-50, which is quite remarkable. This suggests the sales team has either consciously adopted a hybrid engagement model or that customer preferences are evenly distributed between two channels. Now, can you see the kind of insights it is producing? Like if it is 50-50, a lot of times it happens that when you share any insights with your audience or with your business users, one way of sharing that is whatever you see in the data, you just share that. So you can share, okay, this is the interaction type on the left, and these are your interactions, and this is the share. That you can stop right here. But a lot of times customers or your clients asks, or what makes an analyst a good analyst is to not just stop at this, but to also go one step ahead and reason over this. Like, what does that mean? Right? If this is what your split is, so what? Right? So what does that mean for the business? Right? So for all those questions, sometimes if you are junior or if you just started your career or you are new to this industry, you may not exactly know what does that mean for the business, right? So that's where these agents come into picture, because they are trained on huge amounts of general purpose data, including some of the sales data, etc. So they would know, or they would have a way to find out, maybe through web or through some other source based on what you have configured, to actually find out the reasons, right? Or to reason over these findings. So that's what it is doing here. It says this basically means it's a consciously adopted hybrid model, or the customer preferences are evenly distributed. Then it says the second insight is that virtual engagement is strong. So with 239 interactions, the team is leveraging digital tools effectively. It's a very meaningful insight because virtual interactions are high. And this also reduces the travel costs and time, allowing the reps to cover more ground and reach customers across geographies quickly. And then it says in-person presence is maintained. It shows the business still values face-to-face relationship building, which is often critical for high-value deal closures and trust building in B2B sales. Right. So that's what I said. In order to build that trust, you have to meet your clients in person. So that's what it says also. But it puts together a very clean and very meaningful comparison, right, between virtual and in person. Right? It says that virtual is strong. So what does that mean? And if in person is also maintained, it's not that we have completely reduced down the in person, then also it's a good thing. And what does that mean? Right. And then it says strategic flexibility, which means a balanced approach means the team is not over-reliant on either channel, reducing the risk if one channel becomes less effective. Right. So this is also quite a good thing that there is a balance. Right. It's not that we are just doing in person or we are just doing virtual. Okay. Yeah, my video may be a bit lagged, but yeah, I hope you can hear me well. All right. And it also says potential consideration. It says while the split looks healthy, the quality of interactions may differ by type. Right. So in-person meetings often lead to stronger customer relationships, while virtual ones offer scale and efficiency. The same point that I said. So you can see it basically is not saying that this is good or this is bad. It is just putting together a good sort of comparison and good reasoning over each interaction type here, what you got from the response, right? So now just think of doing this yourself. It would take you so long to actually put this together. Even you first write the SQL query, then you will type the SQL query, then you'll get the data out, then you will think through the different aspects of the data. And even if you think through, then it's highly unlikely that you can come up with so many points in in a matter of seconds, right? So these tools obviously have a lot of benefits and a lot of value add. Okay. All right, now let's look at one more thing here, which is again something unique. Now, it has latitude and longitude information, right? It has latitude and the longitude information. So the first call, if you will see call 001, it was made at this particular location, but we don't know what this location is, right? So if you want to know what this location is, right? Let's see if agent can get this out. If you were to find out, what you will do is you will look at, copy the latitude, longitude, maybe go to Google and find out which city or which place is this, right? Which is again a lot of manual and a lot of, difficult effort, or a lot of effort would go into it, right? So I will say the call, what call was that? Call 0001. Okay, so I will say which city was the call 0001 made, right? Either you can simply ask this, or you can just say, what were the longitude and latitude of the call 001, and then you can say which city does it belong to, right? Simple. I asked what were the longitude and latitude of this call, which city does it belong to? So obviously latitude, longitude are already there in the data, so it may just pull it out directly. But which city does it belong to would be a good thing to see here, that how it basically finds out the city, right? So I just pressed enter, and let's see what it gives us. So it has created the SQL query, right? It has gotten the response. And then it says the longitude and latitude of this call are this 72.57 and 23.02, right? The location corresponds to Ahmedabad, Gujarat. Okay. And it says this is the customer. And it again gives you some more details, like this is a customer, this is the latitude, this is the longitude, and this is the city. And then it also tells you how was the city identified. Now in my data, there was no mapping wherein I have told that this latitude and this longitude belongs to this city, right? So it says the coordinates this map directly to Ahmedabad, the largest city in Gujarat, a major commercial and industrial hub. So it has basically used the web search to basically find out the exact city for these latitude, longitude, which is again a great value add. If the querying of the database is happening automatically, and whatever it finds out from the database, it is augmenting that knowledge with some of the web knowledge and then producing a response for you. It's a full package, right? Otherwise, just imagine if a human being has to do it. Either they need to have some mapping of latitude, longitude to the city, or they will have the latitude, longitude, and they will basically do some lookup manually, or maybe they will just copy paste and search for the cities manually, and so on. So it's a very difficult process otherwise. Okay. Right. All right. So this is how this looks like. This works, and obviously this is not the interface that the end user is going to see. You can embed this portion on the right hand side into Teams. You can make it as a as a web application of its own. Okay, so this is just the testing interface that you are seeing, but the end user is not going to see anything on the left hand side. They will just see this portal, similar to how you do it on ChatGPT, right? The only difference being that it's your own data now. Okay, right. Now let's go back to our PowerPoint, and let's go into the architecture. Okay, because You have seen how this is working, and I'm sure some of you may have found this interesting and may want to build this out as well, right? So I said there are three major things here. There are four major things, four major tools. One is obviously your SQL database, and this doesn't have to be SQL. This can be AWS Redshift. This can be Azure SQL, obviously. This can be Azure Synapse, right? Whatever the database is, every database can be supported, right? After that, you have something known as Azure Function App, all right? Now, Azure Functions App job is the code execution, right? Copilot Studio can create the SQL code for you, as we were seeing in our POC, that here the Copilot Studio is creating this code because we are in Copilot Studio right now, right? But Copilot Studio cannot execute this code. Okay, to execute this code, you need something known as a function app in Azure. Okay, so Azure function app basically just helps in execution. So that's why we need this Azure function app. Okay, and to connect Copilot Studio with the Azure function app, you need a Power Automate flow. Okay, so database you have already seen. Let's go and look at how the function app looks like, right? So if I go, just give me a second. Okay. Okay, so here I am on my portal.azure.com. Okay. Here, as you can see, function app is one of the many services of Azure. So I see an option here called function app. I'll just click on that. And you can see there are many function apps that I have running here. The function app that is currently used in the POC that you just saw, or in the demo that you just saw, is this SQL function app 1. Okay, so let's just click on that. Now, some of the important things here are, these two functions, right? So in this function app, I have sort of created a function called execute synapse query. Now, this is named as execute synapse query, but essentially this is executing a SQL query. But in this function basically guides this app of how to connect to the SQL database and how to execute the query to the SQL database. Okay, if you want the codes for this, you can let me know. Right, I can just show you how these codes looks like, just so that you have some high-level idea of what we are doing here. But obviously, I'm not going to go into each line of code right now. Okay, so I'm going to open the main code, which basically tells this app, what's really happening. Okay, or what it has to do, how it has to execute. Right. So this is what the code is. As you can see, I have a file here, function_app.py, right? So this is for all the technical users. So now, if you look at some of the high-level stuff, it says for defining the connection string, it says that pull up something known as Synapse connection string. So I'm going to go into that shortly. But what I'm defining through these lines is how to connect to the SQL database, because I have to tell this app what is my SQL database. I just showed you the SQL database. This is the database POC. This is the server. So I need to tell this app, right, where it has to execute all of the queries, right? And then I share some instructions of how to execute the query. I share some instructions of blocking some of the keywords, because I don't want any user to insert any new record in my database, or maybe to delete the entire database, right? Anything can be done if someone comes and says that delete this whole database. I don't want to do that, right? So for that, I have blocked some of the keywords in the query, right? And I have defined some validation, some additional guardrails, right? A lot of such things are defined here. But ultimately, the whole idea is that this code is responsible for the execution of the SQL query, right? That function app basically receives from Copilot Studio, right? And then if you go into this function app on the left-hand side, if you search for environment variables is where you define, what is your SQL code and the SQL database and all. Okay, so here you have this one of the variables called synapse connection string. So if I open that up, right, and if I show you here, so as you can see, this is where I have defined my server name, right, my database name, then my user ID, my password, all of the things are defined in this string. So this is how the function app knows which database does it need to go and execute the query that it will receive. Okay, so you have to define that in environment variables. Once you have done that, your function app would be ready. Okay, and then if you open the function app, you will have a link to this function app, a domain. This means you can connect to this function app through an API connection, right? Because ultimately, if you see, we'll go back to our architecture. Data source, which is a SQL database, is a separate tool. Azure function app is a separate tool. Copilot Studio or Power Automate here is a separate tool, but all of them needs to communicate with each other, right? So in order to establish that communication, we have something known as an API connection. Okay, and I'm sure some of you may already know what an API connection is. So API connection is what establishes or what enables the communication between multiple different applications here, right? And for API connection, you need a domain. You need the address, like, what do I need to connect to? So for this function app, this is your domain. Okay. So this is what I have done in function app, right? Now function app, we just have to now give this function app the SQL query, which it can execute. It already has the function or the code that will enable the execution to the database. I've also told this app what my database is. We just saw that in the environment variables. Now the idea is that how do the Copilot agent send the SQL query to the function app, and that is done through Power Automate. Okay, so now if I go to Power Automate, so I have a flow here, a Power Automate flow. Okay, so I'll just show that to you. Just give me a second. So go to my flows, and then there is basically a flow, which is this one. And let's just see what's there in the flow. Right? So the flow is very simple. It says when an agent calls the flow, this is when it will be triggered. Okay, this flow is going to be triggered as soon as an agent calls the flow. An agent in this case is Copilot agent. Right? So we'll integrate this this flow with Copilot agent. So as soon as the agent calls this flow, then it has to carry out this action. Okay, and what is this action? This action is that it has to connect to this URL, and this is the URL of our function app, right? Because we just saw that in the architecture that Power Automate flow is connected to a function app, right? So that's what we are defining here, that Power Automate is going to just transfer the query from Copilot Studio to this function app, and function app will execute it to the SQL server, right? So that's what I have given here, that my address, or the place where I need to send the query is this particular URL, which is the URL of the function app. Okay, and then in the body, I have said what does it need to send to this address, right? And that I have said that send the query to this address. Okay, and what is the query? Query is what I'm getting from this first step, right? As you can see, the input here is the query, which means the agent, Copilot agent, is going to give this Power Automate flow a query, which is nothing but a SQL query, and this Power Automate flow is going to just send this query to the function app, and function app will just execute. That's what the simple architecture is, right? Function app will execute, it will return the results, Power Automate will get the results, and then it will just share the results with the agent, back to the agent. That's what this Power Automate is doing. It is helping exchanging the information between Copilot Studio and the function app. Okay, so now the idea is that Copilot Studio user sends a query to Copilot Studio agent. Agent creates a SQL query. SQL query is sent to Power Automate, right? Power Automate sends that SQL query to the function app. Function app executes that SQL query, gets the result, shares it back to the Power Automate flow, and Power Automate flow shares it back with the agent, and agent shares it with us. And that's what you saw, what was happening in that demo, right? So our Power Automate flow is ready. Now we'll go to the agent. So this is our agent in Copilot Studio. Agent has multiple different parameters, multiple different sections. One of them is what model do you want to sit behind this agent? Because as I said, all of these generation is done by a large language model. So you can choose from the list of models that you want for your agent, right? I have chosen Sonnet 4.6, but you can use between some OpenAI models and the other Anthropic models as well. Okay. So you can choose your model, then you can define some instructions. Now I had given some instructions to this agent on how to analyze that data, right? Because, agent can do it itself also, but you may have some business rules, you may have some specific metrics or specific ways of looking at things, some filters you may want to apply. So all of that can be explained in these instructions. So what I've said that this is one table that is available to you. And then, the table description is that it's a sales rep interaction and call activity data. I've said that you are an intelligent sales interaction analyst assistant with access to a SQL database with query flow action and so on. Then I've defined each column. I've defined some of the rules for the queries, right? Some location-based questions, how to answer them. This is also something that I've defined, right? And then how to respond. So I've given a lot of business context, a lot of example questions, a lot of different things, just so that my agent generates the responses properly. So that's where you type in the instructions. Okay. If you have some more data files apart from the SQL database, you may have some PDFs, you may have some, some other Excel files. You can all attach it here, right? And then the tool that we had, under tools, I have added my Power Automate flow, right? Because it has to essentially use this Power Automate flow to establish a connection with function app and to execute the SQL query, right? So the Power Automate flow that I created, I have added it under tools. So you can always go to add a tool, and then under flow, you can see all of your Power Automate flows that exist within your environment. They will be visible here. You can just select it, right? So I've selected the one that essentially connects to the Power Automate, the function app, right? And once you do that, and in the knowledge, you will also see one more thing. If you go to overview, I've also enabled the web search, right? This means if the agent thinks that there is some information it needs to pull from the web, right? It can do so. And this latitude, longitude essentially is using the web search to identify the city. Okay. Right. So this is how you set up the Copilot Studio. Right. Now, if you again look at some question or an example just to see how this process now goes along end to end. Okay, so I'm going to ask maybe this question, right? Which customers have had the most interactions, and are any of them still in planned status meeting? They have never had a submitted interaction. Okay, which means that I just want to see that if there are any customers who have only had the planned interactions and not a submitted interaction. Okay, and then if you will go back to our architecture, so what we'll have is, this is my user question which you just saw. As soon as I hit enter, it will go to Copilot Studio. A SQL query will be created based on these instructions. That SQL query will be sent to Power Automate. Power Automate will send that SQL query to Azure function that will execute the SQL query to data source, right? Azure function will receive the response and will share with Power Automate. Power Automate will share it back with a Copilot Studio agent. Copilot Studio agent will elaborate it, right, with some more additional insights from the web, from its own knowledge, and then share it back to the user. This is how it is going to work out, right? So let's see. So I sent it to Copilot. Copilot will first create the SQL query based on the instruction. This is my SQL query that it created. Then it will call the Power Automate flow. Power Automate is going to send it to the function app. Function app will execute it. It will get the results. It will send it to Power Automate flow. Power Automate flow will again send it to the SQL agent, and then we will share the response. Right now, this is a slightly loaded question. That's why it's taking a bit of a time, or I don't know if my connection is timed out or something. But this is how this whole end-to-end workflow essentially works. Right? Maybe I can do a simple question. Let me just look at the chat and see what questions you have. So one question is, could you, okay, so it gave the response, as you can see. Could you kindly give us a walkthrough of the code? Okay, I think the code you have all seen. How can we verify and pass the output? Should we also check the SQL? So I think so to this second question from Ranjan, okay, whenever you are producing anything from AI or anything using AI, you always verify, okay? I mean, you can trust the output, but the idea is that you always go and verify the output yourself, okay? So it's just like getting the work from some junior associate in your team, right? If you give work to a junior associate, you don't really believe them completely, right? I mean, you always, obviously, you want them to sort of do the work independently, but you still always go and verify and QC their work, right? So it's exactly like that, okay? So although the accuracy in my experience has been quite good, I haven't seen any hallucination cases a lot, right? Through Copilot or through any other agentic, analytics agents as well. But, it's a good idea to always go and verify. Is it safe to deploy this agent on a large data? Yeah, as big a data. I have run this agent on, a database that had 30 million rows, right? And multiple tables containing more than 30 million rows, every table. So it worked very well because ultimately it's just creating a SQL query, right? And then firing that SQL query to the database. The only thing is what you have to take care of is that because Power Automate is there in between, right? If you go back to the architecture, Power Automate is helping in the exchange of information and the data. Power Automate may have some limits on the size of the output, right? But you can adjust those limits. So if you adjust those limits, it can go as long. But obviously, if you're going to return billions of rows to the user, if your query output is billions of rows, then I think your SQL database will also sort of, stumble there. But for any, reasonable set of data and set of information, it works then. Can we implement row-level security? Yes, you can implement row-level security as well, right? Because ultimately, whoever is going to log in through Copilot Studio is going to log in through a Microsoft account, right? So if your SQL database already has RLS built in, then it will be enforced. If the database is hosted on premises rather than on the cloud, would each user be required to have a Power Automate license? Yes, Power Automate is a necessity here because the idea is that Power Automate is basically used as a tool for the agent to go and connect to the function app, and function app is the one that can execute the query. Okay, so Power Automate would be required, all right? But there are other stack of tools. If you want to do, if you're okay with having, some other tool which is non-Microsoft, then there are other ways that you can do it without Power Automate as well. Like you can do it with Cloud Desktop MCP server and then your database, on-prem database or a Power BI data set or whatever, right? But if you're building it purely on Microsoft stack, wherein your database is a cloud database, then you would have to go with Power Automate. Then in an enterprise setup, we would always need VNet to connect Power Automate to function app. Yes, you're right. You're right? Because I mean, every enterprise has this kind of a policy, right? Security policy, governance in place. So you have to follow that. So yeah, you may just put that up in VPN, especially the function app. Okay. Will this model incur any charges for us? Yeah, there is a proper charge. Like if you see Copilot Studio Agent, so this costs around $30 per user per month, right? Then Power Automate runs would have certain costs. Now Power Automate also has different licensing, pay as you go, and the reserved license as well. So depending upon what works for you and how much scale you are operating on, you can decide that. Azure Function App also has license or some cost associated to it. I think pay as you go would fit in the best here. But Azure Function Apps cost would come down to very fractional amount compared to what Copilot Studio would be, because its only job is to execute the queries, right? So in my experience, I think for thousands of queries, it's like some $10-20. So it's very minimal. And obviously your SQL database would have a cost. So there is some cost associated to it. So I would say if you have to just think it through or just estimate it, so it's like $30 to $40 per user per month, right? That's what the cost is, but it can further be optimized a bit. Since the agent is generating SQL queries dynamically from natural language prompts, how are we preventing incorrect, inefficient, or malicious SQL queries like long joins, expensive queries, or SQL injection style prompts before they reach Power Automate? Yeah, that's a very good question. Right. So the whole idea is that the SQL queries get generated based on what you define in the instructions of the agent, right? Which means what do you define here? Okay. And then, so your instructions or you can also call this as a system prompt. So your system prompt should be top notch. Okay. And you don't really go and build the right system prompt in one go. Okay. So it's a very iterative process. So what you would do is whenever you build such an agent, you don't put them in production on the first day, right? You keep them in UAT and you keep, checking, interacting, and testing them till the time you think that it is not creating any of these situations that you just mentioned, malicious queries. Okay, so you pressure test it using some edge case queries, using some malicious queries yourself. And once you think that this agent is very well in place now, then you basically put them in production. And to make them in place in the first place is to basically write or define your instructions properly. So as you can see here, I have said here that no insert, update, delete, drop, or alter. Only access these tables. If unsure, say so and suggest what data would help. So I've defined a lot of guardrails, a lot of restrictions, just to make sure that what you all said doesn't happen. All right. Before executing AI-generated SQL query, how do we make sure it is correct and follows our business rules and database structures? So you can. So ultimately, if you will see, you have a Power Automate flow in between, right? So a query doesn't automatically go to the function app and gets executed. It goes through Power Automate flow, right? So if you think that you would always go and query the you always want to check the SQL code first before you actually let it go, right? What you can do is just in your Power Query, you can build an approval workflow, right? So not Power Query, Power Automate. So if you go to Power Automate, so what I'm doing here is I'm saying, let it open. I'm saying receive the query. The first step is receiving the query from the agent, and then I'm directly sending that query to my function app. But in between this, you can add another step for the human approval or for your approval, which means the moment you build an approval workflow in between this or an approval step, this query is going to come to you on an email, on a Teams message, or maybe right in Power Automate portal, and you will approve that query, and then only it will go further to the function app and gets executed, right? So all those things can be defined here. You can send the query first to a Teams channel, and then once someone approves, then only it gets executed to your final function app and final database, right? So all of that can be controlled through Power Query. We call this as human in the loop, right? So if you want to bring human in the loop, you can bring it through Power Automate. Okay. You can also send some alerts that someone sent a query, someone is doing this. If someone sent a query which had update or delete or such things, you can send an alert to a Teams site or to a Slack channel or wherever, that this person has fired a query with delete keywords, right? So things like that. Okay, could you please share those instructions? Yeah, instructions I will share, just a second. So these are your instructions. And you can easily build these instructions from, ChatGPT, Copilot, and all of these tools, right? So these are my big instructions, but yeah, nobody actually goes and writes this themselves. You basically build the first draft using ChatGPT or Copilot, and then you refine that. Then you make sure that nothing is missed, and then, if you were to refine anything, etc. So all of that you can do. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, perfect. So I think that was all that I wanted to share. If you have any more questions, let me know. So I'll drop although you might already have my LinkedIn from the BI World website, but in case anyone wants to get the code or need some other help, I'm dropping my LinkedIn here as well. You can just reach out. Yeah, Mudit, go ahead. You can type in your question. I don't know if I can unmute you.
Yeah, I have one question, Ayush. Thank you so much for the insightful session. As you said that we need an integration with Power Automate and the function app over here. With the likes of Claude and the Cowork coming in, do you think anytime soon the compute itself will also be decided within the Copilot Studio agent that what sort of decision it requires, and based on that it can configure and execute the code within the agentic steps that has been provided to it?
Yeah, so see, agent is a very wider term. If you see the true meaning of an agent, right? Agent has a very wider scope, right? So within an agent, the foremost thing, you can say the brain of the agent is the LLM, okay, the large language model. Now, the job of large language model is to reason over the query. So let's say if I say, get me the sales of 2024. So it will reason over the query. Then it will decide, okay, to get the 2024 sales, I need to execute something, right? Or maybe I need to execute this code. Now, your question is, instead of having Azure function app executing things, can the agent do all the execution themselves, right? Now, the answer to that is the agent has something known as tools in addition to LLM. So large language model would decide what it needs to do. And then there are tools. Tools basically decide how to do something, right? So if large language model can give you a code, the tool will execute that code, right? So here Power Automate is acting as a tool. Obviously, function app I cannot integrate as a tool in Copilot Studio agent yet, right? But there are other agents, like if you look at GitHub Copilot, or if you look at Claude Code. Now, these are all coding agents wherein the execution, the tool that is executing the code is also built within the agent. So you are right that the future is just that this whole agent, right, as a package will also create the code and execute the code. Even now, with the MCP server, for example, the same thing is happening, right? The MCP server also has different tools. One tool creates the query, the second tool executes the query, the third tool arranges the query, and all of that. So these things are happening. It's just that Microsoft stack is currently laid out like this. But yeah, I mean, it will write the code in real time as well, and that's what it is doing here as well. But it's just that there are some additional pieces that I have to sort of join here because Copilot Studio doesn't give me the execution capabilities yet, so that's why I had to bring in the function app. But there are many tools that are doing it, right? For example, I built a solution using Claude, right? The Claude connects to an MCP server. An MCP server connects to your your database, right? But MCP server contains all the connection details, all the execution details, and everything. And Claude's job is to just interact with the MCP server, right? So that way you can simplify it. And I think if you just build the MCP server and Claude as a single package, or Azure Function and Copilot Studio as a single package, then what you are saying gets implemented, right? Which I think is the future, and that's where we will go.
All right. Thank you, Ayush.
Yeah. It's just that if you integrate everything as a single package, the whole package's scope gets restricted, right? Because some people may, not all people may want to use an agent to query a SQL database. Some people may also want to use Copilot Studio agent to just write an email or to send me the alerts, right? So that's why these things are always built in modular fashion. And then it is up to the users, the developers, that how do they create a solution off of that, right? And that I think that's the major job source as well for us, right? So. Okay. All right. So thank you everyone for listening in. I've got my LinkedIn in case you have any more questions. You can just let me know. Okay.
Thank you, Ayush, for the wonderful session.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
So thanks, Ayush. Thanks, everyone. We will be having a 1 hour break, and after that, we'll start at 3 p.m. A lot of sessions are coming in. I'm just pasting all the sessions which are going to be in room 1. The link would remain same for next 2 days. Means the same link will work at 3 p.m. also, and the same link will work here. And also, I'm going to share the LinkedIn profile for all the speakers. I think Ayush can drop it, but let me also see if I can quickly drop that here. And anyone having questions, be ready with that. So now you know what all sessions are coming in.
Great. Great. Thank you, sir. Thanks, everyone. Have a good rest of your sessions. Bye.
While team, we are just pausing the recording. YouTube live we are going to end, and another YouTube link would be shared on various social media forums.